Hello, and welcome. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Outer Wilds ventures and our ventures into space in this very, very fascinating solar system that seems to be filled with all kinds of mysteries and places to explore. And apparently the remnants of a supposedly ancient civilization, although I'm still not 100% on that, on whether or not they're really ancient or if time's just weird. Because that has definitely, funnily enough, been one constant throughout all of this so far, is that time is weird, or rather, it's looping, as far as we're concerned. Anyways, though, let's get back into this. I'm really, really excited. Couldn't wait to get back to it and finally continue our exploration of this, albeit small, but very, very interesting solar system. I mean, you also have to, remember, right, that we're literally exploring the entire solar system all at once with every nook and cranny and every little secret at our disposal, right? In theory, at least. Well, hopefully. Especially considering that I'm still... Well, missing's the wrong word, but I'm still very much unsure as to how to access a couple of these mysteries. Although, thankfully, we've definitely gotten a few hints and bits and pieces and information about what's going to happen. So, let's start this thing off, shall we? Welcome back to the stream, welcome back to Outer Wilds. Man, I'm excited. Although I have to very quickly mention, I think I was talking about that last week already as well, is that I'm also quite excited about the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, because, if you look at my sort of stream history on this channel, you can see that I streamed a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. Probably my favorite game of all time, although I'm hesitant to really compare it to anything, because I feel like an ever-ongoing MMO certainly is a little bit of a different thing compared to very unique and cool and interesting single-player experiences like this one, right? That being said, I pretty much know most of the Final Fantasy series mostly through 14. I've dabbled a tiny bit into a couple of the other games, but never played through them, never really experienced them. And for the longest time, I was, both annoyed, but also very much looking forward to the Pixel remasters, which for some reason Square Enix decided that it was a good idea to only release them on Steam and on mobile for whatever reason. I don't know how much. I would actually be really interested to see how much money they made out of off of the mobile version, because technically, yes, a lot more people are playing games, if you want to call them that, on mobile systems nowadays, but the Pixel remasters, on the other hand, they're very much kind of a niche thing for, fans of the series, right? And I don't know if they really are the type of game that people would enjoy, like the vast majority of people would enjoy on a smartphone. Somehow I can't really get behind that idea, but then again, I also feel that I'm personally very, very much not the sort of mainstream enjoyer. Whatever, one thing that I just wanted to mention that I found incredibly weird is that they finally decided to release the Pixel remasters on console, right? They're getting a Switch and a PlayStation 4 release, which obviously the PlayStation 4 versions are also going to be playable on the PS5. First of all, it took them a long time to even announce a date for them. They were already announced for like half a year by this point, but they never put in a date for some reason. And then like a week ago, they said, oh yeah, they're gonna release on April 19th. Which, okay, great, cool. But then they never showed up on the store for the longest time. Now they're there, but I don't know. I just found that incredibly quirky and weird that, you know, I almost never buy games on release. I obviously never pre-order games, because pre-ordering games is like one of the dumbest things you can do, unless you want to get some sort of very, very special physical edition, right? That's a different thing entirely, obviously. But pre-ordering digital, like, why? Right? It's not going anywhere. You can just, whenever the game releases, you can just look at what's available and buy it and be done with it. Anyways, but this is, well, I did buy Elden Ring on release. All right, but aside from that, that's kind of the only game that I bought on release. Well, except Cyberpunk, but you see that was also a big mistake to buy that on release. I was kind of, well, that was mostly because I was I liked Witcher 3 a lot, and I thought, well, you know, it's probably not really going to be that great. It's probably going to have a lot of issues. I was definitely expecting that. So I was going in with the idea, okay, I'm going to buy this on release simply because it's CD Projekt Red. Regretted it after the fact, though, still. I feel like that was really, really bad communication on their part, and I definitely haven't forgiven them yet for that. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Either way, though, if you want to count it that, excluding the Final Fantasy XIV expansions, that makes 2 games that I bought on release in the last, I think, about 3 to 4 years, right? Which is really not that much. But yeah, anyways, I wanted to buy the Pixel remasters on release, and apparently for the entire time I thought they wouldn't let me. They were just nowhere to be seen, right? And usually, like, pre-ordering is such a big deal in gaming nowadays. So you're kind of wondering, well, what is Square Enix doing there? So they're releasing the games. Takes them like 2 years to even release them on consoles, so that couldn't have been a big priority, but then they're not even trying to really take advantage. I feel like they're not even, you know, doing that much marketing for it. I don't know. It's a very, very weird overall thing that Square Enix is doing, but maybe that's also just Square Enix. I don't know. They feel very incompetent as of late when it comes to business decisions. The only sort of saving grace that they have is both 14 as an MMO and the upcoming 16, which is, you know, spearheaded by a lot of the people that are working or have been working on 14 in the last couple of years. So without that, they would be, oh boy, a company would be in a very, very rough situation. But anyways, that's enough about Final Fantasy and the Pixel remasters. Gonna get back to that once they actually release. So let's get back into Outer Wilds and resume our expedition. As always, I'm gonna take a couple minutes here to look at our rumor chart, make sure that I remember everything that I wanted to do. I feel like most of that is still, you know, kind of fresh in my mind. And I know what I want to check out, but I'm not fully remembering what I said at the end of last stream in terms of what I want to look at this time. I mean, there's a couple of obvious candidates. So obviously the Sun Station is a big one. I'm not sure how early you're able to get there, and I definitely need to get past the cactuses in front of the teleporter, so I need to figure that out. I don't think that you get any sort of special equipment or anything to that degree for it. I think it's literally just, hey, get past the things, right? It's a little bit of a gameplay situation going on there, I think. Right. Aside from that, the very next big candidate is the Quantum Moon. Because I still haven't tried the information that I got about quantum objects and them being kept around when you take photos of them, of the objects. Right. Dark Bramble, I feel like I pretty much saw everything. And the Interloper still has that big issue with the ghost matter that I'm still not sure about. Right. Oh, and obviously we also still need to somehow get into the depths and the core of Giant's Deep, which, in theory, once again, I should know how that works, but in practice, not too sure. And then this is still completely separate. Like the radio tower thing with the satellite that's giving us the solar system map in real time. Apparently, whatever's going on there, we need to check out. I wonder if it has something to do with the interloper, since it seemingly, as of now, isn't really connected to anything else. But so far, it doesn't really... it seems to be very, very separate. I don't know if this was supposed to be something that I should have done like right away, because it's on, like, the information, this radio tower is on Timber Hearth, right? So maybe it would have been a good idea to go there first, or check on that first. Yeah. Okay, Sun Station. Another very curious entry, because the Sun Station feels like it would be quite a big part of the entire thing, right? So it seems like it's just one entry. Either way, one thing that I wanted to check on first that I remembered is this shelter site. I don't think we're gonna get that much more information here, but well, I still need to find it. The weird part is, I think you're kind of supposed to do this first, because you're finding the escape pod on Brittle Hollow, and the information you get there pretty much leads you into, well, the Hanging City, and in general, a lot of the deeper secrets of the Nomai, how they got here, why they got here, and what they were doing after they arrived, and how, you know, they were split apart into two different groups. They were kind of connected through the quantum moon because both groups could see it, and then they also, well, they built a big city on Brittle Hollow, they built a big city on Ember Twin, and subsequently then redeveloped a bunch of the technologies that they had back on their original ship and all of that. So, the one thing that I'm not too sure about, Nomai survivors who crashed in Brittle Hollow climbed down the cliff to a shelter site below the surface. So I kind of just went to the Hanging City immediately. Which makes me wonder where the shelter site is supposed to be, because I'm pretty sure that somewhat close to the escape pod is the, like, one of the sort of village structures that the Nomai built. The one that has the elevators down to the Black Hole Forge, where one of them is broken, which is why you have to access it through the inside of the planet by moving the Black Hole Forge and then teleporting to that teleport location from Ash Twin. So I'm really not entirely sure where the shelter site is supposed to be. Because, well, on Ember Twin, the escape pod that crashed on Ember Twin, they exited the escape pod through the hatch. Wait, did they? Well, either way, they exited the escape pod and then pretty much went down into the planet right away, like into the cave system that exists there, because Ember Twin is very, very close to the sun, and they wanted to make sure that, you know, they're not dying because of the heat. Whereas here, that really wasn't necessary, at least not right away. Makes me wonder where the shelter site is supposed to be. But anyways, let's mark this. Let's actually get going. So that's going to be the first objective, to complete that entry. And after I've done that, I think I want to check on the Sun Station next. Maybe. I'm honestly... well, okay, scared might be the wrong word. It's not that I'm scared of the quantum moon so much as that I still feel like even if I try to take advantage of the new information I got about the about taking pictures of the moon, I feel like I'm still not fully equipped to handle it. Much like the stuff with the ghost matter, where I feel like I'm missing something that must be somewhat obvious. I don't know. Although maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just thinking that. Okay. Where could a shelter site be? I think... Because I feel like what I pretty much did immediately was I went down into the planet. I mean, this must be it, right? Oh, there we go. Pretty sure that I've visited this a couple of times. I think I might have just overlooked that this is supposed to be the shelter site. Use caution. A black hole sleeps below. You must not slip. Right. This is going to be fairly interesting because it might tell you about, or it might tell us more about them discovering the black hole. Wow, this is actually quite scary. I wonder... The entire time I thought of the black hole more as like something that they may have developed by themselves. Like I thought that they might have come up with that by themselves. Of note, be sure not to wander far from here. Though this area is somewhat unstable, it's safer than any we've found so far. The temporary settlement is finished, but remember to be cautious of falling rocks and dust created by meteor impacts. Ship log updated. I wonder if this is already enough to, you know, get that question mark out of the way. Okay, that's the Black Hole Forge. So, I didn't realize that there was like a gravity walkway towards that. Yeah, I'm also quite sure that I've not seen this entrance yet. So this leads over to the Black Hole Forge. Given concerns about our settlement stability, where should we construct a new, less temporary shelter? We need to stay close to the escape pods so Felix can monitor incoming messages. We can't be rescued if we aren't present to respond. I don't believe anyone is coming to save us, Thatch. Now we must save ourselves. I agree. We're here because the eye signal called to us and we followed. If we're to find it, we need to not merely survive, but thrive. This is a wise point, Plume, and eloquently made. If moving to the northern glacier will keep us safer, then that is what we should do. I believe we should migrate to the northern glacier. What if we use gravity crystals to craft a stable path? Building beneath the crust again would shelter us from the volcanic moon's eruptions. Alright, so this is a lot of what we already know, obviously, or assumed, being confirmed. They were arriving here. I do find it interesting that they... Because I wasn't quite sure where these gravity crystals came from. So it might be that they just had a bunch of them available? Holy shit, that's always so close. Right. Eye of the Universe again. There are quite a few messages here. This knowledge is too dear to lose. Here's everything we can recall about the signal we encountered while aboard the vessel. The signal was older than the universe itself. This is the most significant detail, and I'm still wondering how they know that. No Nomad clan has ever encountered anything like it. How can anything in this universe be older than the universe itself? Can you please stop with the... Holy shit, that sounds close. Well, I guess it is. Imagine what rare and profound knowledge it might offer. We must find this eye of the universe. The signal looked like an eye, round with a circle at the center, much like a pupil. Suppose the signal was looking for something. Okay. I think I need a couple minutes here, or seconds. I don't know. I need a bit to think about this because I'm still so super curious how they even came up with the symbol. Because the symbol itself doesn't entirely look natural, right? Especially because it has a lot of sharp edges in it. So I was always assuming that it is mostly, or most likely, a kind of artistic interpretation of the signal they received. What I find interesting is that well, it could be so many different things, right? The first idea I think that I had was that it might represent the Big Bang, right? Something exploding. Could be it. I'm not so sure about that anymore. The main reason why I thought that was because if it is, in fact, older than the universe itself, then it might be some sort of signal that captured, or in some ways holds information about the Big Bang, right? The creation of the universe. So it might be that. It could be, I mean, it also looks like a black hole in front of a sun, maybe, which would be kind of a weird thing. It could literally just be a black hole, which I don't really think it is, because the like representation with the outgoing lines doesn't really suggest that. It can't really be a supernova, or just a supernova, right? Because what's the middle part then? Or is it supposed to represent a literal signal? So some sort of planet or black hole that sends out a signal. It's a very strange thing, all things considered. And also what was just mentioned, I feel like is another one of those weird, oh yeah, we received a signal and this is what it looked like. Well, okay, so technically the signal should have just been radio waves, right? Because everything is. So did they translate the radio waves into an image? Like how would they even know that that's how they need to interpret it? I mean, okay, so they're a very advanced species, so they probably would have some sort of analyzer for these types of things to maybe try out a bunch of different things, try to figure out what this could mean. Because now I'm wondering if maybe the lines going out from the middle of it, are they supposed to be some sort of signal? Like something calling out for help, or for some reason sending the signal out into the universe? It's a very strange thing. I'm very much looking forward to finding out what it is. I hope we do eventually find out. I think so, but it's really even going to their vessel, while that did yield a lot of information about the Nomai, about how they got here, about how they, like, why a lot of the things happened that happened, it still didn't really explain, much like this doesn't really explain how they came across it, right? They're mentioning, yes, we received a signal, that's why we warped here, a bunch of things happened, we crashed, and so on and so forth. And all the speculation and messages that we see about the eye of the universe itself are more of a philosophical nature, I want to say, less a technical one. Like they were discussing whether or not it might be a signal that called out to them specifically, whether or not it's a signal that's some sort of rescue signal or communications of an ancient species or something like that. Or sort of the counter argument that a bunch of Nomai seem to make is that it's just random, that well, it might be true that it's older than the universe itself, but it's not a purposefully send out signal. It's just something that, I don't know, like traveled through the universe and they just happened to come across it, right? Which is the most likely, like when you look at it from a science perspective, probably is the most likely explanation, or rather the path that you probably want to explore first is that, well, it might just be a random signal, right? Something that somehow survived the creation of the universe in some form or to some degree, and they just came across it. So it's just a random find, which doesn't make it any less exciting. It's just, well, But yeah, it's kind of, it's interesting that we don't really see maybe the initial interpretations, but it might also purposefully be skipped over because that might be due to their analytics tools or whatever they had. So they just sort of skipped the initial phase of them receiving the signal rather than having to interpret it first. I don't know, but it just still seems odd to me. And yeah, it seems even weirder that it's maybe literally an image. All right, that's where I came from. I just want to make sure that I look at all the paths. I might actually have to return here during another loop. Let's see. Let's maybe go up first. Because this is quite a bit more expansive than I would have thought. As a shelter site, this is almost, you know, a small little village in and of itself. Although technically, let's see, what does it say? Surface integrity 100%. Yeah, if it is in fact true that this is maybe the most stable platform that they encountered, then hopefully we can stay here for quite a while before we have to leave or before it falls into the black hole. Okay. Bunch of gravity crystals. Did they leave them behind? I think I mentioned that a couple minutes ago, right? But for the longest time, I did think of these gravity crystals as something that is part of this solar system, or was, you know, emitted by one of the planets and just happened to sort of crash on the other ones and can be utilized. But maybe it's just a fairly common material throughout all of the universe, and the Nomai just heavily utilize it, which makes sense, right? If something like this existed, then it would make sense to always keep it on hand, if you will, in case you encountered a situation on a planet that required more gravity to be there. Ooh, that looks interesting. We can hear the other escape pod's distress signals, which gives me hope. Polly, are you still here? I'm unsure how to survive in this place without you. I'm unsure how to be me without you. Aw. Very sweet message. Sweet and also maybe sad. I do still very much enjoy how they were able, purely through these messages, to what is this? Purely through the messages, they're able to really paint a how do I want to say this? Like the Nomai as a species, even though we haven't really seen that much of them, although we did find quite a lot of their corpses, right? If you will. a lot of their bones, but also actual corpses when we went to what we can see here, Dark Bramble and their ship crashing. But yeah, it really shows how they put quite a bit of focus on making sure that the characterization and general behavior, demeanor of the Nomai comes across in their writing. I feel like it's really quite an incredible feat what they were able to pull off here. Mainly also because of how poorly it's done in so many other games. And I know that I talked about this already on stream, but it's just, well, maybe you should always remember that it's not that easy to pull off, right? So just because a game isn't able to do it quite as well as this one doesn't mean that they didn't try, right? We always only see the end result, and it might be that even though they hired writers to do it, and maybe they're not even that bad, somehow through the development process, it didn't really come out the way they wanted it to, or maybe they had to rewrite a bunch of the actual story, and so the messages somehow needed to fit in, right? You need to remember that software development in general, but especially games development, can be quite messy a lot of the times. And, well, I think what we can frequently see in terms of games development is that the games that tend to be the best ones, right, that come out great, are the ones where they almost take advantage of the fact that development is so messy a lot of the times, right? So if you're aware of that, if you're aware of the pitfalls that can come with constantly having to, maybe rewrite certain things, try to make everything fit together, right? Both story, gameplay, but obviously also the world design, everything, right? That really isn't easy. But if you're aware of there potentially being problems, and you're writing specifically in a way that allows for a couple of different interpretations and a couple of ways in which you can then more easily sort of mold it around the gameplay and in environments and stuff that you build, like if you purposefully include the idea that you might have to rearrange certain things in your writing, I feel like that's when the best stories sort of emerge out of it, right? It's definitely a very, very different process to maybe a movie or, well, definitely books where, you literally have the entirety of your story and your script and what you've written in front of you. Obviously, you can still edit it and move it around and stuff, and probably a good writer will always keep in mind that you might have to shift some things around, right? You might have to move explanations or expositions about certain things around. But yeah, I find it so interesting to think about the different approaches that were taken here. And yeah, the characterization of these is great. Also, another thing that I wanted to mention in this context is the way they're writing the messages. The messages that they do write, they're certainly written in good English, for the lack of a better word. What I mean by that is just that they're actually written, right? They're not as shortened or what's the word for it? They're not shortened like we would typically write in short text messages to one another, right? But at the same time, they do very much feel like they're written by actual people, which sounds weird when you put it like that, but a lot of the messages that you come across, whenever games try to put their lore or some background information or exposition into messages that you can find, typically when you start thinking about, well, would a person actually write this? then most of the time you will find that it doesn't make that much sense, or that the way these messages are written typically tend to be very, very out of character, right? And they feel more like they're written or purposefully written for the player to read them, rather than a character within the game world you created that's just writing because they feel like maybe they're dying, you know, in a couple of days, or, you know, there's some big threat and they need to get some information out to somebody else. Like, those are reasons why you would write messages. And then you as the player might be able to find them. But very rarely are these messages written in that way, where they make sense inside of the game world. Most of the time, sadly, they're only written, they're purposefully written for the player. Whereas here, these messages, at least in my opinion, they do very much feel like something the Nomai would write to each other, rather than just being messages for the player to discover in order for us to learn about the Nomai, right? Anyways, let's finally return to this. So this pretty much just shows their origin story, if you will, for the solar system specifically. So the Eye of the Universe somehow sent a signal to their ship, which I do like how they've painted their ship here, the artwork of it, which again, the Eye of the Universe definitely is an artistic interpretation of the signal they received, because it looks exactly how they painted their ship here. But it must be somewhat close to the signal they actually received. I'm pretty sure about that too. Just wondering if... I'm really, really curious what the actual signal looked like. And this is the Brambles from Dark Bramble, where they were caught in, and the escape pods launched, and, well, one was sadly wasn't able to leave Dark Bramble, and the Nomai there perished. And then one landed on Ember Twin, the other one on Brittle Hollow, where we are now. I can't understand, why did the vessel crash in that place? We warped to follow the curious signal from the Eye of the Universe. Where we arrived was wrong, it wasn't where we tried to go. Suppose it wasn't a problem with the vessel, but with our destination. I'm afraid for our friends in Escape Pod 3. I think that's the one on Dark Bramble. Was the vessel unwell in some way? No. Anona and I checked before the warp, and the warp core and navigation systems were both well. Which that is another one, like another very, very curious thing that I'm still not quite sure about. Okay, I don't want to pause entirely or constantly, but I do need to sort my thoughts on this. Specifically because, sure, Dark Bramble looks like a super, super interesting place. Yet at the same time, it does feel like it's quote-unquote just part of the solar system, right? It's some sort of curious phenomenon, plant, planet, whatever you want to call it, but it doesn't feel like more than that. I would say as cool and mysterious and interesting as Dark Bramble is, I don't think it's any more or less mysterious than Giant's Deep or the Quantum Moon, right? Even the Ash Twin and Ember Twin, Hourglass Twins, they were here before they arrived. Sure, they converted Ash Twin into whatever project they were building, but the planet still existed before they arrived. So this solar system in general is just very, very interesting in terms of its general nature. So would the signal from the Eye of the Universe have anything to do with Dark Bramble specifically? I don't know. Feels like it should, because why would their ship crash there, right? That sounds to me as if the signal from the Eye of the Universe somehow entered Dark Bramble and was maybe, multiplied there, however that place works. And so instead of going to the actual signal, they went to its mirrored copy, or its mirrored emitted signal from Dark Bramble for some reason. I wonder if there's some significance to that, or if wherever the original signal came from just so happened to venture into Dark Bramble and their ship. So it might just be coincidence. It might just be coincidence that that's what happened, and they kind of got unlucky by following the wrong signal. Or there might be more to it. I don't know. I find it so curious that it's so difficult to really understand that or find an explanation for it, right? Oh god, I'm getting slightly confused where it already went and where it didn't go. I think that part I haven't been to, I want to say. Man, there's a lot more to see here than I thought. Okay, I'm pretty sure that I was here already. It does seem to maybe loop around though? Right? Is this where I originally came from? No, it's not. The pain of your absence is sharp and haunting, and I would give anything to not to know it. Anything but never knowing you at all, which would be worse. I can only hope that you are safe, Keek, wherever you are. See, these kinds of messages, man, they're written so well. Because this is what they would do, right? They just found a shelter site. They're not sure if they would even survive in here, so obviously they would be writing messages to their loved ones, right? Okay. So I already went there. Is that where it just came from? Holy shit, this place is a lot more... I feel like it's just one circle, if you will. No, that's where just... Holy hell. Okay, calm down. Oh boy. Well, there goes one part of the city, I guess. There was the part with the bigger gravity crystals in it, though, so... I already looked at that. Okay. Oh, that's so cool. Man! Another one of those almost small things that the game does, or that seems small in the context of everything you can discover here, because it's so... You almost get used to this, right? But when you really think about it, the fact that you can just see other planets sort of quietly floating by because this planet is turning and the whole solar system is turning in a way where, like, the way it should turn. Oops, was a bit fast. So well done. Okay, my scout's there, so I've already been there. I really hope I haven't overlooked a message here. I don't think, you know, I don't think there's anything super important that we can still learn here. Right. Oh, that's with the pictures. I was gonna say, pretty sure that I already went down there now, but... Cool. Right. Can I get back to the ship? Or maybe, you know what? I want to go here anyways. Let's just take a quick look if there are any more messages that we can find here. So, according to their messages, right, they built this path because they thought that the glacier was a safer place for them to be at. Oh. Okay. Well, that was... Didn't know if I was able to make that, but... yeah. So they used the gravity crystal, but these are a lot of gravity crystals. Would they have had so many on their escape pod? Maybe they have some way of finding more. I mean, considering that there were a couple bigger ones lying around on that other platform, maybe Maybe they just existed here and they took advantage of it? Oh. God, this is so weird. Wait, are we going down or up? Guess we went down. So we went down into the glacier on the North Pole. And this is kind of the start of their city here. Oops. Wait. Photo mode. Right. And this is, I want to say, the school district. Oh, no. Yes, right. So when you arrive in the Hanging City, you can go down the elevator shafts or gravity shafts, whatever you want to call them, and you can get over here. And this is what they then called their school district. So I already ventured to this place, and I think you're kind of able to just go past the ghost matter pretty much. Oops. Right. Photo mode. Now we're close to the Black Hole Forge again. That's a gravity cannon, yeah. I already know all of this, pretty much. Right. I still have absolutely no clue about the ghost matter, though. Can't be that difficult to do anything with it, right? See, this time it looked like I got slowed down. Which I don't think was really a thing with some of the other ghost matter locations. How can that still be such a weird matter or weird thing? I'm actually quite thrilled that there's still such a big detail that I seemingly don't know how to deal with. That's pretty cool, how the game keeps its mysteries for very, very long. Yet at the same time, I definitely feel like I'm just too dumb to understand how it works. Or that I overlooked some crucial detail. Oops. Well, you know what? Let's just go through real quick. Because I feel like we're getting somewhat close to the sun exploding anyways. Come on. Me. There we go. So, doesn't the interloper come by here at some point? Is it already here? Yeah, there it is. Huh. Still not entirely sure how it moves. Should probably take a look at that eventually. It's not really important, but I kind of want to know. So the one thing that I'm not entirely sure about with the interloper is that I think it starts whenever we start the loop. The interloper seems to be pretty close to... Oh, right, I can just teleport back. Completely forgot about that. That's... Not that it makes much of a difference right now, but Let's just do it. Oh, come on. There we go. Let's... Elevator again. Metro station. Right. Already read all of this, but... Yeah, with the interloper. So whenever the loop starts, the interloper is... in terms of its trajectory, it's very, very far outside of the solar system. And now it's here. Alright, it is actually traveling back to the sun. That is interesting. I don't know. So, waiting for the end of the loop to go to the interloper, because now, since it's traveling closer to the sun again, it the fissure that you can go into will open up again, right? I wonder if there's going to be less ghost matter there now, because some time has expired. But so far, the time that has expired within the loop did not really seem to influence any of the ghost matter. Oh, wait a second. Is the interloper eventually flying into the sun? Huh. And then it disappears. I did not notice that before. Wait, where's the white hole on this? Oh, that's the small red thing. That's the satellite, right? That's providing the pictures for us. Hourglass twins. It's interesting to me that it also doesn't show the sun station. It must be either really, really close to the sun, or has it already been swallowed because the sun's expanding at this point? Makes me wonder why the interloper is crashing into the sun. Because I want to say it might be simply because the sun is expanding before it goes supernova. It might also be because the white hole's gravitational pull would increase, right? Because all the pieces from Brittle Hollow are flying into it. Now, the white hole itself should be a little bit further outside. Oh, there it is, right? Yes, that's the white hole. Huh. So the white hole is stationary? That is interesting. I mean, I don't think I need to refuel my oxygen. Right, so... does the interloper actually start somewhat close to the white hole then? I wonder. It almost looked like it, right? I love that this map is in real time, showing you what's going on. Must be quite a good satellite that they built up there. Huh. But... that is quite curious. Why would the white hole be a stationary object? I mean, the white hole itself, I guess, wouldn't really be influenced by any sort of gravity. Well, the difficult part there is that I feel like I don't have all the information yet. One thing that for some reason the Nomai didn't really seem to mention is why the black hole exists in the first place on the inside of Brittle Hollow, because that now seems a lot more mysterious than I originally thought. And the main reason for that is because the Nomai seem to be quite technologically advanced, and obviously, there we go. So I'm pretty sure that I found everything there was to be found there. But before I go through that, let me finish my thought. So, the Nomai are very technologically advanced, and they eventually started to rebuild their technology because they lost a bunch, obviously, when their ship crashed. So they redeveloped, according to their own logs, warp technology. And until now, I think, pretty convinced that they were responsible for the black and white hole to exist here in the first place. And that might still be true, but it almost seems like they just discovered the black hole inside of Brittle Hollow on accident? I don't know if that's even really relevant, but I would be quite interested to know how that can even be. So there was a black hole maybe on the inside of Brittle Hollow for some reason that we don't really know about. Brittle Hollow started to break apart, right? Further and further break apart. Although again, definitely brings up the question of, well, clearly it was already broken apart quite a bit on the inside, yet now is the time when it breaks apart fully. Once again, it seems a bit wonky in terms of the timeline. If the Nomai were here, you know, potentially thousands of years ago, even if those years are counted by, like, honestly, even if it was just 10 years, let's assume it was just 10 years for whatever weird reason, even then, it seems somewhat unlikely to me that Brittle Hollow just now is started to being swallowed up by the black hole. And how does that correspond to the white hole? Because shouldn't there be a bunch of other stuff floating around the white hole that was like the rest of the inside of Brittle Hollow, pretty much? It seems like there's almost some form of gap there where, you know, the black hole kind of stopped swallowing up Brittle Hollow, and all the other stuff that emerged on the other side of the white hole already disappeared, and then for some reason the black hole, you know, a couple of years, even centuries later, then restarted its process of swallowing up Brittle Hollow. The reason why I find that really weird is because even if the white hole itself wouldn't be influenced by any of the gravity that's going on within the system, well, that then also brings up the question of why it's even staying in the solar system. If it isn't influenced by gravity at all, then shouldn't it just kind of float away into space? Because the solar system where we're in, that should still have some sort of trajectory, right? Because we're inside of some sort of galaxy, and the galaxy itself would be rotating, meaning that the solar system we're in would kind of rotate around the center of the galaxy, which would mean that any object that is not influenced or not as strongly influenced by gravity by the solar system itself would kind of just drift away on that path, right? So if the white hole wasn't influenced by that at all, wouldn't it just float away into space? That probably also would happen quite quickly. So somehow it has to be bound to the system? I don't know. That might be something that is not actually relevant for the game itself, though. It might be something that they just kind of gloss over to have the idea and the effect of the white hole be present. But that's why I thought that the Nomai were the ones that are responsible for the white and black hole to be here in the first place, right? That they somehow Well, they wanted to redevelop their warp technology, and so they said, well, let's create a black hole and a white hole and connect them to one another. And they had that technology, and that's why they exist. Because then it could be that they specifically placed the white hole in a location where they knew that it would have initial inertia and everything that kept it in line with the solar system. And maybe they're even using the white hole station for that. And then the following question that kind of comes out of all of that is the interloper and its trajectory. And would that be influenced? Because I'm thinking about, is that the reason why it eventually crashes into the sun? Because it's influenced by the parts that are emerging out of the white hole from Brittle Hollow, and so there is some sort of slingshot effect going on there, where the interloper gets pulled in by the stronger gravity around the white hole, not because of the white hole itself, but because of the parts that emerge from it, and those generate gravity, which in turn influences the interloper, which makes it crash into the sun. Or if it's just got something to do, it might also be a combined effect of the sun also exploding. But one interesting part is definitely that the sun is already on its course to exploding, so it changes color from white to red. So I don't think that the interloper crashing into it is the thing that's responsible for the supernova, right? It seems the sun is already pretty much in its later stages of life at the point where that happens. So that might just be some sort of weird small curiosity that it's doing that. It might not necessarily have any bigger implications. Although the interloper definitely still holds a very, very interesting secret that I don't really know much about. So many questions still. Well, at least this part's finished, so that's good. Right, old settlement. The Nomai constructed a temporary settlement that still somehow looks very, very good and sophisticated beneath the crashed escape pod. The Nomai worked together to recall an eye-shaped signal they encountered while aboard the vessel. The signal was somehow older than the universe itself. The Nomai decided to call it the Eye of the Universe, and they abandoned the settlement over growing concerns about its stability, but also built a bunch of other cities and settlements on the same planet. A mural of a Nomai vessel encountering a signal. A mural of Dark Bramble ensnaring the Nomai vessel. Again, why did that happen? I mean, we kind of know, but we also... I feel like there's still more information to be gathered there. A mural of 3 escape pods evacuating the Nomai vessel. I wonder when they painted these. Well, I guess they did receive the signals from the escape pods, right? So they would know where they are, and they probably also had telescopes and such to see where their other escape pod went. Because otherwise I would be quite curious as to how they apparently already knew the shape of the Hourglass Twins. Well, anyways. Right. First big thing out of the way. Want to try it? The thing is, in terms of these 3, so Quantum Moon, Core of Giant's Deep, and Sun Station, the 3 big things that I can do. Well, the 4th one would be the Interloper, but I don't know about the Ghost Matter yet. Right. So out of the other 3 things, the thing that technically should be the easiest for me to get to is the Sun Station, because I'm pretty sure that only requires a warp from Ash Twin, whereas the other 2 things still need some puzzle solving. Right. So let's go to the Sun Station first, and maybe we'll get lucky and find a bit more information about either Ghost Matter or the Quantum Moon. Oh, wait a second. I should have Okay, let's... One quick landing maneuver. Why do I always forget to mark the things I actually want to fly to? Ashton Towers. View entry. Oh, this refers to all the towers, because... And that's why you cannot mark them? Okay, this is just about the warp itself. It doesn't really tell us much about the reason or the origin point of both the black and the white hole. Seriously though, what's the easiest way to mark these things? Ashton Tower designs. That's not actually on Ashtwin though. That's on Ember Twin, together with the High Energy Lab. I guess I... You know what? Let's just remove this HUD marker and just go to it directly. Mr. Beansmacker, that's a funny name. It's a lot of fun being a space detective, I can tell you that. Especially since I've already discovered what feels like a lot, and yet still quite unsure about a bunch of really seemingly super important details. But, you know, talking about space detectives, I think that's pretty much the beauty of this game, right? Is the incredible combination of puzzle solving, space, physics, combined with, you know, interesting backstories, even characters. I don't know, it's a beautiful mashup of so many really, really cool and interesting ideas. It is very, very beautiful, yeah. Quite literally even, right? Even though it's definitely using, I want to say, a bit more of a simplistic graphical style. That almost sounds negative when I say it like that, but it's not really meant that way, because it's doing so in a very, very intelligent and beautiful way. Maybe I should have probably waited at a campfire for a couple minutes, because this is now going to take a little bit. Although then again, I do need to know how long it takes for the first tower to emerge, because that shouldn't take too long. Well, I want to go to the sun station now. I haven't been there yet, but I found, or I think I found, the teleporter that leads to it. Last time I went there, I died though, because, well, there's a bunch of cactuses that puncture your suit. It should be the... I think it's the first tower that's emerging. It's not... I don't think this is one of the towers, right? Let me actually double check. If we do this, its rotational axis is there, sort of. Need to be careful not to be swept up by the sand. There we go. I think that's the first emerging tower. So... No, wait a second. There's another one. Oh, hello. Mr. Interlope is coming by. If I remember correctly, this should be the Sun Station Tower. I guess I could just land here. Although, well, if I land directly on it, it's gonna push my ship into space again. How much time has it been since the loop started. I want to say it must take at least 5 minutes for this thing to be accessible. Sun Station is your favorite place? Well, so far, what I have in terms of information is that there isn't really a landing pad or anything on it, which, looking at it from a distance, it did seem like there wasn't really much in terms of, you know, accessibility, let's put it like that. Definitely looked like it wouldn't really be an easy place to get to if you're not employing the teleporters. Although, if you are just landing on it without going through the means here, I guess you had a bunch more time to explore it, right? But this is definitely the way the game pointed me to. Oop, that wasn't great. Also, I actually didn't think about the possibility of utilizing the sand to get through here. Oh, seriously. Huh. Well, that makes things a lot easier then. Wait, why are you here? Because this is one of the message boards that tells you about your previous warp. But why would that be at a black hole warp place? Huh. Well, alright. I guess I need to wait for the sun station to come around. Oh, you gotta time it right and abandon ship? Well, that explains it. Aren't we aligned? Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, that looks like it's aligned to me, but... there we go. God, I also love... So that accidental discovery, that going to the tower quite early within the loop and being able to actually utilize the sand in a way that allows you to pretty much just skip the cactuses, that's pretty cool. Because when you go there later during the loop and you just see the cactuses, and it looks quite difficult to get through because you can only utilize your jetpack in very short bursts, right? So it's a very beautiful accidental discovery. Wait, what the? 281,042 years ago. 42, nice. No user commands received for 10 minutes. All systems entering sleep. What? 6 minutes, 43 seconds ago, so that's when the loop started. Increased solar activity detected. Sun station hull integrity approaching critical levels. Closing emergency doors. Wait, closing emergency doors? So even if you landed on this thing, you wouldn't really be able to get in here? Yeah, that's when I first went there. Let's pause real quick. I don't want to lose time on exploring this thing. But when I first got there, it was really, really difficult to get through because, well, yeah, all the cactuses are there, and I think you can do it, definitely, but you need to kind of awkwardly fly through it and then land on the broken up pieces of the walls, I think. At least that's what I tried, but I failed and fell down, and you pretty much just die when you land on one of the cactuses. But it's such a... I mean, that's what the game does, and quite frequently at that as well, is that it has these... The level, when you get there without the sand, I don't think... I mean, maybe you could make that connection, but it very much looks like it's just impossible to get through. And the fact that when the sand is still higher, you can literally just walk through it, and it just works, and it doesn't even look like that would be possible when you first take a look at it. Brilliant. Oh, it's an achievement to land on the sun station? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't really be able to do much here if unless somehow one of the emergency doors isn't closed, or, well, it could also be that you can just manually open them, right? I didn't really think about that. Just because they're closed doesn't mean that they're entirely inaccessible. I'm quite taken aback by this, though. So almost 300,000 years ago is when all of this stopped doing anything? So is that when well, it has to be, right? So the sun station was definitely during the later stages of their project, because that's when they realized that they had to have a lot more energy in order to develop the advanced warp core that they needed to have to create a potential 22-minute time interval with their warp, which I still haven't found any new information about that, but we might be about to find out more about that and about why they did it. That's a lot further back than I thought, though, unless it calculates that by... It might be based on some sort of weird information, right? Because a year in their sense could just be... It could be based on their year, wherever the Nomai originally came from. It could be based on, I don't know, the orbit of Brittle Hollow. Because then it wouldn't really be that much in human years, right? Because the planets orbit quite fast. The lore of this game really is amazing. I cannot believe how the pacing of it is also really brilliantly done, because it constantly gives you new stuff. You would think that at some point it stops with the big reveals, but, you know, I already know so much, and you get here and you just, wait, what? 300,000 years ago? What the hell is going on? I find it quite funny that it also just tells you, hey, by the way, I haven't received a signal for 10 minutes, almost as if it's, you know, a screensaver going on your computer or something. And then it just stayed in that mode for 280,000 years, apparently, until it detected some weird thing going on with the sun. But still, so that's only a couple minutes ago. Clearly, whatever makes the stars go supernova is not entirely natural. Or at least, it's very, very sped up compared to what it would usually be like. And it seems like my assumption from last week is also correct, at least to a degree, that something happened, the time loop started for us, so the mask and everything activated, and it seems like all of their other systems activated too, so they got out of their sleep mode, and everything starts up, right? The gravity cannon shoots out the probe, everything starts. Which in an awkward way now makes me think that maybe we're even responsible for the supernova. Although that still wouldn't really explain why so many other stars that are quite far away from here also go supernova. Although they would have had to do that some time ago, because we can now see it, right? And light takes a bit to travel here. Oh, the DLC is even more amazing? That sounds hard to believe, honestly. That would be even better, but very much looking forward to it. I have the DLC. I'm definitely going to be playing it. Well, anyways, let's maybe get all of the other information first. Opens emergency door. Okay, well that kind of explains it then. So I guess we have to kind of break their emergency systems and whatnot. Ooh, holy shit. Okay, we're really, really close to the sun. Should have kind of been aware of that, but it still caught me off guard there for a second. Wait, can you please... Oh, there we go. Right. So this thing also broke apart, it looks like. Wow. Holy shit, that's so crazy. This being so close to the sun is also by far the fastest rotation any of the objects have around the sun. Looks pretty crazy, right? Imagine if we could see our rotation around the sun as quickly as this. I mean, we can kind of see it, but yeah. But, so that's purely the teleporter, I guess. In order to get here, and this is the actual station then. Huh. That looks kind of dangerous. Mission. Science compels us to explode the sun. What? Wait, what? That doesn't sound like a good idea. What the? Can't we change this? I don't enjoy working in view of such a morbid mission statement. But it's accurate. We're going to create a supernova for the purpose of scientific progress. That's our mission. Our mission is to decide if such an irresponsible feat is even possible. Here's a better one. Mission: determine if it's possible to prompt the sun to explode. You lack a sense of humor. At least I don't lack a sense of ethics. I'm not so sure about that. Kindly refrain from going supernova on me before the sun does, idea. I do love their way of writing. What the? Well, that changes things, certainly. What? Why? Huh? So these are all their spacesuits? Okay, let me get this straight. So they purposefully exploded the sun. That's not like a natural phenomenon. They wanted to do that? Why would you... What? So... Hey, another one of the statues. I guess... I wonder if this is some sort of emergency measure for them. Like in case something goes wrong, they can just go to the statue and activate their memory system. So... what? Did they... That feels so... Okay, the reason why I'm so surprised is because it seems so... disconnected from everything else. Because why would they feel like there was scientific discovery behind exploding the sun when what they were originally trying to do is find some sort of explanation or idea about the eye of the universe? Well, there's a bunch of these statues here. Okay. So somehow they must think that by making the sun go supernova, that might yield some information about the eye of the universe. Star has reached end of natural life cycle. Now approaching red giant stage. Warning: evacuate sun station. Approximate time until sun station is destroyed by expanding star 1 minute 9 seconds. Approximate time until star's death 12 minutes 39 seconds. Wait, what the hell? That's a bit faster than I thought. Well, I guess I could just come back here, right? Another projection plate. So that's the teleport symbol for the sun station, or the symbol for the sun station itself. The eye of the universe. Why the heck would that be on a scale? Holy shit, this looks so crazy. What the hell? Hi, Crimson, welcome back. The data value is incalculable. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, this is kind of an issue. We could definitely agree on that. I mean, there's no doubt that making a sun explode, like purposefully explode, and you know, looking at the data from it, definitely will yield a lot of scientific information. But it just seems so, I don't know, it seems so disconnected from everything else they seemingly wanted to do. What happened? Did the sun station not fire? It fired, Yarrow, but it failed. The sun barely responded. There were infinitesimally small surface level changes, but they were barely visible even to the third eye. Okay? Sun station is useless. It will never and could never cause the sun to explode. I don't know what comes next, my friends. I suppose we must start over, but I'm unsure how to start over. Return to Ashtwin first, my friends. Perhaps a change of task would help. Spire noticed a comet approaching the star system that we'd like to investigate. Alright. So the interloper came later. Pi. I heard for you, my friends. We all know how hard you've both worked. I can only offer my compassion. How are you? How's Idea? We're well. Oh, is the sun? I think it's already swallowing up the station. We're well, Yarrow, or as well as can be expected given the circumstances, though disappointed. I may have disagreed with exploding the sun, but I never wished the device would fail. I hoped our terrible work was finished. What happened at the sun station? Oh wait, that's the original message. Right, okay. And we're too close, and so we die. Did no one load the backup sun? Well, there's a bunch of other stars, but a bunch of them also seem to exploding for some reason. Holy shit, okay. Well, that was a whole lot of seemingly really, really important information that we got there. And also, a bunch of information that really, really jumbles up everything that I seem to know about what was going on. Because that seemingly gives a bunch of really, really different context to everything. The eject seat? Actually, no. I honestly kind of forgot about it, I think. Yeah. Pretty sure that it gives you a little bit of an explanation of the ship systems at the start, right? But true, there's an eject seat in the ship, right? I never used that. Well, there was never really any reason to, I guess. Maybe that makes it easier to land on the sun station then. It's just fun. I can imagine. I mean, it's already quite fun to, you know, whenever something happens, like floating into the black hole or something, utilizing all of your different propulsion systems and so on. Sounds like a really fun time. Maybe at the end of all of this, I can just, you know, take the eject seat for a ride. Just see what it does and how it works. Okay, for a few things. Well, to be fair, I'm quite, I guess, cautious in terms of a couple of approaches that I'm doing. Like whenever I'm approaching a planet and so on. So I'd imagine that maybe you could also use the eject seat to just get to places more quickly or something like that. The sun station was designed to make the sun go supernova. Oops. Wait. This way. The Nomai fired the sun station, but it had no effect on the sun. They concluded that the sun station could never cause the sun to go supernova. After the failure of the sun station, the Nomai took a break to investigate a newly arrived comet. According to a Nomai computer, our sun has reached the end of its natural life cycle. What is going on here? Alright, this seems completely different to anything I've come across so far. Because the information that I had mostly came from the high energy lab on Ember Twin, right? And what I found there was mainly concerning the weird sort of time loop thing that they wanted to create. Well, they never specifically mentioned a loop, although I'm pretty sure that they must have been aware of that implication or of the possibility of it happening. And, well, they mostly talked about, well, would a 22-minute loop be possible? Or a 22-minute, not loop, but time difference through warp, right? That's what they talked about there. And then they talked about utilizing the sun station for it. One thing that I'm not entirely sure about anymore now is they could increase the number. Wanted to know new technology to produce the necessary energy, as well as an advanced warp core. Ash Twin was proposed as a location for the project. What would happen if you stood next to a supernova? Oh, I did not realize somebody kind of asked that question. I mean, it makes sense that somebody would, but you just stop being biology and start being physics. It's kind of a weird... interpretation, right? Because you're never really only biology. You're always also physics, if you will. Like, it's kind of... there's kind of a big overlap there, I guess. It's more of a philosophical question, obviously, but a very interesting one nonetheless. I mean, it doesn't really show that I have more information together, but I definitely want to go back there at least once because I want to see what the projection plate was for. Wait, technically that should only show the weird memory statue room, right? Because I'm pretty sure the plate that I picked up was an Ash Twin 1. So that's who they were communicating with. But either way, I definitely want to go back there at least once. I didn't realize that it would explode so quickly. I guess it's not really exploding so much as just getting very inhospitable because it's so close to the sun that we're just burning to death if we're there. But the sun station technically is still around, even in the later stages of the loop. Like, it doesn't get destroyed immediately. It's just that we die if we're there when it gets too close to the sun. Huh. Okay, the thing that's really tripping me up here is that it feels like, and that's what it always feels like in this game, everything is definitely connected. The problem is that I failed to see how. So they somehow got the idea that 22 minutes was the time difference they needed. No idea why, and nothing so far yielded any information as to why 22 minutes specifically. At the same time, the reason why I thought the sun station existed in the first place is because they built it because they realized they needed more energy, built the sun station to harbor that energy in order to be able to create that 22-minute time difference and an advanced warp core that was gonna be able to do that. Problem is, I have absolutely no idea what that would have to do with their original mission of finding this eye of the universe. Clearly, whatever supernova thing they were trying to pull off has something to do with said eye. So I guess, they wanted... It looks to me as if their first project was that they wanted to make the sun go supernova. They tried that but failed. But the memory statues already exist there. So at the... No, the Ash Twin project would have had to be completed before that, though. Because it feels like their whole time loop thing, right? The time dilation thing. And the Ash Twin project and the memories being kept and stored and being kept safe there, right? All of that seems to be a safety measure for whenever the sun does explode. So making it explode should technically be the last thing they did. Although it felt like, I don't know, there's still some weird timeline thing that I don't understand. But yeah, it looks to me as if, well, they built a bunch of safety measures so that they could blow up the sun, I guess, safely, right? And their idea probably was that they would just get all the scientific data out of whatever a supernova explosion would do, and then could just return to the prior state by warping back 22 minutes. Again, no idea why 22 minutes. Maybe that's the time they calculated that was going to be needed for making the sun explode safely. I don't know. Maybe attempt landing? I think I want to go to the other things first. Because landing sounds more a fun thing, rather than anything that really needs to be done. So I might try that later. When it comes to detonating, and well, you know, I mean, that's pretty much one of the biggest explosions you can attempt, so you better have all the safety measures you can think of. Okay, so I really don't have that much information on this for some reason. Let's try and go back to the sun station one more time, just to make absolutely sure that there are no messages or something that I overlooked, and also to take a look at the projection plate. I'm pretty sure that it just projects to Ash Twin into the memory room, but I just want to make sure. Whoa. So, it seems like we can make a bunch of assumptions here, but nothing's really been confirmed by any of the Nomai writing that I found so far. So it looks like... they built a bunch of safety measures. They wanted to make the sun explode. I can only think of the reason for making the sun explode is that maybe they somehow concluded that whatever weird signal they received that was connected to the eye of the universe kind of might have been... Ooh, that was a bit... That was definitely too fast. Well... Let's just repair real quick. I need to wait for the sand to disappear anyways. But it is interesting. So if you were to come up with a way of very, very quickly traveling to the sun station, that can definitely be helpful. Because what did it say? It explodes at around 11 minutes, I think, into the loop. So about halfway through. But I need to wait what felt like about 5 minutes to even... for the teleporter to even be accessible, so... Well, if you count hydrogen and a bunch of heavy elements and stuff as candy, then I guess it does. Huh. Yeah, I can only assume, but I don't really know. We haven't really found any information regarding that, which I find so interesting. I guess it might be on the interloper, maybe? But I wonder, wouldn't they have written down way more about this? I don't know. It feels like there still has to be some sort of giant science laboratory or something that I haven't found that would yield more information about why they did all this. The thing's just... Okay. Nope, not that. Let's just wait here real quick. Let's wait here real quick for the sand to go down enough. Oh, there we go. For a second there, I was trying to find the tower again. Oh, maybe I shouldn't get too close to it, though, so that the sand doesn't throw me off. But, huh. Why would they depict the signal from the Eye of the Universe? I love how the interloper just sort of casually flies by. Why would they depict the Eye of the Universe and their symbol for the sun station / the sun itself on a scale? Because my initial assumption there would be that they might have thought, because supernova, right, sun's exploding, a lot of that stuff certainly is intrinsically linked to, you know, black holes, potentially the creation of the universe, if you will. So maybe they somehow got the idea that the weird signal they received might have also been emitted by a supernova or something to that extent. It's kind of the only explanation that I can come up with, is that they were hoping that maybe the supernova would recreate the signal that they received from the Eye of the Universe, or at least be a somewhat similar signal, so that they would be able to understand their received signal better. That's really the only thing I can think of. Creation of the universe. Wait, how old are you exactly? Yeah, the ship definitely isn't made for surviving supernovas. Funnily enough, it seems like Ash Twin is, though. At least the core of it. Which is both impressive and also, yeah, really, really weird that they were able to do that as well. Huh. It still seems somewhat strange to me. Like the whole thing. Because we definitely skipped over their ideas in that regard, right? Their ideas in terms of what kind of answers would this yield? Why is this seemingly something they felt like they needed to do? Man, I would really like to get access to all of the scrolls that had to have been here at some point. Feels almost as if I overlooked a scroll maybe, but I don't actually think so. Pretty sure there wasn't any other scroll here. Unless I overlooked a potential projection plate that I might have been able to pick up and bring here through the teleport, but... Yeah, that picture is... Why a scale? Because even if my assumption is correct, and let's double check here, life cycle. So I have 3 minutes and 40 seconds until the sun station goes boom, or at least is too hot to survive, in 15 minutes until everything explodes. So this looks like some sort of device where they maybe placed something in it that they could then launch and shoot at the sun, right? Okay. So these were just the messages that we saw. And this is from Ash Twin. Yeah, I definitely remembered that. So in theory, this should just show the memory room again? Yes. Right. Which I also still haven't found the reason for the third mask being activated. Huh. Alright. Oh, for a second there I was confused why my ship is so far away, but obviously that makes sense since the ship is still on Ash Twin. Huh. So the station itself is still pretty much intact as far as I can see. So like all the glass is still here. Ah. Ooh. Don't think that I overlooked anything. I mean, it also didn't show that there was more information to get here, but... See, this is what I find so weird about it. Mission, science compels us to explode the sun. Is it really science? Like, what? How did... Seems like such a giant leap from, oh, we need to find out what this weird signal was that we received from the Eye of the Universe, and then suddenly say, oh, well, we need to blow up the sun, clearly, right? That's what we need to do. Huh. Okay, let's maybe just... Ooh. This is... not that easy to navigate. It's actually quite impressive to me that we're even able to survive this close to the sun. So, you know, even though our spaceship does seem to be made out of partially lumber, it very much looks like our equipment is quite capable. Especially the suit. I just want to look at this thing from the outside. I don't really think there's going to be that much more to see here. Am I being pulled in by the sun's gravity? It might be. Yeah, this... probably was a pretty bad idea. Okay. Well, at least it was my first time dying while flying directly into the sun, so that's a new one. Is that really a quote from The Simpsons? Seems like a very niche and unusual thing to say, honestly. Alright, so, well, at least so far it seems like that's all the information we can get from the sun station itself, which is cool. Right. But yeah, it seems like such a big leap has been made there. Like we're missing a giant piece of their sort of in-between things that they did, right? From, oh, we need to find the Eye of the Universe to, we need to explode the sun. Seems like a very, very big piece of information is missing from in between those things. Okay. Right. The one question mark in all of this seems to be the interloper then. So they weren't able to explode the sun. With everything that I concluded, even though it still seems like I'm really not sure if I got my timeline right there, but it seems to me as if they completed the Ash Twin project, right? They built all of their safety measures. Then they wanted to explode the sun. They failed. But somehow all of their safety measures survived. So that kind of leaves us with two possibilities. Either something else came in and like something happened and that's why the sun is now exploding, or the sun really just did reach the natural end of its life cycle. I'm leaning more towards the first possibility. Something else happened that somehow triggered whatever the Nomai originally meant to do. But I'm really not sure on that. Either way, since their original plan was to blow up the sun, they pretty much seem to have been... Well, they all of their safety measures, right, were built to make sure that the time loop started, the memories were saved, all of that, whenever the moment came where they knew that the sun would explode. So that kind of explains why all of their systems suddenly activated. It doesn't explain why the sun is now going supernova. Again, might just be that it did reach the end of its life cycle. Might be that there's something else to it. The interloper, though, interestingly enough, seems like whatever they did there was after all of that happened, right? So this seems like it's the last stage in their journey. Which obviously now kind of makes it the most interesting object for me. Although I still don't know how to go through all of that ghost matter we found there. And that's probably why I need to go to the core. I feel like maybe the quantum moon might give us some information about that. The quantum moon, well, I need to go there now, it seems like. It's definitely a very, very important piece of the puzzle. So the interloper arrived. They thought that they could maybe do... or get more information as to how they could explode the sun with whatever they could get from it. Which again... is very interesting considering that the interloper eventually flies into the sun. That can't be a coincidence. It has to somehow be connected to whatever it is, or whatever it has inside. They killed it in self-defense. It would be funny, but I don't think that's what's happening here. Only one question mark. Well, there really aren't that many question marks left, right? This is kind of the central question we need to answer. This is whatever's going on with the asteroid. There are a bunch of question marks for the quantum moon still, and for Giant's Deep. I feel like the quantum moon is the more important one, which makes me want to go to the less important one first. But I don't really know how to do either of these two. Well, three things. Right, let me get this straight. If I want to go to the quantum moon, we have the shuttle that's located... well, I can call it back from the quantum moon with the gravity cannon, or with the controls of the gravity cannon that are on... Wait, where was this exactly? This thing's on Brittle Hollow, right? Do I remember that right? Because there's so many... The gravity cannon on Ember Twin is the one that's connected to the shuttle that landed on the interloper. There's no... well, there is a gravity cannon... Right, the one that's on Giant's Deep was utilized to build the probe launcher in orbit around Giant's Deep. Okay. Quantum Shrine, 6 location, quantum signal. Why is this different, by the way? Strange rock shard that wanders when no one is watching. The Nomai determined the shard is the reason objects in this grove behave in a quantum manner. The Nomai hypothesized that this shard is actually a piece of the quantum moon. It emits the same signal as the quantum moon. Right. Okay. Quantum moon locator. This thing is on in between, though. So I was wondering last time if it would be easier for me. Technically, I should be able to just point my scout drone at the quantum moon. I think I'm going to try that first. If that doesn't work, I think I'm going to try and utilize the quantum moon locator and take a picture of that and somehow keep the quantum moon in place that way. So I need the quantum moon to be next to Brittle Hollow's gravity cannon. I need to pull back the shuttle, keep the quantum moon there by taking a picture of it, and then fly into it, I think. Really still not sure how the hell that's going to get me to the quantum moon itself, because at that point I would be... Wait, is this the right one? Yes, it is. I still fail to see how utilizing the Nomai shuttle, even though it clearly was capable of traveling to the quantum moon, because that's where we are recalling it from, I still fail to see how that would be different than just flying into the quantum moon with my own ship. Maybe it's more about the whole taking a picture of it thing, though. So maybe if I take a picture of it, I might also be able to go there with my own ship. I might not have to use the shuttle. Oh, that was an asteroid. Or that was a piece of the moon that just fell down next to me. Right. What the hell am I next to? Okay. As far as I recall... Oh, oops. Ouch. It's a little bit darker here than I thought it would be. What is happening? Well, that certainly wasn't what I wanted to do. I did not remember that place being so broken up already. Where are you getting all those quotes from? It sounds really sophisticated, though. Sounds like something the Nomai would have said at some point. Wait, am I at the... Oh, there we go. Boop. Start this thing up. Well, this certainly is taking a little bit longer than I wanted it to. Oh. Although I still need to figure out when the quantum moon would actually be where I need it to be. Where the hell is my ship? Alright, that shouldn't be too difficult to get to. Thankfully, this planet isn't too difficult to walk around on. Don't really see the quantum moon anywhere right now. This is definitely why I, well, kind of waited to do this, because I wasn't quite sure how to even do it in the first place. Right? Because, well, I would sort of have to wait for the quantum moon to get here. and then try to keep it here by taking a picture of it. It just feels like this is quite a bit more... Okay, it's at Timber Hearth currently. And now it's gone again. No, wait, it's still... No, that's the Atla Rock, I think. The other one, right? Ah, what the hell. I'm pretty sure that it comes by here eventually. I just have no idea when that's going to happen. From the original black and white Wolfman movies. I don't even know those, to be honest. Well, I might. I mean, that's... Don't really know that much about older movies. More sort of surface knowledge. Okay, that's that's not the right moon. Yeah, this is pretty difficult to do, considering that I don't really know when this thing is gonna arrive here. You see, where the hell is the control mechanism for this thing? Oh, there they are. I wish this thing would tell me where the hell the quantum moon is. It's a bit unfortunate that the cannon that is supposed to get you to the quantum moon isn't really telling you where the hell it is currently. I can see it there. So now it's close to the Hourglass Twins. I guess I shouldn't look at it, right? Yeah, there we go. That's Giant's Deep. Alright, let's recall the shuttle first, so that it's already here whenever I need it. That's the wrong moon again. Because waiting here all this time, it somehow seems to me as if it would be quite a bit easier to just try and take a picture of the observatory thing on Ember Twin, rather than just waiting for the moon to get here. Can I even... Oh, right. Whenever I see it, I do need to point my camera at it. But I really don't understand how it would be possible to land on it. Unless I'm completely... Well, not completely, but the one thing that I was thinking about or speculating about is that if you try to, like, just fly into it, which I did try a couple of times already, maybe the issue there is that you're sort of, like, ever so slightly flying below its surface. But at that point, maybe because something is obstructing your vision, it kind of teleports away immediately. Because you're not really able to observe it when you're, like, too close to it or something. It has to be something like that, because otherwise, why wouldn't you be able to land on it? Although, if this works the way I think it does, in theory, I should also be capable to just take a picture of it wherever it is and fly into it with my own ship, rather than utilizing the shuttle. It's honestly pretty funny to think about that as sort of reviving the old school classics, if you will, right? Because The Mummy was a movie that I watched as a kid and I actually quite enjoyed. I think at least the first one was somewhat good in terms of, you know, light entertainment, I guess. Certainly not as a recreation of any sort of original, yeah. I do think they're also quite difficult concepts to even recreate, right? Because the time at which they were originally created and, well, everything that has to do with it, right? I don't know, I feel like a lot of it was also a product of its time, considering sort of very, very old school filming techniques and ideas, right? I would say that... Well, that's why I'm usually not the biggest fan of remakes or reinterpretations of older things. They can be really, really well done, but it's very rare and like requires a lot of thought and ideas. Because it still needs to kind of be contemporary, right? It needs to somehow integrate new and modern things into an old classic in a way that both respects the old thing while also still offering something new, right? And not just being a recreation of it. Sadly, for the most part, obviously, when it comes to movies, it seems like the money they can make off of them is more of a concern than actually telling a good story most of the time, so... Although I find it weird that the two somehow also seem to be kind of mutually exclusive. Because you'd assume that a very good story also brings in a lot of paying customers, but that's not always the case. Yeah, I really should be a bit more careful, but... Anyways, I think I'm also doing this wrong in the first place. Yeah, I think... I'm going to try this a little bit differently. Might actually be worth it to just reset the loop at this point. Oh yeah, this thing's still rotating. I was gonna say, it was the same loop where I activated its rotation. Alright, so... this doesn't really seem like the right approach. I think I want to go to the observatory first, take a picture of that, and see if I can somehow manipulate where the hell the moon is. Because it very much works. I don't know why I was even assuming that the quantum moon has a specific pattern to how it moves. Because that is one thing that I, for some reason, wanted to try first. Or rather... well, that was one thing that I wanted to try whenever I discovered the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, and the fact that they have a thing there that tells you where the quantum moon is, right? So somehow... ooh boy, that was a bit fast. Oh, don't tell me that. Of course I'm landing on the one thing that also falls into the black hole. How much longer is this loop gonna go? I could go back to the main menu, but that feels kind of cheap. The more brilliant the original, the thinner the eye of the needle, yeah. I guess at that point you could even argue that, like, what's the point of a remake if the original is already pretty much perfect, right? At that point, I wouldn't even really go for a remake so much as maybe a continuation, or just well, something that maybe just explores that particular, I don't know, universe or story a bit more, rather than actually remaking the original. So I've never actually seen Top Gun or Top Gun Maverick, but people seem to like the second one, at least that's from what I've heard, so clearly they must have done something right, even though the original was quite some time ago, right? But that seems to be at least a little bit of an example as to what you might be able to do. I'm struggling to think of something that would actually be more connected to a classical movie that's way older than that. I don't know. Even thinking about a TV series, right? So Star Trek: The Next Generation, for example, is a very much beloved TV series that seemed to have taken the general idea of the original series and not only expanded on it, but even did so in a very, very well thought out manner, right? So, yeah, I personally would enjoy that even more, I think, rather than, yeah, coming up with some weird reinterpretation or strange remake idea. I think it would be better to just, especially if it's on pretty much already all-around perfect classic, just take that as a sort of establishing idea for the world or universe or whatever that it's based on, and just expand on it, right? Add something to it rather than reinterpret it. Thought I was already messing around quite a bit in this loop, but seems like it's still going on. Oh boy. I completely overestimate my ability to traverse this planet, honestly. Probably gonna smack into some rocks again. It doesn't look like. Now I'm just on a journey around the black hole. Oh, I should have. I should have tried to fly into that gravity thingy, into the elevator. It's actually quite fun, not gonna lie. Well. Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, is there a, yeah, the interloper is still there even. Yeah, so there's probably a couple more minutes in this loop. Oh, right, the thing is rotating. I was gonna say, wait, isn't it usually just opened, like, its opening is just towards wherever you exit from the white hole, but... I wish there was more that I could really speculate about in terms of how to get to the quantum moon, but honestly a little bit at a loss as to what to do with it if my current plan with taking a picture of the observatory doesn't work. Although, I think I didn't even really expand on my previous thought that much. Because for some reason, I definitely thought that the quantum moon was on some sort of predetermined or predictable trajectory, which clearly it's not. And I don't really know how I even came up with that idea. I guess I got it because of the Tower of Quantum Knowledge here in Brittle Hollow and the way the stone thing with the quantum moon on it was rotating. It seemed to me as if that was an indication as to how it moved. And it is, but it's not actually telling you how it moves so much as where it currently is, which I'm pretty sure the gnome might even explain in said tower, but I guess I must have extrapolated from that a little bit too much and thought that, well, okay, so this is not only telling me where it is, but it's also telling me how it moves. But as the game actually tells you on multiple occasions, is that the quantum moon pretty much, well, it's the same kind of quantum object as all the other ones that we've seen so far, which means that it only ever moves when it's not observed, right? So its movement very much is based on where I'm looking, kind of. So if I look towards a planet and I see the quantum moon, even though it's far off in the distance, it's not going to move until I move again and, you know, shift my viewpoint away from that particular planet. Though that also means that in theory, well, considering that it is a giant object floating around the planets, it's a lot more difficult to push it towards where it needs to be, right? Because that's kind of what they're teaching you on that, or in that tower on Giant's Deep. But also in general with the quantum objects is that they're kind of teaching you, well, you can pretty much force them to move wherever you need them to be by kind of approaching them backwards, right? So not like walking towards them while not actually looking at them, which will prompt them to move somewhere else. And by at the same time looking at the location you don't want them to be, that pretty much forces them to move to a place you're not observing at that given moment. But that's quite a bit more difficult to do when viewing the entirety of the solar system and the planets are all rotating the sun, so there is a kind of natural barrier there in what you can see at any given point. And in terms of keeping a safe distance from the black hole, yeah, I still find it funny that whenever you arrive at the white hole station, the gnome might kind of talk about, hey, you know, no big deal if you fell into it. It's happened to us before. But yeah, I should have been a bit more careful flying across that planet. It's just so easy to traverse whenever you still have the ability to land back on the surface and just take off again. But if you constantly have to utilize your jetpack while not actually standing on, you know, solid ground, it makes things a lot more difficult. Right. Okay, so instead of marking the gravity cannon, let's first go to the observatory. I guess I probably should have just done that right away, because I still think well, it just feels like that's a lot closer to what they're teaching you about those quantum objects. and taking pictures of them and so on. I guess my thinking was slightly off due to me wanting to, not only wanting, but actually trying to observe the quantum moons through the whole tower thing. Because at that point I somehow got it in my mind that that I need to constantly like take multiple pictures again and again to even be able to really do anything with that particular locator. But by doing that, I inadvertently constantly switched the quantum moon's location around, I think. Right. Let's actually double check the messages here, although I'm pretty sure I already read those. It sometimes has a moon. Right, so let's see. Currently it's around Dark Bramble. Now, if my theory is correct, it should never move while I'm looking. Well, okay. Right, you're sort of keeping both of the things in view at any given time, right? Because not only am I now keeping the moon itself in view, but I'm also keeping this thing in view. Hopefully nothing's ever really flying in front of it. Right, so let's turn around. That makes the moon shift. Cool. So by utilizing this, I should be able to shift it to where I need it to go. Well, where the heck is it even? Oh, it's around this planet. Well, that makes sense. Right. Okay, so it literally just works exactly like all the other quantum thingies. Okay, it's back there. Now it's on Brittle Hollow, right? Oh, nope. So... Right, that means that the observatory is not working exactly as I thought it would, yet at the same time also kind of does work like I thought it would, but in a different way. Because I thought that maybe I could just take a picture of this moving thingy, but instead, the good thing here is that the observatory is placed in a way where it allows you to keep the actual moon in view at all times, pretty much. Come on. Please go where I need you to be. Really? I mean, wouldn't it still... It doesn't want to go to Brittle Hollow. That's me. There we go. Alright, so in theory, it should stay there now. Does that still work when the sun obstructs its view? Because it's still in my picture, right? So it's, I guess it's kind of trying to move, but can't. Alright, so now the issue becomes, can I just keep the picture up at all times? Where the hell is my ship? I should be able to, right? Or does it go away if I enter my ship? Well, now I took a new picture, right? So now it moved again? Yeah. What the hell? Well, now I'm feeling like I'm doing this wrong again. Oh, it's back where I need it to be. Nice. I guess that also works. Wait, is it? Oh. No, never mind. That was the wrong moon. Right. So let's not look at that. I'm looking the right way. So maybe instead of waiting... But now if I get out of the ship, it's gonna remove my HUD again, right? And can it even go where I need it to be? If that's where the picture is? But do I need to do this? Kinda. But since it's behaving like all the other quantum objects, it's also only ever moving when I prompt it to move, right? I feel like I'm still misunderstanding something here. Well, let's land on Brittle Hollow first. That might be easier. At least my scout drone technically is still where I need it to be. So if I move the picture of the scout drone, that should prompt it to move as well. When did I fly so far away from the solar system, by the way? Or from the sun, rather. Huh. Didn't even notice that I was just sort of slowly drifting through space. Because I feel like I'm massively overcomplicating how this needs to be done. Maybe the shuttle is purely there to give you more information about all of this, rather than your actual way into the whole thing. Because maybe the solution really is just take a picture of it whenever it is somewhere, keep it in your field of view, and then fly into it. Because at that point you could do it from Ember Twin, you wouldn't have to go back to Brittle Hollow and to the gravity cannon, right? That was very close to the surface. Alright, let's try and land here somewhere. There we go. Okay, scout drone still in place. So let's figure this out. Right. Why isn't it moving? Shouldn't it move if I... Is it because I'm keeping the entire thing in view? Is it not moving at all when you place your scout drone very close to it? It almost seems like that's the case. Okay, where the heck is it even? I can't see which planet that is. So it's not on Brittle Hollow, it's not on Timber Half, not on Giant Steep. I think it might be at... Okay, so what if I do this, though? Is it still in the same place? I think it's a Dark Bramble currently. Yeah, somehow I definitely think that I'm massively overcomplicating what is happening here. Also, I need to do very quickly. Notice that my camera is getting low again. There we go. Ship's back. Quantum Moon still hasn't moved. Why shouldn't it move whenever I'm not observing the picture, though? It just doesn't seem to move anymore. Because I placed the scout drone and then pretty much, well, it must have moved because I moved close to the observatory, right? That's kind of why it happened. So I would have to, let me see. Can I look at... There it is. What is that? Oh, that's just a thing. That was just some weird physics particle. Isn't it at Dark Bramble? Well, that's Feldspar. I don't even see it anymore. That is so weird. I don't know. Something about this feels as if I'm... Are you kidding me? The 1 second I decide to go back to my ship, the thing falls into the black hole? Seriously? Okay. Sure. Wait. Did it happen again? I fell through the black hole and immediately got transported into the Nomai ship. Yeah, that seems to be some sort of weird oddity with the game whenever you fly into the black hole. Okay, the problem is that I can't navigate this, though. I can only fly forwards, essentially. Yeah, I really don't understand why the Quantum Moon isn't moving anymore. That seems odd to me, because I'm not observing it, I'm pretty sure. I know that I'm also not really pushing it anywhere else, because I'm not approaching its location, right? So it doesn't, technically, I guess, doesn't really have any reason to move, and that's why it doesn't. I just thought that by moving my camera around, I could prompt it to move as well, right? Clearly that's not happening, though. But now I'm really thinking that my whole idea with being forced to utilize the gravity cannon for this whole ordeal might not be the right idea. Is there any point in me going back to the whole... Do I have enough fuel to get to the interloper? Shouldn't it technically fly past this whole thing? Yeah. Maybe that way I would be able to utilize the current loop a little bit more. Because technically now the Interloper is on its, I guess you could call it, last flight trajectory. What the hell? Really? Does this need to float so close to this? So if we're able to get to it, I could try to go into it when it approaches the sun again, right? Okay, I guess it's kind of flying towards me. So... Maybe I could get it to give me some more answers. I don't think so. I should have more than enough oxygen, though, for this. There are some weird particles floating past. I don't think I ever really consciously looked at those. It almost looks like snowflakes of some sort. Still in its location. Yeah. I guess if you're not pushing it to move, it just doesn't move. I'm just a bit confused. Oh, wait, there it is. Well, shit. Yeah. Still hasn't moved, though. That honestly does seem very odd to me. Because it flew past me so closely that... I might have really just messed it up by being... Like, at the moment where I was walking away from the observatory, I think that's kind of my mistake. Once you're gone from in-between, I feel like it does stay in its location. Like you want it to. It's just that you really need to be careful to not move it again whenever you're... Oh. Oopsie. Wait, why that... What? What is pushing on me? Didn't really expect this to happen, to be honest. I didn't even realize I was floating away from the very same comet I was standing on. Wait, is something else pulling on me? I mean, I know that the comet itself wouldn't really have that much gravity. But technically it's also... I guess it's... Because it's gaining so much speed falling into the sun that it's difficult to even stay on it. Yeah, something else is... Okay. That was strange. That was almost as if the sun was pulling on me more than on the comet, even though the comet technically should have a much bigger force being... I guess it just... Maybe the comet just has more momentum than I had? But technically... That was very strange. I don't understand how seemingly the sun was pulling more on me than it was on the asteroid. Okay, anyways, let's try and take a slightly different approach to this thing. And let's just try to... Let's try to get the moon to Ember Twin, I guess? Well, the most difficult part is... Oh, never mind, is it? I can launch the scout drone from my ship, right? Okay, that was definitely way too fast. It's because my mind is still occupied by thinking about how the hell I can get onto that thing. Let's try shooting the scout thingy while I'm in the ship. Try to place it on the locator. Take a picture of it. Oh, come on. I just... What am I doing? There we go. Let's try to do this a little more slowly. Make sure I'm aligned correctly. There we go. Okay. Right. Oh. I want to put it kind of in the middle. There we go. Right. Let's just move away for a bit. I mean, I can just... Okay. So currently it's just moving around wildly. Which means that I kind of have to push it to be somewhere. See, I feel like this doesn't really completely coincide with what they told us about in terms of forcing it to be somewhere. Because now it's just kind of rotating, right? Why is it rotating, though? Do I need to push the moon to be somewhere before I take pictures here? Alright, there we go. So now it's at... That's Simba Hearth, right? That's the quantum moon? Let's see if this works. I'm really, really unsure about this. Technically, it's in our picture now, so it shouldn't be able to go anywhere. Right? As long as I keep it in my... Like, observation. Oh. I think that was Timber Hearth pulling on me a little bit. So maybe we don't even need the shuttle to get on it. It shouldn't be able to move. It might still be that we're flying through it, though. Depending on what it's made of. Okay. Like, it still just looks like a ball of gas or something. Finally! Ah. Oh boy. So I did it correctly then. This was kind of driving me nuts, not gonna lie. Because this felt very, very... I don't know, strange in a couple of ways. Although, I definitely had all the right information. I feel like its nature was so weird that I thought, like, I made the process more complicated for myself by thinking that it was, oh, I almost landed on this poor little dude. Yeah, I think I was literally overthinking this quite a bit. Like, quite a bit more than I even thought possible. Oh, yeah, and that's the shuttle that we were able to recall the entire time. Right, because, okay, just to quickly explain, I somehow got it in my mind. I made a couple of critical errors, I guess, or critical assumptions that were just wrong. The first one being that it had a predetermined path throughout the solar system, which I now in retrospect feel like that was a really dumb assumption to make because, well, I had already observed all the other quantum objects, right? The quantum stones that are moving about. So that's all the information you really need. The moon literally works the exact same way. But for some reason, I still thought that it had some sort of other trajectory or other means of traversal, I guess. I don't know. Somehow I got it in my mind that it had like a particular path that it would take instead of, like I said, working the exact same way. And the other error that I made was that I somehow got it in my mind that the Nomai built the gravity cannon thing and their shuttle in a particular way that meant that they were able to reach the quantum moon where I wasn't, right? The reason why I thought that was because I had already flown to the quantum moon and tried to fly into it, but wasn't able to do so. The funny thing here is, and I think that's incredibly clever how they implemented this, and it was definitely my sort of overthinking it, my blindness to the literal thing that was in front of me that I just didn't see. The problem was that, or the very, very clever thing that they did here is that simply the way it works, right? Because like all the other quantum objects, as soon as they get out of view, they disappear, if you're close to them, that is, right? Now, the quantum moon seems to have this weird fog atmosphere layer on it, which means that the moment you try to fly through that layer to land on the moon, it will disappear because at that time, you're not observing it, right? You're in that weird fog. So you're just going to fly through it essentially, and it's just going to disappear on you. And the only way to prevent that is to keep a picture of it, in view. And the funny thing is, you could have done this in any sort of way, right? So as soon as I saw it being close to me, like even at the very start of the game, if I somehow had accidentally just launched my scout drone or something and kept the quantum moon in view, I could have just landed on it without any issue whatsoever. But alas, I didn't really do that. And especially the whole observatory and trying to take a picture of it from the observatory while then flying back to the gravity cannon, that obviously made things way more complicated than they needed to be. But we're finally here, and so now we can explore it. Okay, so the moon itself is obviously emitting the exact same signal as all the other quantum objects. Man, the atmosphere of this place is really something else. And it's another one of these beautiful ideas that the game executes on so well. The fact that well, I guess I should have known that everything here just moves erratically, right? But the idea that they would sort of double use this is incredibly clever. That's really, really cool. Holy shit, this place this game is good with this type of stuff. So what they so cleverly did here is that they're using the fog for two things, right? They're creating an incredibly cool atmosphere on the planet itself, while also utilizing the fog as a means to explain why it's vanishing whenever you try to land on it. That is such a clever thing. And then you're coming in here, right? And this entire tower, I think its purpose is probably going to be that as soon as I close the door, we're technically not observing the position of the moon anymore, which means that it can move, right? So we can utilize standing inside of this tower to move to its last location, which will hopefully yield more answers about what the hell is even going on here. All right, and then this mural itself tells the story of how they were able to get here. So that's the Tower of Quantum Knowledge on Brittle Hollow with the black hole in it. I'm not entirely sure what that's supposed to be. I wonder if that's maybe the elusive Eye of the Universe or whatever is emitting its signal. That almost looks like... or is it just supposed to be a giant quantum shard? That looks weird, honestly. That's, I think, the tower we're currently in, right? I almost want to explore around a bit more, but I mean, I can still do that, right? Let's close the door. Oh. Hello. Well, this makes it easier. Recall the rule of the 6th location. You have recalled the rule of quantum imaging. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement. I don't think we ever learned that, did we? The rule of quantum imaging. That means that, you know, if we observe something, it's not going to move anymore. The quantum entanglement. I mean, the quantum entanglement in our real world, which I assume the game is going to be based, you know, somehow on that, obviously. That particular rule means that we can... that two quantum objects will change their own behavior based on the other one being observed. I find it weird that they tell you to recall that. Maybe I missed the initial information about that somewhere. It might be that that's located on Giant's Deep in the core. But so quantum entanglement in the real world, right? That's basically, it's usually done with the spins of particles, right? So you have two particles that are entangled with each other. You observe the spin of one of them, and that's how you know the spin of the other one, no matter its location, which is a very, honestly, kind of a weird effect, right? And... well, yeah, the one particle will have an upspin and the entangled one will have a downspin, or vice versa. Whenever you measure them, right? And before you measure them, they're in superposition of both of those states. And the interesting part is, you know, the distance doesn't matter, which is kind of, well, I'm not entirely sure how many. I've watched probably hundreds of videos about this topic, right? But it's still quite difficult to understand all the physics of it. What I do know is that, yeah, distance doesn't really matter for this to work, which does kind of, but not really, violate our knowledge about the limits of information. Right, which technically the speed of light as being like a top speed that we know of, what that means is not necessarily light is limited by it, but rather information, right? So all the information that we can exchange across the universe, across its distances, and across, well, anything really, That's limited by the speed of light. That's the maximum speed at which we can send out information, because technically the fastest particle we have would be a photon, because it doesn't have any mass to it, which means that it can travel at maximum speed. And yeah, we can, send and receive information by utilizing that. But we can never send or receive information faster than that, right? Which means that, for example, when we look at a distant galaxy or distant supernova, to stay with the theme of the game, we would only ever see that with the added on time that it took the light or the information about that event to reach us, right? Quantum entanglement somehow seems to break that in theory, or on the surface. I think the physics, it kind of works out to where it still works within our theory, especially when, there are a few theories that are combining, different things like quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity. But on the surface, when you first hear about it, that seems to break, that quantum entanglement seems to break it, because you observe one particle and it tells you information about the other entangled particle no matter its distance, right? So you get a piece of information about that particle even though it's very, very far away. I know there's some way to, because it still needs to get there, right? Which I think that sort of still makes it work within our, knowledge of physics currently. But there's definitely still some things that we don't quite understand. Anyways, that's just, the real world physics. But for the game, I guess it probably means that there's going to be objects that are entangled with each other, which, maybe this weird mirror shot seems to be. And by keeping one object in view, right, we can also control the location of the other entangled object. But I still find it interesting that the game so far hasn't really mentioned that to me. Maybe that's a concept that you only really learn about here. Well, the rule of the sixth location, I heard about that. I just don't really... Oh, right. That was about... So the moon... I do remember. The... We heard about the shrine on the quantum moon. That was talked about in the City on Brittle Hollow, right? Because they were talking about... So this is like a coming of age ritual for the Nomai, or was rather, where Nomai would travel to the quantum moon. And in order to observe the sixth location, I think the shrine, if I recall correctly, had to be at the south pole of the moon. Right. Now, question being, is this the shrine? I would assume so. So it somehow need to make sure that this thing moves to the South Pole. First, I need to figure out how to move it in the first place, though. So this still tells us where we are, right? Do I... Let's recall that. Seemingly it doesn't really want to move, though. So maybe that has something to do with that entanglement rule? It's very interesting that this technically just lights up the stuff. Is it just so that you can see it better? Oh. Right. So whatever that entanglement is about, I'm pretty sure that's going to allow us to move the moon while we're on it. So it's not so much that you can keep the entangled piece in place while you are observing the other entangled piece, but rather that I think it's going to allow you to move the quantum moon even though we're currently observing it. I'd imagine that's kind of what needs to happen here. Wait, weren't we already at the South Pole though? I wonder what else is on this moon though, because this almost seems to be like a valley of sorts, right? I mean, looking at my globe thing on the UI. Oopsie. We're really not traversing the entire surface, but rather only its southern half. It looks like. By the way, is my ship... Can I, like, quantum move my ship? It doesn't look like it. So at least according to my UI, the corpse here is actually lying exactly at the South Pole. Okay. Right. Where the hell is the... There we go. Okay. We're still on Timber Hearth. Presumably because we're observing the moon the entire time? Wait, why isn't this thing moving? Oh, now it moved. Because for a second there, I was kind of thinking that maybe by simply moving the tower, we could maybe move the moon, but that doesn't seem to be true. Huh. Yeah. It does look like I'm still missing a piece here. Possibly one that might tell me... Wait, let me take another look at my log. I think I might have to reread the... It's actually been quite a while since I read the... or since I was at the location in the Hanging City that talked about the moon. I was able to land on the surface of the quantum moon. I found a dead Nomai in a spacesuit near the South Pole. Quantum Shrine. A Nomai shrine that wonders about the quantum moon. You have recalled the rule of quantum imaging as inscribed next to a mural of a tower on an island. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement is inscribed next to a mural of a quantum shard in a cave. That was a quantum shard in a cave? That looked to me as if you were looking out of a cave to a... well, into space. Recall the rule of the 6 locations inscribed next to a mural of a tower hanging above a black hole. Right. I really... let's double check here. The Nomai built a shrine on the quantum moon. Pilgrimage 6 location. To explore the 6th location, the shrine must be on the moon's... oh, North Pole. Not South Pole. Oh, right. So the South Pole, that's where the shuttle typically is. For some reason. Oh, I guess it's because the... Yeah, that's just where it lands whenever they start from Brittle Hollow? After the two groups of Nomai stranded in Ember Twin and Brittle Hollow were reunited, became their united goal to find and visit the Quantum Moon. Right. Strange rock shard that wanders when no one is watching. The Nomai determined this shard is the reason objects in this grove behave in a quantum manner. They hypothesized the shard is actually a piece of the Quantum Moon. A shard emits the same signal. Quantum signal. They detected a quantum signal coming from somewhere on the hourglass stones. Somehow I didn't even really consider this. But I guess I somewhat forgot about it. So that must tell me about the quantum entanglement then. So I would either have to go back there, or I would somehow have to figure it out myself. A weird part about the shrine is that this particular place we're at oh, that is creepy. Holy shit, that's creepy. So the corpse also changes locations, but also it changes what it looks like. That's... wow. Yeah, that somehow really is quite creepy. But it never actually changes location, huh? It changes what it looks like, but it never moves anywhere. And it's exactly at the South Pole. So if I were to somehow move the tower to the pole, would the corpse just lie like in it? The tower is kind of weird though. Like if you're getting a little bit too close to it, it doesn't move anymore. Yeah, the corpse thing, that's really... it really feels like it still has a mind on its own, right? Creeps up on you, definitely is a good way of putting it. Okay, wait, let me check. So that's where I wanted to go. So, well, it can't really go there if I'm looking at that particular location, right? So I would have to look at the other locations. In order for it to move where I wanted to go. Okay, well that didn't work. Wait, did I? Ooh. I might have accidentally moved it towards the North Pole? Maybe? Because it's not here anymore now. Does it come back when I enter my ship? Let's refuel real quick. I also completely forgot that the shuttle is here too. So I must have accidentally moved the shuttle to the other location as well. Okay, let's just put down the probe. So in theory, I'm now still observing the moon, right? I'm also observing this entire location. So hopefully this should allow me to, without taking my ship out, move somewhere else. Maybe. Oh. I think I moved my ship accidentally. Maybe. Oh. Oh, never mind. Okay. Huh. Right. That's what the Nomai told us about. So the Nomai said that you're always gonna arrive on the South Pole. I forgot about that detail a little bit. Or rather, I guess I didn't fully understand what that meant. So I cannot, because my kind of thought process here was I was going to put my scout probe down so that I was still observing the moon, and then it just would physically walk towards the North Pole. But that doesn't work because whenever you go into the fog, like the moon still stays there because I was still observing it through my image, but it kind of moved location below me to where I was back at the South Pole again. Right. So I need to figure out a way to essentially move the stones around me, if that's a thing you can do. Oh boy. Hello. Maybe that's overcomplicating it again, though. Because there has to be a point why there is the location indicator within the shrine. So I'm somewhat certain that I would be able to move the shrine with me in it, right? Question being, how do I do that? And I feel like the answer would be the quantum entanglement things that I kind of skipped over. Right. So I guess it would be worth it. God, this thing really is creepy. Why are you staying here? So is it kind of... I guess it would be constantly arriving at the South Pole, which is why it stays there. That's... God, this is the creepiest position, right? Because it looks like it's... like trying to get up. Huh. I mean, now I'm technically keeping the South Pole in view. I don't think this is really going to help me much. Maybe? No. Okay, it just immediately moved me back towards the South Pole. So that doesn't really work. So even, yeah, well... I'd imagine that even if I took a picture of myself, it would still move the planet back below me. The problem is that the planet is kind of... Since we're on it, the interaction is a bit weird, and it just constantly moves it back below us, so... Yeah. Unfortunately, without that quantum entanglement, I don't think I'm really going to be able to do much here. And... in terms of the quantum entanglement, I guess... what exactly could that mean? What kind of objects would be... what kind of objects would be capable to be close or to be entangled where moving one influences the other? So, maybe That's just... For a second, I was thinking that something was launching from the quantum moon, but that was just the sun's particles flying away from the supernova. All right, so maybe it could mean that... Well, the easiest way is certainly to just go to that cave on, I guess, Ember Twin and learn about quantum entanglement. Maybe that also will explain how the hell they were able to build those quantum moon locators in the first place. I guess it will, right? Because, yeah, that would be the only real explanation as to how they were able to even pinpoint the current location of the quantum moon with their observatories, by utilizing quantum entanglement and somehow making that particular part of the observatory be entangled with the moon itself. I'd imagine that that's how it's supposed to work, right? So, I guess, yeah, I'm quite unsure as to how this is supposed to change what I'm able to do. Because the one thing I think that I haven't really tried so far is what would happen if I, for example, placed my scout drone on the quantum object itself. I never really tried that. So, well, that still doesn't really explain anything in terms of the entanglement, right? Because, or does it? Because if I'm right in saying that the way they built their observatories is by utilizing quantum entanglement somehow, then what would that mean for me placing my scout drone in the observatory? Although I'm already approaching this the wrong way again. The reason I think why they're telling you about it is so that you can move a quantum object while observing it, sort of. Right? Because I need to move the quantum moon's location while I'm on it. That's kind of the end goal here. So the quantum entanglement isn't used, it's kind of the opposite of what you're doing with the imaging, right? The imaging is there to keep the object where you need it to be, while the entanglement kind of, I think, is going to be the opposite in that you can still move an object while you're observing it, because but you would need to find an entangled object, and how would you do that? Like, how... I guess I don't really understand what that means in terms of what the game is pulling with it, right? Maybe I'm thinking... Because we would have to find an object and somehow determine that it's entangled with the moon itself to make this work. Okay, the quantum growth is on Timber Hearth. Is that gonna help me? I guess I can just follow the signal, huh? Yeah, let's do that. I can just follow the quantum signal that's coming from Timber Hearth. Also, wait. Oh, that's the cave, right? Where is... Why is it showing, like, two objects there? Were there two quantum objects in that cave? That's the quantum moon, right? I guess... For a second there, I was trying to... I don't know... think of a way to utilize the signal for me to keep the moon where I need it to be. But that's not really gonna help me much, right? Because at the end of the day, if I were to follow the signal of the actual quantum moon, it would still mean that the moon would move away from me if I were to try to land on it, correct? I think. Man, honestly, at this point, I feel like my brain's getting twisted all the time. Okay, this might turn out to be a little bit more complicated. I need to make sure not to look at any other quantum objects while I'm here. Honestly, let's just... I feel like this is going to be maybe a little bit easier without the... yeah, there we go. Okay. $30 meters that way? Huh. It really does seem to be a cave then, huh? I don't know, somehow... I guess I must have confused this a little bit with the, Oh boy. Nope. That's not really what I wanted to do. Well, I mean... I guess eventually the sand's gonna help us to get out of this place. But once you're in here, it's actually not that easy to get back out, huh? Although I could just... Well, nope. That's... Huh. I didn't really expect there to be an actual cave here for some reason. I think I pretty much... I confused the big... can we get... Okay. Will that work? I think I confused the big... what's it called? The big quantum shot on Brittle Hollow. That also teaches you quite a bit about the, it teaches you about the, well, the behavior of this, right? And the quantum objects in general. I think I somehow confused that one with being on this planet. Oh, let me go up there. Really isn't... Probably wasn't the best idea to do this without the ship after all. I feel like it's definitely a theme today, that I'm just making things a lot more complicated for myself than they need to be. Really? There we go. Okay, so the cave must be below here somewhere then. Because I was just thinking that, shouldn't the Nomai have built a way to access it? Slightly confused why they wouldn't have any other guess, signal, sign, indication that this exists here? Well, this just would lead me back up. Seriously? All my wild jumping around is always... Yeah, let's... Okay. We'll still take some time for the sand to get here, so let's do this actually with the ship. Especially since my fuel is kind of getting critical. Okay, one jump. There we go. Holy shit. That would have been bad. Because I got stranded not being able to jump up once before. Wait a second. There we go. Refuel. Right. The main reason why I wanted to do it without the ship was because it, like, it felt a little bit as if it was difficult to locate the cave with the ship's signal scope. Which I still feel like it kind of is, but... Okay, there we go. It's somewhere behind here. And, you know, if we're recalling the way it looked like... on the Quantum Moon, like the picture of it, right? The mural? It made it look like you were able to look at a quantum object from within a cave. Which I was thinking that maybe there would be a cave entrance here, but... maybe that's not actually the case? Huh. Could just be that you need to get here really, really early. Maybe the cave's entrance is somewhat further below. Oh, this is... Sometimes the ship's a lot bigger than you think it is. Because, I mean... Everything around this particular rock seems to be quite closed off. Unless it's maybe here? Yeah, this already looks filled up, though. Because there is a staircase here. Yep. Unfortunate. Pretty sure I'm too late. Or maybe it's... Wait. What is this? Oh, wait. Doesn't this just lead to the bridge? Let me double check. Because I'm pretty sure I remember this. Or maybe not. Huh. Yeah, that's the bridge. Which I thought would have been connected to the city here. So I was somewhat sure that I had already looked at all of these things. But I guess I didn't. Cave shot. Well, this looks very different than what I expected it to look like. Everything's moving again here. Huh. Mallory. Collius is missing. He vanished from the lakebed cave, the one at the bottom of the dry lakebed at the North Pole. So... Lakebed cave. The cave we're in? Or some cave close to this? Several days ago. We're unable to find any trace of him. I don't know how much air he had when he disappeared. I beg any friend reading this, help us recover Collius. How many hours of this are you in? So I'm currently trying to solve how to move the Quantum Moon to the 6th location. That's what I'm currently doing. And well, how many hours am I into this? I think I must have been, wait, let me 60, about 30 or so? A bit less than that, I think. Yeah. So 25, maybe 25 hours, roundabout. And currently trying to solve the quantum moon moving thing. And I skipped this particular cave, which I think is somehow going to tell us about quantum entanglement and how to utilize that in order to move the moon while we're on it. This rock is very familiar. Did you travel here, my sedimentary friend? Because your unique color and texture appears identical to a rock I met earlier. Wasn't this the same rock fragment in the cave we found at the bottom of the dry lake bed at the North Pole? We plan to re-examine the northern lake bed cave. Maybe a friendly rock will meet us down there. An update. Mallory and I went back to the lake bed cave and observed this rock again. Sometimes it's there and sometimes it isn't. That means this rock wanders like the quantum moon does. How curious. Also very curious that this particular cave doesn't really tell me anything about quantum entanglement. This just makes it seem that whatever this one is, that it just moves location like all the other ones. Which... that was weird. Huh. Right. So I can put the drone onto the object and make it move while the drone is still on it. That's good to know. So that way I can move an object, determine where it is, and also make it stay there, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I'm really, really enjoying the game. This is, well, I guess, let me just say that I can see why so many people regard it as one of the best games ever. Because I'm, you know, also finding that to be pretty much true. It's been an incredible journey so far. And I really, really can't wait for its conclusion, because it does feel as if I'm getting somewhat close to that. Although there still remain some fairly big mysteries to solve at this point. Well, either way, wait, I forgot about it. So the lake bed cave that they were talking about is supposedly at the South Pole, which I think... No, my drone is somewhere else entirely, I'm pretty sure. Well, so the first thought that I had when I entered this cave and saw the messages about their missing friend, right, is because we found that corpse on the quantum moon. And for a second there, I was thinking that maybe somehow this particular stone was able to move one of their friends to the quantum moon accidentally, because maybe the shard and the moon, maybe they're entangled. Would that mean that all the quantum moon shards are intrinsically sort of entangled with the moon itself, since that's where they originated from? I guess that could make sense. So you could utilize any shard to travel there, or that doesn't seem right. I also forgot, so this observatory is on the South Pole. Huh. Lake Bed Cave. I wonder where that is supposed to be. Because the shot itself now is somewhere entirely different. Because if I were to venture below where the escape pod landed, I would just arrive back in the city itself, right? The city that they built here. So am I supposed to just... follow the shot? I mean... I'm able to make a move, since I'm seeing my drone. I'm really not quite sure what kind of lake bed they were talking about, because that could mean a lot of things on this planet. Maybe this? But the planet itself isn't really... I mean, I'm already 150 meters away from the South Pole, right? So... I guess the entrance to that particular cave could really be anywhere. But then, yeah, isn't... Now that I'm looking at it, this is the their Eye of the Universe shrine that they built within their city. So if the city itself would be below the South Pole, then where the hell is that cave supposed to be? Because it doesn't look like it's here, or at least not exactly right below the quantum moon locator. I'm fairly certain... I mean, I definitely looked at all of this already. That just explains what the observatory is. Also very, very sure that I already looked at the scroll. What have I done so far today? Well, kind of not that much, yet also a lot. I don't know. Like, really done. I've looked at the... Well, I started off with looking at the shelter site on Brittle Hollow, because that was still a question mark in my log that I hadn't done yet. And afterwards, I pretty much started trying to find a way to get to the quantum moon, which eventually I was able to do. And now I'm trying to figure out what to do with the shrine on the moon and how to move it to its north pole to be able to reach the 6th location. And in order to do that, I'm currently trying to find the whatever quantum cave apparently there exists on this planet. So that I'm eventually able to move the shrine on the quantum moon to its 6th location. And hopefully that's finally gonna reveal some answers about what the elusive Eye of the Universe is supposed to be. But sadly for now, I do need to take a break real quick. Let me reset the loop, because I feel like I was already quite close to the end of this one anyways. So, gonna reset the loop real quick, take a break, because I really need to eat something at this point, and when I'm back, I'll try to get back to the cave on Ember Twin, which I should be able to do by just following the quantum signal. Maybe put my scout drone back onto the things so that I'm able to locate where it moves. I'm quite curious though, because so far I had thought that I had already pretty much exhausted all of the opportunities on Ember Twin, but I guess not. So, yeah. I'll look into that next. Hopefully we'll be able to find any sort of information about quantum entanglement, and then somehow be able to move that shrine on the quantum moon. And I really, really hope that I'm finally able to learn something about the Eye of the Universe. Either way, gonna take a hopefully quick, but definitely a little bit longer lunch break, and then it's onto more Quantum Moon stuff. So feel free to stick around. If you're not, I hope you're having a great rest of your day. I'll be back in about, well, hopefully 20 minutes or so. Okay, let's get back into this. Hopefully that wasn't too long of a lunch break. Might have been a bit longer than I wanted it to be. Oh well. Shouldn't rush through eating, right? Should enjoy that, so at least that's what I'm trying to do. Right, and let's get back into this with newfound strength. And finally untangle this quantum entanglement and secrets and everything. Okay, well, at least it does tell me that I found everything there was to be found in that particular cave. Right, so we ventured to the quantum cave on Ember Twin that is supposedly, at least according to the mural on the quantum moon, going to tell us something about how quantum entanglement works. And although I'm still failing to see how that is going to help us with moving the shrine on the quantum moon to its north pole, well, at least according to the mural it will help. I found a strange rock shard that moves when I'm not watching. It emits a signal on the quantum fluctuations frequency. Right. Now we have another question mark of the lakebed cave. The wandering rock was first spotted in a cave at the bottom of the dry lakebed at Ember Twin's North Pole. Did I go to the South Pole? I'm pretty sure I did, right? I'm constantly confusing North and South Pole. A Nomai named Collius mysteriously vanished from a cave at the bottom of the dry lakebed at Ember Twin's North Pole. So I might not even have to go back to the quantum cave to do some weird thing with the probe and attaching it to the rock itself. It might be enough to just go to the North Pole. Let's just mark that location to make it easier to fly to the planet. And so North Pole, North Pole. I need to remember that. I feel like I was at Ember Twin's North Pole at some point. Because typically so far, the poles of all the planets have always been, you know, the most important locations almost, it feels like. Or at least they're definitely a good bet if you haven't really been to a planet or haven't really explored that much on a particular planet. Just going to either its north or south pole is most of the time going to yield some interesting knowledge, which is pretty cool. That's a neat way of making it fairly easy to spot, you know, particular things with the planets. Would it be here then? Is this it? Right, that's where the other ship was. So it's this one, maybe? Is this where I spotted the... I think it is, right? Where I spotted the staircase? There we go. Let's see, can I land? Should be fine. A little bit of a precarious landing spot, but it should work out. Interesting that there are stairs here, suggesting that they found the particular cave in question and wanted to explore it more or something. This also looks like you definitely have to go here quite early, right? Because otherwise it'll already be filled up with sand. Huh. That's an actual fossil, it looks like. Curious. Okay, so... Oh, hello. This goes a lot deeper than I thought it would. So you need to be really, really careful that the sand isn't already building up too much. Because it definitely already is. And I have been here for like, what, a minute? Maybe 2? I mean, it does look like the... Well, it kind of looks like most of the caves on this planet. But definitely reminds me of the mural. Oh boy, this is going to be difficult to traverse, especially with the sand rising. Because I'm really not sure where the hell the correct... Oh boy. Okay, I kind of expected to be able to still, you know, very quickly walk back out. Clearly that's not an option. That was a really, really crunchy sound. Holy shit. Well, I feel like I'm definitely exploring all the different opportunities that, you know, lead to your death in this game. Which I guess that's... has to count too, right? In terms of exploration. But yeah, that was a very, very crunchy and very unfortunate sound. Just to make sure though, it probably still hasn't marked the specific location of the cave on my map. So... yeah, the issue is that you need to get there incredibly early, while also making sure that you still know where to go. So it kind of looked like you had to get into the cave really, really quickly. I kind of just fell into it, so I'm not entirely sure if maybe I should take a little bit more care in walking down the stairs. The problem is it's so far sort of below everything else, and it's just naturally going to be very dark there, so I'm not entirely sure how well I'll be able to see. By the way, I kind of wonder whether or not it's on purpose that the start of the loop always has Ember Twin sort of behind Ash Twin from when you start from Timber Hearth. Okay. Well, at least it's very, very easy to see once you know what to look for, because this, yeah, it really is a pretty deep location. Let's see if I can... So let's double check. The staircase is here on this side. Okay. Oh. Though, I mean, I guess just falling into it definitely is the fastest way to get down here, right? How are we doing today? Well, somewhat great, I want to say. I definitely finally was able to visit the Quantum Moon, so that's definitely a good thing. And now I'm trying to figure out how the hell, like, how to move the shrine on the Quantum Moon in a way that, well, helps me get to its mysterious 6th location. Oh. Okay, it's really, once you're in here, it's incredibly difficult to see what is wall and what is ground. Because this, it feels like it's just... Well, it might also be because we're so close to the planet's core here that no matter where you, as you can see, like the curvature is quite extreme. So it's really, really difficult to see sort of what's up, what's down, what's wall, what's ground. I wonder if there's anything here that would allow you to easier identify where you can go and where you cannot go. So in a weird way, it feels like this is pretty much a linear cave, I want to say. Might just be my first impression of it, but it definitely looks like they only want you to go through one particular opening here. Or not? Huh. Oh, there we go. I think I just must have missed this path last time. I probably just accidentally went past it. Right. And now it also looks as if you can go further up a little bit. Maybe go here. Okay, we might once again have to wait a bit for the sand to rise again, unless I'm able to... Let's try to land here. Oh boy! Why is this so difficult? Oh, really? Oh god. Yeah, once you're in the sand, you're kind of not getting out again. Wow. Okay, so you pretty much need to do this in one go. So I just need to be very, very careful not to... drop down in the wrong spot. I think what's making this particularly difficult is that the planet sort of still moves below you. And now what? Probably want to go over there, it looks like. Yes. Oh boy. Okay, this is some serious traversal. Hopefully this doesn't lead to the same place again. I'm pretty sure that I'm right though, right? I mean... I want to say that there really isn't anywhere else to go here. Let's maybe provide a little more light now that we're down here. I don't want to wait too long, because that might cut off my actual path here, but... yeah, this definitely isn't the place where it came from. This must be another one. Can I move these? I can. So we're definitely in some sort of quantum thing here. There we go. Oh, hello. God, this is so weird to traverse. The really, by far, weirdest part about this is the curvature. Because it creates such a weird effect when you're just walking through it. This looks more like it. Okay, Mr. Stone. Here we are. Let me... let's just take a picture of it real quick so it doesn't move. I don't think it's necessarily going to be super important, but... huh. If you've come here to look for Colliers, this is where we were when he vanished. He's been missing for 2 days now. What happened before Colliers disappeared? We were examining the different rocks. I recall Colliers standing on the largest one, the Wandering Rock. I was taking notes, and then my lantern died. When I lit it again, Colliers and the rock were both gone. Your strange Wandering Rock friend is here, though Colliers isn't. Colliers and I observed this unusual-looking rock shard and several smaller rocks in at least 2 other caverns. I'm unsure if this is relevant. Right. Oh, and now it's gone. And there it is again. And why is this here then? Oh, this turns the light on and off. Okay. So, is this place entirely dark then, if I were to recall my scout drone? It seems like that's kind of the hint. Oh, that was weird. Like, the hint that I think I'm supposed to be getting here is that making it entirely dark means that... Oh. I think I'm now understanding what I probably misunderstood what they meant with quantum entanglement. So, if I were to stand on the rock itself, turn off my light, turn it back on, I'm basically entangled with the rock. Okay, this is actually awesome. Holy, how does the game keep doing this? Like, seriously. This is such a simple thing, and probably something, or, well, now it feels like something that I should have thought about myself, but... So you can move yourself if you're not able to observe the thing anymore, right? Which makes complete sense, obviously, right? That falls in line completely with what we've seen so far about these objects. Makes total logical sense. Also seems like honestly, a very apparent solution, but is somehow not something that I thought about. Although I think what might have tripped me up there a little bit is that, well, not being able to see anything typically isn't what you, I guess, inherently go for, right? So you typically tend to want to see everything that's around you. So the idea of simply turning off my light just kind of didn't even occur to me. And also, I completely misunderstood the entanglement thing. I probably came at... Well, my idea of it was essentially based on real-world entanglement, right? What I explained earlier with the 2 particles that you're observing, and if you observe one, you know the spin of the other. So my initial thought was, when I looked at that mural about the entanglement, that we would be able to find an object that for some reason would be entangled with the quantum moon, or maybe, well, my second thought was that maybe all of the quantum moon shards are kind of linked to the quantum moon, so they could all be utilized for it. Which now turns out to kind of be true because they're teaching you about this, but not in the way that I thought, right? I thought that they were somehow entangled with the moon itself, so by, I guess, forcing the shards into a different place, you could also force the moon into different places. But that's not how it works. What this game means in terms of entanglement, which, funnily enough, does also kind of coincide with what the what actual entanglement is, because it, like, even though it means that you can, like, by observing one object, you know the properties of the other, those need to be entangled in the first place, right? So they need to interact with each other to have that entanglement be a thing. And that's what they were going for here. So what they mean by entanglement, at least I'm fairly certain now that that's what they mean by it, is that you're essentially attaching yourself, you're entangling yourself with the quantum object, which in this case was the stone, and then you just turn off your light, you can't see anymore, you cannot observe the stone, so it's going to move, but it takes you with it. And, well, obviously that's what happened to the Nomai here, and sadly I think they probably just weren't able to find him anymore, and he probably perished. It's such a simple solution. It makes complete sense once you get there. And also the game allows you to get there, which is, I think, even, like, that's even more of an incredible feat compared to anything else, is that the game just lets you test a bunch of things. And it doesn't even get boring while you're doing it, because you constantly get, like, new ideas or ways in which you could try it. And then at some point, it's just saying, hey, by the way, this is how it works. And wow. Just wow, this is absolutely incredible. But anyways, let's look through Collius's messages a bit more. Curious but also alarming. This new cave appears to lack an entrance or exit. Also, the rock that brought me here disappeared while I was watching. The wandering rock has returned. Never before have I been so delighted to see a sedimentary specimen. I wonder if I myself became quantum briefly when the rock carried me here. This seems the clearest explanation. Hypothesis: if the rock can bring me here, it can also carry me out. My hypothesis was correct. I can travel on this rock as long as I'm not observing my surroundings, meaning I must be in complete darkness. I'm going to bring my mentor here to see this. Meloray is here now too. We theorize when a conscious being is in contact with a quantum object and ceases to act as an observer, explaining the need for darkness, the being can become entangled with that quantum object and they move together. Friends, Collius has discovered a new quantum rule. He has also promised me he'll never vanish again, even if he does learn something useful from it. Right, so now we know that rule too. It's so cool that there is also... I wonder, you'd probably be able to pick up the quantum fluctuation signal from this cave, like when the stone moves here, right? And I cannot believe how quickly that happens too. I wonder how the game calculates it, because it pretty much can do that if, like, even you're just a pixel off the rock being in your field of view. And it never really feels like it's doing that in a weird way, right? It feels so natural. Which is really strange, because typically you'd maybe think that the game is like pulling some sort of trick there, and, well, because in any other game, this would basically be an object that isn't loading in correctly. But here they just pull it off, once again, very, very effortlessly. And it just feels right. Well, okay, that explains how we can move then. So, in theory, this should be a very simple solution. Oh, by the way, I wonder when the sand will actually rise in this particular cave. Is there a way to tell how far you are from a planet's center? I don't think so. Would just be interesting to know that. I kind of want to stay here a little bit, even though there is nothing to discover here anymore. Such a curious cave. Right. Also, the... I guess that's what happens when the... when these stones exist in a certain place. So, let's assume the quantum growth on Timber Hearth, right? Because the stone isn't the only thing that is moving there. It also starts to move the trees. It starts to move the geysir, right? And I guess that happens because they're also entangled with each other. And somehow I didn't actually really make that connection that that's what might be, what might be the meaning of entanglement in this particular context. Man, this is so incredible. I cannot believe how simple and elegant this is, yet at the same time just... Wow. Okay. Yeah, shoot. Oh. Well, you know, it might be worth it to just... Now we're back here. Might be worth it to just let the oxygen run its course. Because, I mean, I should be fairly far through this. God. Are they moving too? Yeah, they are. Holy shit. Okay, these things are even creepier than the freaking corpse on the Quantum Moon. Because not only are they moving, they're even moving their... So sometimes the head's on the skeleton, and sometimes it's not. Holy shit, this is... See, this is good horror, actually. I mean, it's, you know, maybe not super scary, because I know what it's doing and why it's doing this. But I honestly think you'd be able to build a horror game with this. Like, just... make the objects behave this way, where they are, but they're not really telling you why they're doing it. I can't believe how... Ah, this is so cool. But yeah, those skeletons, they're pretty creepy. Funnily enough, it brings me back to the question of why there's that many skeletons around the place, right? What happened? Why does it still feel like there is some really, really big mystery that will, or big discovery that will tell us what the hell might have happened to the Nomai? Because with everything we've learned so far, there wouldn't be any explanation or reason as to why they would have perished wherever they were at any given time. Because clearly they also... I mean, not only were they quite an advanced species, but I guess we don't really know why they died in the first place, right? Because... I'm enjoying the game a lot. This is, I think, definitely going to be one of my favorite games of all time. Unless it does some really, really, which I don't think it will, but unless it pulled some really stupid stuff at the very end, then maybe not, but I don't think it will. So yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. This is such a perfect blend between, you know, mystery, lore, physics. I don't know. It really has everything. They created a really, really pretty unique and one-of-a-kind thing. I'm trying to think of... So with the information that I gained at the Sun Station, supposedly it being 280,000 years since anything happened, I wonder what happened. Because... well, the even weirder part about that particular entry that I read there was not only did it say something about 280,000 years ago, but it mentioned that it wasn't there, like no actions were being taken in the last 10 minutes, something like that. And that's why everything shut off and I guess kind of went into energy saving mode. Almost like a computer would, right? If you set it to go to energy saving mode in 10 minutes. Which leads me to believe, well, something must have happened, right? Some bigger thing, weird, quantum, I don't know what. Where the Nomai died from? Because otherwise... Because for a second here, I was thinking that maybe they created some sort of second time loop that we're not entirely aware of, where they're trapped in, but that wouldn't really work since we are finding their corpses and their bones. So they actually died at some point, for some reason. But most of them died literally in places where it seems like they, like some, I don't know, high energy blast killed everyone? I don't know. There's definitely a very, very big piece of information missing there. All right, quickly, let's go through this. A nomai named Collius was standing on the Wandering Rock when another nomai's lantern died. When they relit the lantern, Collius and the rock were both gone. To travel with a quantum object, I must stand on the object and cease to observe my surroundings, meaning I must be in complete darkness. Collius used this quantum rule to escape the cave he was trapped in. Collius and Melloray returned to examine the rock. They theorized that when a conscious being is in contact with a quantum object and ceases to observe his or her surroundings, the being can become entangled with that quantum object, and they both move together. Right, so for the quantum moon, that now means that I pretty much just want to get into the shrine I was in and simply turn off light. Which now makes me wonder if the thing that I could turn on, right, by moving the little orb, that turned on, like it made the symbols glow. I wonder if maybe the glow is too dim in a way to illuminate the ground, which means that I can still look at the glow to determine if I'm at the right place when I turn my own light off. I wonder if that's gonna work, or if I have to turn off the glow as well and just kind of need to get lucky with moving the moon to the location that I wanted to be at. Right. Funnily enough, it doesn't entirely answer the question of how we would then get to the 6th location, or if that's even possible, or if it's more about observing the 6th location rather than actually being there. Because the thing is, you cannot really... That's the quantum moon, right? Oops. There we go. Let's see, I should be able to just take a picture of it, honestly. I think I was really overcomplicating this, right? Because if I... Oh, wait a second. From my ship, I still need to launch it? Is that a quantum moon? Did I take a proper picture of it? Ooh, boy. Way too fast. Hopefully this should work. I mean, I'm gonna see very, very quickly if this doesn't work. What? Well, kinda. Huh? Did I just not land on it properly? Oh boy. Well, it worked. Well, this looks very different. Oh, holy shit. Are you kidding me? Wait, the entire planet changes based on where it currently sits? Hey, there's my scout drone. So I accidentally shot it onto the surface. Yeah, for some reason I didn't even... What the hell? I didn't even make that connection. Because last time I was here, the quantum moon was next to Timber Hearth. And, well, accordingly, there were a bunch of trees here. And now it looks like Ember Twin. With the sand sort of flowing the wrong way? Maybe? It's going up, though. It's going up or down. Or it's going down and up? I'm not entirely sure. It's just sort of wavy. Okay, before I enter the shrine, I need to take a look at this. I mean, there's always kind of a bigger wall surrounding the place where you land, right? So I'd imagine that no matter what planet the quantum moon is next to, well, as we've already learned, you're always going to emerge at its south pole, right? And, well, now I also learned that the way it looks on the surface is based on what planet it is next to. Which it would be, what happens if this thing is next to Dark Bramble, for example? Because this already looks pretty crazy, right? With the sand sort of flowing the wrong way. This is really, really cool. But yeah, no matter where it's at, basically what happens is that there is like a perimeter around the South Pole, so more or less its southern hemisphere, I want to say, is explorable, right? And the surroundings are just made out of rock that you cannot really overcome because you would have to enter the fog, which means the planet will take you back to its South Pole whenever you enter the fog. Although a couple of these, like this almost looks like you'd be able to maybe traverse it without having to go into... No. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I feel like once this should probably take me back to... Yeah, I will just land back at the South Pole. I don't really want to enter it right now because I'm not entirely sure if it's just gonna eject me out into space. Because I currently don't have a picture from the outside of the moon. Once again, the dead Nomai in the same space, the moving corpse. Alright, let's try this then. But I feel like I definitely want to come back here a couple of times and just take a look at what it looks like whenever, you know, I'm moving here. Although, I guess that's why you have to close the door, because that's the only way to make it truly dark then. Huh. Either way, let's turn this on first. These should be the same descriptions, right? Yes. So this is always the same, independent of what kind of planet the moon's next to. Right. Oh, it might be that yeah, it's also turning on the lamps. All right. So... Boom. Okay. So now we're back here, which would mean that all the trees and stuff surround us. I need to take... This is so cool. I just need to take another look at it. Right. Now I'm back in this place where I was with the trees and... Oh! Well, that wasn't here last time. Huh. So there's a bunch of random objects that can also sort of come in and be there, I suppose. I wonder if next is going to be Brittle Hollow. Probably, right? Maybe that's kind of... So it might have a little bit of a predetermined path. At least as long as you're in here. No, it doesn't. Alright, now we're next to Giant's Deep. So... how does this work exactly? Wouldn't you feel the ground change beneath your feet? Guess that doesn't really count as a conscious observation of the object? Oh, this looks crazy. Holy shit. This reminds me somewhat of Interstellar, right? The crazy planet they're on at one point where it's just a very, very shallow, like, water lake thing. And then after a while, a giant wave comes past. Has a very similar feeling to it. True, right? Yeah. At least that's the first kind of thing that I was thinking about. Also, funny thing, so my scout drone technically doesn't change location, even though the surroundings change. And Mr. Creepy Corpse Guy also stays here. Oh yeah, and the shuttle, obviously. The one thing I'm still wondering about, though, is how did they do that? Or how did they arrive here with their shuttle? Because I feel like there should have been some sort of weird camera device next to the gravity cannon on Brittle Hollow, right? Because at least according to the information that I found is that they used that one to do their coming of age ritual, which I don't know, somehow that sounds like a very, very weird description of what they did, but yeah, I don't know, maybe we just weren't able to interact with that. I mean, we do have our own scout drone, but and this is crazy. I don't know, to think about that they like even build these locations, right, that are so different from planet to planet. They're very similar to the planet, to whatever planet you're next to, yet at the same time, also, they're sort of almost enhancing that particular planet itself, right? Okay. Right, so now we're next to Brittle Hollow. Let's take a look what that looks like. Because it takes over the planet's theme, yet is also distinctly Quantum Moon, if you will. And that's, like, the fact that these objects are, like, awkwardly floating within the fog. Running out of fuel here a little bit, but oh well. It's just too interesting to look at. It even incorporates the cool, like the what you find on the North and South Pole, the ice. It's so cool. Like a mini version of the planets. Yeah, I know. Maybe shouldn't hang around here too much. Okay, so we're still missing Doc Bramble and the very, very mysterious 6 location. Huh. I wonder, is this really just random? Do I have to just do this a couple of times? Do I need to get lucky? That wasn't... I wonder if there's a way to do this. Alright, now we're here. Oh, okay. Yeah, this looks pretty crazy too. This almost looks like what maybe Doc Bramble used to look like? When the Brambles still hadn't really broken off their... Well, they before they had broken apart the planet, right? At least I assume that's kind of what they did. Oh, I also just realized that we're getting closer to the North Pole. Huh. Almost as if these locations have... Oopsie. As if these locations have a particular place on the Quantum Moon? I don't really think they do. I think they kind of... Yeah, I don't think they do. Maybe it's just that the location itself is expanding, because this is definitely way bigger than the original first location I was in. Huh. It really makes me wonder what would happen if we were able to break one of these brambles apart. Because that seems like a very, very strange interaction to me. So, Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because on Dark Bramble itself, right, the weirdest interaction there was when I went to Feldspar, and he told us about his ship, right? And then you move a little bit further, you see a ship floating in the fog of Dark Bramble, and seemingly his ship has crashed into one of the brambles, right? And it broke it apart, and you can go through the bramble and for some reason emerge back on the outside of Dark Bramble, but close to one of the apparently captured squids from Giant's Deep, which also only appears to be there as sort of a copy of the one that's being captured by these crystal thingies on Giant's Deep itself, by the bramble that landed there for some reason. So that, like, all of the strange and crazy interactions that Dark Bramble itself has now seem, you know, well, literally entangled with the Quantum Moon here. Which again, would it happen if you were able to break one of these open and climb through it? Would you merge at Dark Bramble? Well, that just looks like a misplaced texture, honestly. Okay, I guess the shrine still stays somewhat close to the South Pole? Because I can't even really see it anymore. Yeah, this is crazy big now, in terms of just the space of this location. The only part that still remains inaccessible is the North Pole. Right, so there we have the scout drone, a little body friend, corpse friend. Where the heck did the shrine move? Hello? Oh, I saw something glowing orange. Probably just changed locations again. Well, I hadn't really anticipated this, to be honest. How am I supposed to find it again? Can I just turn in place and get lucky? I guess that works. All right. Well then. That means only one location remains. Whoa. What the hell is this? Is this the actual Quantum Moon surface, maybe? Huh. Not gonna lie, a little bit disappointed. Okay. Wait, can I move this? Maybe not? Oh, I should be able... So, technically... But I guess we're standing on its surface. I'm not really able to leave this place, though. I also can activate the orb from here. Okay. I could definitely attach my scout drone to this, right? Then travel to another location, get off the Quantum Moon, and try to find this again. Because technically the scout drone should stay on it, no matter where it is, right? I was just wondering if maybe I could quantum entangle myself with it. The problem is if I turn off my light now, I feel like it's just going to move me back to one of the other locations. I don't think I'm going to be entangled with this stone, right? What even is this? So, the supposed eye of the universe... Is it surrounded by this quantum matter? What is happening here? Shit. I recalled my scout drone. Did you see that? I'm pretty sure that corpse was alive again. Can I close the door? Ooh. Huh. That might not actually work, huh? Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, that... Whatever happened to the corpse there, that was definitely... a bit crazy. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do this. Because it's always going to stick in the door, right? Huh. Okay, so we're not actually moving when the door is open, because apparently there's a tiny bit of light shining through, which keeps us here. I mean, I'm really not sure what I even expected to find here. Because, I mean, I already knew that whatever they discovered definitely didn't lead them to discover the source of the signal itself, right? Which now makes me wonder, although, yeah, this just gives you quantum fluctuations, right? There's no real... no actual signal to pick up here. Although, oh. I just noticed I'm not actually at the North Pole. Which that is what we were supposed to be doing, right? Huh. So... Alright, that is an interaction I didn't really notice before. Okay, the sun's exploding. Yeah, I spent quite a bit of time here. Holy shit, I cannot believe that this is... like, the way this is built, the big secret that it holds. Even though I've technically solved what I'm supposed to be doing, I still haven't really solved it. Okay. I want to know what the hell is going on with that corpse. That was completely on accident, and I'm actually... I'm so annoyed at myself that I wanted to recall the drone and I didn't expect anything weird to happen. And so I had already kind of held down the button when I saw that the corpse was actually moving in a different way. Which now makes me wonder, does it just make the corpse behave weirdly, or is it actually alive again? Because for a second there, I was returning to my previous theory that maybe the Nomai aren't actually dead, but just trapped in some sort of weird either spatial dimension or other time loop or whatever. But yeah, that still contradicts me finding a bunch of corpses, right? So, Anyways, the second part that I definitely discovered that I wasn't really quite sure about, but now does seem to make sense, is that the quantum moon itself, the way it works is if you arrive on it, or alternatively, if you fly into its cloud cover or atmosphere cover, fog, whatever, it always puts you down again at the South Pole. So for some reason, that is always the place where you arrive at whenever you arrive at the quantum moon. But while you're on its surface, it doesn't actually move you back there. You stay in the precise location you're at. So what you're theoretically able to do there, I can move the tower around, right? By not looking at it. And wherever I put the tower, that's where it's going to stay. Like in terms of its actual position on the quantum moon's surface. So I need to somehow put the tower on the North Pole and then shift over to the 6th location, I think. Because the only thing I learned there, well, I didn't really learn that much at all, right? The only thing that I now know is that whatever mysterious 6th location there is seems to be made out of quantum matter. So I think in order to do that, I basically have to shift planets a bunch of times. Because when I was next to Timber Hearth, the space that I was able to explore was smaller than roughly the southern hemisphere, like a little bit smaller than the southern hemisphere of the quantum moon. But when I was at Dark Bramble, I was able to explore almost the entirety, except for, I think, the North Pole, which I kind of wanted to go to. So now I'm thinking, well, I might just be able to turn in place again to get the shrine to appear next to me. Because what would happen if I go to Dark Bramble, move the shrine very, very close to the North Pole, and then go back to Timber Hearth, for example? Because at least at that point, I would definitely be at a point on the Timber Hearth version of the quantum moon that I haven't seen yet. So maybe there's one of the planets where you can actually get the shrine to the South Pole, North Pole, and then shift over to the 6th location. Pretty sure that's possible. What I'm unsure about is how well I will be able to do that. Because that sounds like... that sounds pretty finicky in all honesty. Huh. Especially since I also need to do it somewhat fast. Right. Okay, let's see if I get lucky and maybe see... Mr. Quantum Moon. Right away. I like how I haven't even really been back to Etla Rock. Or kind of don't like it. Because that was quite a cozy location compared to everything else that I've seen so far. Okay, it's not here currently. It's not there. There we go. I cannot believe how long it took me to actually get there, right? To fully understand how the heck you're supposed to do that. And now I can literally just fly towards it, take a quick picture of it, and immediately just land on its surface. There we go. Well, this time I kind of accidentally shot it a bit too far, but should be fine. There we go. Okay, Mr. Creepy Corpse. 80 discovery, oh boy. Well, I was able to get to the 6th location, but without the shrine being on the North Pole. So I saw the weird wall of quantum matter when you open the door. And another thing that I saw is this corpse behaving in a very, very strange way. So let's put this down again. Just move kind of further away. I wonder if that was because I was on the 6th location. Right. Okay, so... Huh. It's also very interesting that this time... No, this should still be pretty much the exact same location, right? There we go. Alright, now the shrine's already kinda close to the North Pole. Not exactly on it, but kinda close. So let's close the door. It might have been just some very, very weird... I don't... That really can't have been a... Why am I moving the orb the entire time, by the way? Can I not just do this? Yeah, that makes things a lot easier, doesn't it? Once again, just learn something accidentally, I feel like. Okay. Corpse still just lying there. There we go. Are you fucking kidding me? What is going on here? Okay, so, but... That looks to me as if the South Pole... is... Why is this guy alive all of a sudden? Are the Nomai, like, weirdly entangled with the Quantum Moon? But wait, if this would be the 6th location, like the actual... whatever this moon is, wherever we're at... Is this... Well, could be a girl. Guy, girl, woman, man, Nomai... thing responsible for the signal that was sent out? I can't even believe that this was an accidental discovery, right? I just left... There was no thought behind that. I just left the drone at the South Pole for... I don't even know why I did that. I wonder if this would have been possible. I don't think so. Because I'm thinking about the cave, right? On Ember Twin. because that has the bones of a couple Nomai in it. And the stone also goes there, but this has to be some weird phenomenon that is only visible here. It's so great. I can't. Alright, whatever. Let's open the door. Let's see where the hell I'm at. I'm definitely further north this time. Okay. So once again, no exit. Right. Well, I definitely cannot move the tower directly onto the South Pole. I don't think that was possible because, well, that's where the not-so-dead guy is lying. Really? I'm the first... Well, as I just said, I did this completely on accident. Honestly, now that I'm thinking back, I really don't know why the hell I put the scout drone down there in the first place. Wasn't it just because I think it literally just might have been because I shot it at the moon to take a picture of it to be able to land on it. And it just so happened to pretty much land on its South Pole and just got stuck there. And I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think what would happen if I moved the Quantum Moon's location while the scout drone would still remain there. I didn't even check it. I only wanted to recall it, and that's when I saw it. Yeah, but this... Holy fuck. Okay, still doesn't really solve my problem with the actual location. Right, so I need to go to the 6th location, but I need to move this tower first. Right, and now he's dead again, right? Oh, well... I think... yeah, he's up there somewhere. Okay, well, let's just try to exit. And see if there's a way for me to move... the tower. No. Okay, this is pretty much exactly... Well, obviously it's exactly where I originally... went to. Okay, so... Right, he's dead again. I thought for a second the sun was already exploding, but I think that was one of the sand cones that moved past. Maybe, hopefully? Might have also been something else. Alright, so I'm looking towards the North Pole now. So it looks like it's accessible from here. Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, I already discovered that the Nomai is alive again, right? So, let's maybe put this thing... let's not put it exactly at the North Pole, because then maybe I won't be able to put the tower there? Let's see. How would I even do that? Well, I guess like that. Okay. Okay, this is... You know, as crazy interesting as this game has been, this is the first time that I'm actually quite... I don't know, not certainly not scared, but just... kind of... I guess very excited? Definitely have an accelerated heart rate, I can tell you that. Where the hell are we? Wait. Didn't I put the scout drone nervous? Yeah, that would also be a pretty fitting description. Wait, am I crazy? Didn't I just put the scout drone next to me? Did it just automatically get moved back to the South Pole? But I mean, this place looks pretty crazy, yet at the same time, almost expected at this point. Because, I mean, I saw what it was made of, and... So, I do wonder what this really is, though. Because this is just the quantum matter as we've already seen it, right? So does it just mean that this is what the moon usually looks like, and it just takes on the shape of any sort of particular planet or something it comes by? Hello. Not gonna lie, he's a little bit of an unsettling presence with his mask and everything. The way he's looking at you. Solanum. The Nomai list surprising but still interesting. I honestly didn't really even know if we were able to talk to him or if he would just disappear. Who are you? So we've heard quite a few messages, or rather read quite a few messages by Solanum, I'm pretty sure. Or rather, messages about him, maybe? Well, hello. Is that supposed to be me? Pick up me stone. Quantum Moonstone. U stone. Eye of the universe. Identify. Explain. What? Okay. Already holding U stone. Wait, can we... Identify? So does this work exactly like their projection plates? Okay. I am Solanum, a Nomai. My clan arrived in the star system before my birth. And we now call it home. Well, now is a bit of a weird description. I don't know if we can really even talk in terms of time. I'm on my first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon. All Nomai in my clan make this journey when we come of age. Has he been stuck here ever since then? Even though the eye cannot be reached from here, the Quantum Moon remains special to us, as it carries us nearer to the eye than any other place we know. We've journeyed here to be close to the eye. While the eye is obscured from our side, we can see the Quantum Moon's reflection of the eye in the sky above us. Oh. Really? Because... Okay. Maybe I should have looked at the sky exactly above the South Pole. Is that why we always arrive at the South Pole? Because the Quantum Moon has some sort of weird inherent storm atmospheric hole there? Okay. Okay, that's about him. I love how we're finally able, like, we can now see, you know, how they're writing and everything. I never expected to actually find a living Nomai. Yeah, let's see what he says now. So technically we should identify ourselves, right? I've never met one of your kind before. It's an honor to speak with you. I particularly admire your 4 eyes. There are many questions I would ask if I could comprehend your language. You have my gratitude for understanding mine. Yeah, that's honestly a bit sad, right? Makes them even more sympathetic that he's just here explaining stuff to us. Imagine your purpose here is the same as mine, to learn about and to find the eye of the universe. But, well, maybe I shouldn't ask questions about how or why he's even alive still. Why is he here? If he's made the pilgrimage, why didn't he go back? He seemingly doesn't even know that the rest of his clan doesn't exist anymore, right? Although, again, time is weird, so... I'm unsure how you arrived here, however. Perhaps you came from another star system, as my clan originally did. I don't really think so, but... I mean, we can't rule out the possibility that the quantum moon sort of goes wherever it wants to. Well, we don't even really know at this point why it's seemingly bound to that particular solar system, or to our particular solar system. Right. Let's do the quantum moon next. Can't believe that there's even all of these animations that he does. This is the quantum moon, where we both are standing. Despite also orbiting other celestial bodies, the quantum moon is the eye of the universe's moon. Ooh. Okay, I hadn't really considered that particular possibility, but it makes a lot of sense, I guess. If you encountered a quantum shard on another planet, the shards look the same as the quantum moon's surface does now, while at the eye. From this, we can reasonably infer the quantum moon's natural state is as we see it now, and that the eye is its primary location, yeah. Given the quantum moon is the eye's moon, it's likely that any characteristics the moon exhibits are also exhibited by the eye itself. The quantum moon and its shards, for instance, are quantum, thus the eye is likely also quantum, which probably also explains why it seems so hard to find. But, on the other hand, does suggest that the eye might also be orbiting the sun of our solar system, just in a potentially very weird way? In fact, this moon is probably quantum because its proximity to the eye made it quantum, the same way the area surrounding quantum shards that landed on other planets eventually became quantum too. Right. Although the literal matter it seems to be made out of... Looks like it's already changed. But I guess that would depend on how the moon came to be in the first place, right? Because typically moons are... Well, at least with any normal planet's moon, they usually exist because a piece of the planet has been blown off in its creation, right? Or shortly afterwards, or by a big asteroid or whatever, and then that particular blown off piece just keeps orbiting the planet. And I think that's mostly the origins of moons in most cases. I guess in theory it could also be in some sort of other asteroid or object that has just been caught by the gravity field of the planet and accidentally happened to get into a stable orbit. But yeah, it might be either or, right? I feel like the moon as a piece that is just broken off of the actual planet at some point seems equally likely. Okay, now for the most interesting part. What does he say when we want to talk about the eye of the universe? Some are trapped objects, yeah. We are orbiting the eye of the universe now, although we cannot see it, only the quantum moon's reflection of it. Why are we so sure about that? I guess if I were to just fly up and try and, you know, exit the quantum moon's atmosphere now, I would probably just emerge in a random place in the solar system without any idea of where the actual eye is supposed to be. Because obviously, you know, if that wasn't the case, if we are now, or rather if we were able to access the eye from here, that would be kind of too easy almost. The quantum moon's, I find it interesting that they call it a reflection. Because to me, it just looks like a random storm. I mean, I guess the middle part has this round shape to it, but... The eye is older than the universe itself, and my client believes it dwells in an extremely distant orbit around the star system. Okay. So that might explain why they send out the probe. Extremely distant orbit. So that already would make it pretty hard to find, but I guess if it's also, well, difficult to observe and constantly changes locations erratically, then yeah, it would probably be really, really hard to get there. Although we still have the quantum frequency, right? Maybe for some reason the eye of the universe isn't really emitting it anymore? Although I suspect that that might have been the original frequency they picked up on and warped because of it? Maybe the reason why they warped to the wrong place, or too close to Dark Bramble, was because they accidentally picked the location of the moon instead of the eye? And the moon happened to be near Dark Bramble, maybe? There is fundamental uncertainty throughout the universe. Normally, this uncertainty is only observable on a very small scale. As one approaches the eye, however, that uncertainty grows enormously. Fundamental uncertainty. As in the uncertainty principle? It's only observable on a very small scale, yeah. That sounds like that sounds like, once again, it's kind of taken from real-world physics, right? So the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle means that you cannot, is it location and, what's the word? Not impact. What am I looking for? Like the, not velocity, but the... Not energy either. What is it called again? When you give an object, you know, some motion at the moment of it. Well, either way, you can observe one of the two, and the closer you observe one, or the closer you try to measure one of it, the other grows more uncertain. But again, that only really applies on a very small scale because, well, I guess it applies for everything, right? But on a small scale in this particular case means like the closer you want to observe an object's location. So if you were to try to pinpoint it to the whatever 100th number after the point, right? Like to a very, very precise location. The other thing becomes more uncertain. As one approaches the eye, however, that uncertainty grows enormously. The quantum moon probably exhibits macroscopic quantum behavior because of its proximity to the eye. Shards that broke off from the quantum moon have a similar effect, as I imagine you've seen elsewhere in the star system. Conscious observation forces a quantum object to collapse to a single possibility. But what would happen if a conscious observer somehow entered the eye itself? Yeah, that is a very, very difficult question to answer, huh? Over time, this has become my clan's greatest question. It still doesn't really answer how they're able to say that it's older than the universe itself. But first of all, is that even a theory you can really think about? Like, if it behaves this weird way, right? If it has these quantum properties and you cannot even really make sure where it's even at, like if it's so uncertain, if this uncertainty grows next to it, then would you even be able to tell how old it is or where it is at any given point? It almost seems like a contradiction to me. And yeah, it also, what we learned on the vessel the Nomai took to come to the solar system, when they received the first signal from the eye, they immediately knew that it was older than the universe itself for some reason. And it also doesn't really explain why this guy here is still alive. Can we not ask you that, mister? Can you please, like... I do... Okay, well, that's just the game being as incredible as it is, right? You immediately know how to use this, essentially this way of talking to him, because it works the exact same way as all the projection stones and whatnot that we've seen. I don't want to be rude, mister, but I do want to see if there's anything else to explore here. I mean, as long as we're here, right, nothing should really change or move. Although I kind of want to know what would happen if I just flew in there. Oh. I was thinking of talking to him again. But do you think he's still gonna tell us more if we're just combining everything else with... Because I thought he was gonna... not really let us do that. Many in my clan have believed the Eye called to us for a particular purpose. When I was a child, I used to believe the Eye was malevolent, to have lured my clan to the star system only to then vanish from them so completely. I think we've seen... might have been him talk about it in one of the messages. I don't fear the Eye anymore. In fact, it became my fondest hope to see the Eye itself someday, but I fear this may be beyond my reach. You may think I'm strange, but I have a hypothesis that I may not be entirely alive. Perhaps my journey has reached its end. Yeah. Sorry I have to tell you this, but you're kind of dead in most locations, except for this one. Although so far, doesn't this mean that I mean, this just seems like a... no matter how special the Eye is, it would still be just, quote-unquote, just an object, right? Something that happened to exist in the universe. At least that's what it looks like to me right now. So even though it has some very, very special properties to it, it doesn't really seem like anything... well, it's just got some very special quantum properties, but that's pretty much it, maybe? Wait, what actually happens if I Kind of want to know. What happens if I put these two on it? Is he just going to tell me how it works? These are the two tenets of Know My Philosophy. To seek out and to understand is our way of living. Okay, so explain and identify. It's pretty cool. So I had that let's maybe, I'm kind of afraid that I'm getting close to the sun exploding. I don't think I am, but since it does stop time whenever I'm translating, right? Which is kind of a cool thing, because otherwise this could be difficult. I imagine you've noticed the quantum moon changes in appearance depending on which location it is currently orbiting. I definitely did notice that. For instance, the moon looks quite different when orbiting Giant's Deep than it does when orbiting the Hourglass Twins. Because the quantum moon clearly changes in its different forms, the eye, being this moon's primary location, must be similarly malleable. From this, we can hypothesize that the eye represents extreme changeability. Oh. Yeah, right. So if the eye does in fact look very similar to this, then it would also change its properties depending on where it is. Would that have any implication as to... Well, either way, it would be very, very strange that the eye would be in this particular solar system. It might just be completely random. Once again, maybe the eye got caught in this particular sun's pull for whatever weird reason. That said, despite its malleable nature, the quantum moon becomes locked to one specific version of itself when it is consciously observed, yes. But what would happen if a conscious observer were to enter the eye? Well, we still don't really know what it even is or looks like, or... Suppose you could reach the eye of the universe. Would you try to enter it? I mean, if that was an option. Although, one thing that the game sort of inadvertently teaches you, and I'm pretty sure that it's also kind of on purpose, maybe? After a while, you feel pretty invincible because of the time loop, right? Because no matter what you do or what happens, you always just wake up back when, back at the start. But I feel like that's going to change at some point. And, well, if we got stuck, I don't know, in the eye of the universe itself, much like this dude, and appeared dead to everybody else except, well, for us standing there, then I don't know how much I really would want that. Because at that point, I wonder if there's a way for us to, well, get all the information, yet at the same time, we won't really be able to do anything with it. What do you imagine the effects of a conscious observer might be? Although I also feel like he's actually asking quite a deep question here. What do you imagine the effects of a conscious observer might be? Well, in theory, the eye wouldn't change location anymore? Maybe? Would that mean that somebody else would be able... I guess not really, right? Maybe we get to be a mentor at 1,000 years. See, I'm not really quite sure if I want to be that. As interesting as that sounds. I guess as long as this guy sticks around, maybe it wouldn't be too bad, right? Can have all kinds of conversations about the quantum moon and the eye of the universe. I'm definitely not fully getting the point of why he's asking this. Maybe I'm thinking... In terms of thinking about the Eye of the Universe, I'm pretty sure that I'm thinking too much about the moon, right? So I'm kind of imagining the eye to be just a bigger version of the moon, and I don't think that's it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. If we were to... Because if you have unlimited time, kind of, then... Yeah, we could teach him our language. Have very, very interesting conversations about this. Right. Okay, that was this specific combination. Let's see what this yields. Like many of my clan before me, I journeyed here to see the quantum moon's reflection of the eye. This is the closest any of us have come to seeing the eye itself. I'm still wondering why they call it the reflection of the eye. But I haven't looked at the sky on the South Pole whenever the moon was in different locations. I don't know if you can like roughly see the planet it's orbiting or something. You may think I'm strange, but I have a hypothesis that I may not be entirely alive. Oh wait, did I already do this? Or is he just sometimes repeating stuff? Let's see. We do not have much connection, you and I. Still, this encounter feels special. I hope you won't mind if I think of you as a friend. Aww, that's really sweet. The Nomai are quite a curious and very interesting, nice people. Is this your first time on the Quantum Moon? It very much is. Well, technically not, but in this specific location, yeah. It's my first time here. That's so weird to think about. If you've come here looking for answers, I hope you find them. Well, I'm really not sure, because I'm pretty sure now I've exhausted everything. Don't think I've missed any combination, right? I've done those. I've done that with all three of these. Yeah. Make a new friend, yes, very much so. Now I feel actually really sad that he's dead in all the other observable states this moon can have. Well, by the way, what happens if unable to pinpoint location? Well, it would have been too easy if I could just look at the map right now. Let's just double check. So quantum fluctuations are just everywhere around us, so it makes sense. This looks exactly as it is done before. So I guess the only thing that remains is to try to just jump out of the moon at this point. If that's possible. I mean, it wasn't too difficult to get here, now that I know how. So if there was anything else that I wanted to do here... I feel really sad leaving him behind, but... I mean... Oh boy. It actually just immediately sucks you out, huh? Oh. Well, that's sad. Did they have to do it like this? Where they just put you down immediately next to his corpse? Why did it put us next to Timberhouse? Because there's nothing here, right? Huh. Well, I guess the one sort of good thing is that no matter what we do, it seems like Solanum's never really going to die. Because there's always going to be some sort of weird quantum state where they're still alive. Although I'm really not sure how that works, but I mean, as long as it does, I'm fine with it. So I guess we don't need to be too sad about them. Oh, thank you. Well, to be fair, it has eluded me for a long time. And I definitely needed all the explanations of the 3 quantum rules the game gives you in order to figure it out. There's probably gonna be people, which that must be the most fun part, right? Because there were probably a lot of people that either completely on accident or by just being very, very clever were able to solve those rules without even properly learning them, I guess. At least in terms of how the game teaches you those rules. So that must be pretty crazy to observe that. Although, the game is somewhat... like, it's built in a way where I think it would be somewhat difficult to observe these particular things. Because, for example, in terms of the quantum objects and the entanglement thing, right? I'm pretty sure you're not actually able to learn that in any other location except on Ember Twin. Because all the other quantum shards are in locations where you cannot make it completely dark, right? So you would still be able to observe them. Or rather, you wouldn't be able to not observe them while standing on them. I think the only quantum shard, aside from, well, the shrine on the moon, is the one in Ember Twin. But either way, I mean, you could still figure it out by yourself. Which would probably also be pretty fun. I've seen someone brute force the quantum moon before. Logic it out. It does sound like a very fun and interesting thing to do, too. Although I'd imagine it would involve quite a bit of trial and error, right? So I don't know how much I would have enjoyed going through that, because, like, suppose I wouldn't have known that there was still another location to check out with the second rule in this particular case that I didn't know about. Coming up with that yourself and actually learning it, well, it would have to be something, some similarly random path, right? So you just maybe accidentally turn off your light for some reason, and then you notice, oh wait, I'm changing locations, right? So it might be like that. Much like I completely on accident saw Solanum being alive, simply because I left my drone there and wasn't even trying to take a photo, just trying to recall it. I met a living Nomai named Solanum at the South Pole. The quantum moon is the eye of the universe's moon. At this location, the quantum moon becomes a reflection of the eye itself. The eye is likely the source of all macroscopic quantum phenomena in the solar system. Solanum wonders what would happen if a conscious observer were to enter the eye. Solanum has a hypothesis that she may not be entirely alive. Oh, it actually mentions her gender. That's nice. Did not know that. Well. Right. Ah, yeah, the planet's trying to keep you away from the North Pole. That is definitely a connection I feel like you can make. Just by how the maps are built up, right? at least you would have like a natural curiosity. Once you, like if you entered from Timber Hearth, for example, and it kept you on the southern hemisphere of the moon, you'd naturally want to see what's beyond that, right? And if you try to go through the fog, you'd realize that's not possible. So by moving the shrine around, if you already knew you could quantum entangle your way through that, I could definitely see somebody figuring that out in particular. Although I have to say, as cool or interesting as it might be watching somebody brute force it, or coming up with solutions yourself, I personally find that it's incredibly interesting to sort of go along with the journey that Nomai had as well. Because that's what the game also does so well, is to tell you the story of what they discovered and to, well, almost like an archaeologist or something, follow their path that they took through the solar system and discover why they were doing this and how they discovered everything. Which I feel like you would definitely lose a little bit of that. Although, well, you could still find it, right? Just because you figure out something by yourself. Which is another beautiful thing about this game, is that it gives you the freedom to figure it out yourself, but even if you do, I feel like it might not even take that much away from any connection, because you would still fight that, and then it's super, super interesting to well, to see how they potentially did it. That being said, this definitely felt like the biggest secret that was solved by far, as of now. Although, obviously, there's still the whole point of everything that's left. This definitely goes back to a thing that I was speculating quite a bit about already, which is that I feel like the timeline's pretty wonky. And I wonder if... Well, clearly not all Nomai are still alive, yet at the same time I also feel that maybe not that much time has elapsed since they arrived here? It's so beautiful how they did that. Because it really, like, it gives you so much freedom. It never forces anything on you, and yet it has, you know, in retrospect, an actually pretty big sort of guiding hand, right? But in a very elegant way. It lets you figure stuff out on your own, but definitely heavily pushes you in the right direction, but without you knowing that it's the right direction. I guess that's the best way of putting it. The only thing is I'm kind of unsure what to do next. I mean, obviously there is still a bunch of mysteries to solve, but I just want to make sure that I'm not missing any crucial connection here between what I just learned and what I still need to figure out. Because as cool as it was visiting the Quantum Moon, it didn't really give me any new information on ghost matter, for example. Also, so the weird wind thingy that I got swept up in when I flew into the fog, that wasn't there when the Quantum Moon was at Timber Hearth. So either I just missed it, I don't think I did though. Because that would have been something that would have been fairly easy to see. So I was thinking about that maybe the wind thingy that sucks you from its surface might just be in different locations when it visits other planets, but I don't think that's the case. I think it only exists on the moon whenever it's at the eye of the universe. Another one of those very strange connections. What would that look like from the outside? It's just a side quest. Well, it kind of... I mean, all of them sort of are and sort of aren't. But yeah, that is true. Very crucial one, though. Well, I mean, the next logical step is definitely to finally solve that mystery of the core of Giant's Deep, because that's hopefully also going to yield more answers about the Ash Twin project. Which now, yeah, I am just now beginning to realize how distant the Quantum Moon really is from the Ash Twin project, right? Because the Quantum Moon is almost more connected with the beginnings of the Nomai in the solar system and how it connected them also back to the original quest of the Eye of the Universe, but it has very little to do... Well, it indirectly, obviously, made them aware of the Eye of the Universe. It made them aware of how potentially close the thing they were looking for is, and that is probably what prompted them to start the entire project, right? But everything that's got anything to do with the project itself has very little to do with the Quantum Moon. Right. Well, this question mark then. So what I already know is that the counterclockwise cyclones can push you beneath the surface. Although whenever I tried that, I was never able to get close enough to the core. Mainly because the core has electric current running around it that prevents you from going through it. Or at least it also, like, deactivates all of your electrical systems and stuff. I found one of the squid things in Dark Bramble, which somehow connects back to Bramble Island on Giant's Deep. And what we found was that apparently the sea creatures have some insulation around them that would potentially make it able for me to go through the electric current. The connection there that I don't quite understand is how would that, like, can I just take one of the squids somehow and enter the core? But what would how does it connect back to the counterclockwise cyclones? Unless I need to be pushed into one of the creatures via a cyclone. But then at least the living creatures still seem to be... they seem to have current run through them as well. So I don't think I would be able to approach them. But on the other hand, the one that was dead and encased in the crystal didn't really seem accessible. But then again, I also didn't look at it too closely. Maybe I just need to be next to it? But that would mean that I would have to somehow navigate Bramble Island into the counterclockwise spinning cyclone, which I have no idea if that's a thing that I can do. If I would be able to influence the island's path that it takes. Well, at least that's definitely another goal. Bramble Island. I don't know if it is because of Solanum or because the Quantum Moon has just been such a constant throughout all of this, but now it almost feels like the Quantum Moon itself is kind of a friend that just is along for the ride on your journey, right? Visiting all the different planets, and it's just kind of there, being there for you whenever you fly somewhere else. Well, obviously it's not always there. It kind of has a very strong mind of its own, but yeah. Okay. Right, so this is the very strong current that was mentioned before. I never actually tried to... Right, I never tried to go through the current on my own. So maybe the hint with the counterclockwise spinning cyclones just means that that's your way to go below the current. And then from there, you can utilize the squids. It's just popping in to say hi and then continuing on its way, yeah. It's a really, really cool way of thinking about it, isn't it? And then it's just not the quantum moon itself, but you literally have a friend on it, right? Okay. Yeah. I do think that this is just a I forgot about gravity being really, really strong here. Well, why am I even going through there? I can just... should just be able to pop back up here. So what I was wondering if maybe this particular island would allow me to, I don't know, enter the crystal and be close to one of the creature things. And that way I would potentially be able to get into the core. I'd imagine that's also, like, yeah. It's very, very difficult to think about this game in terms of what you want to say or don't want to say. I can understand that. Okay, I can... but if I enter the current, it's also just not letting me, or is it going to sweep me away? I don't think so. It's just not letting you through, pretty much. Oh. Unless... so if the creatures themselves aren't going to let me do anything, then maybe there's a way for me to enter this island from below. Oh no, I'm actually able to go below it. I mean, it looks closed off though. Yeah, this doesn't really look like a potential solution to me. How am I even getting out of this? Oh, there we go. Okay. Right. So I'm somewhat certain that these things really are just encased in crystal. And I'm also fairly certain that you wouldn't actually be able to move the island into a counterclockwise spinning cyclone. That seems a little bit far-fetched, honestly. And just waiting for it to happen is, well, I don't know if you could potentially do it, but that's not how this game typically handles its, well, puzzles, I suppose, right? Because, like, for the most part, you're pretty much able to do anything you want by yourself. You're not forced into anything. Although sometimes you do have to wait for certain things to happen. But I also think that the main reason why this exists is for you to get more information about Feldspar and subsequently be able to locate him within Dark Bramble, right? And then you can make the connection and find the information about these creatures having that insulating effect. Yeah, I'm also sure that gravity is kind of too strong here to be able to walk anywhere else on this island, right? Okay. That's a clockwise one. Unless there is a... Oh boy, I'm probably gonna die when we land again. Oh, this is really, really dark. Well, almost. Honestly, looks a little bit as if I got pretty lucky being caught in the branches, much like everything is caught in the branches of Dark Bramble. Oh, sorry. Well. Right. I think I'm just gonna go and hopefully... Yeah, ship's still stuck around. Thankfully. Although it's in a little bit of a different location again. I feel like the last time I was here, it actually got blown into a similar spot. Let me up. Oh boy. So close and yet so far. I might have to wait for another cyclone to come by? Or is there another way for me to get up there? Maybe from here? I thought I was able to enter it last time from where it is now, but... Can I take that branch to... I just need to get on top of it, basically, right? It says 2 times gravity, but honestly, with how little my jetpack is able to do here, it feels more like 4 or 5 times the gravity. I did read the recording, yeah. It's actually been a while ago since I came here the first time. Not entirely sure. That was the one where Feldspar... I think he's mentioning something about having found a connection between... Or was it the one where he tells you that he found a way into the core of Giant's Deep? It might have been, right? Are you serious? Can I not get up here? Come on. I'm using up all my fuel. Oh, that worked. Well, there we go. Ooh. Don't fall off again. Of course. There's no way to duck beneath it, right? Ah! Please enter. Oh boy. Now I'm actually almost stuck. Okay, seriously. This is one of the more complicated things to do. If you're kind of stuck on... If I go that way, I'm just going to fall off. Come on. There we go. Finally. Oh boy. That was almost as difficult as solving all the puzzles, huh? Well, yeah, thank you. Why did I fly so far back? Ah, well. At least I didn't break it entirely. There we go. I didn't actually realize that you can destroy the reactor. That sounds fairly dangerous. I wonder what had happened if you just continued flying. Would it eventually just explode below you? Okay, that's the hull. Let's see, Anything else? No, looks fine. You did ignore it? What happens if you ignore the reactor? I feel like the ship would just blow up at some point? Or does it just refuse to fly? I can imagine that it wasn't a great idea, yeah. Right, let's see. What's the... Where is it? These are all spinning the same direction. That's the one. I take it below the current. There we go. Okay, so, yeah. I misunderstood this a little bit. I didn't realize that you wouldn't even be capable of going below the current without the information on the counterclockwise cyclone. Right. Violent explosion. So it does in fact explode at some point. That's... Oh boy. Okay. Right. So a couple of these things are sometimes emerging from below it. So does that mean... Yeah, that one looks like it's gonna go back in, maybe? But... Do I just need to follow it? Because I don't think I can enter these guys, right? Whoa. Okay, well that didn't work. Oh, do I need to wait, maybe? No. Okay, so simply the knowledge that these things do seem to be insulating doesn't help. My initial thought was that I would have to, I don't know, enter their bellies somehow, but how exactly would that work? The game has a lot of beautiful music, I have to say. And it's also, it's really, really cool how it's dynamically like bringing it in every time you discover something new. And it does also feel like it's another one of those beautiful things where it's kind of... Oh, can it just... Ooh. I didn't realize I would have been able to do this. So... I can literally just fly into them? Shit. Well, I missed that one. Is he going down? Oh. So you do need to be sure to only enter from below then. Please let me know! Of course. Well. I should have just stayed inside of the thing. Well, I guess I need to do it on the next loop. Also gives me more time, because I feel like I've spent a lot of time figuring this out, and now I have the solution, so I should be able to do it almost right away, right? So I'm just gonna fly back to Giant's Deep, immediately go into the counterclockwise cyclone, and then enter one of these things. I wonder if you can do that with your ship. Probably not, right? I mean, that's way bigger than the thing itself, so... The changes in atmosphere are great, right? Funnily enough, you can almost describe them as literal changes in atmosphere, right? As in the atmosphere of planets, but it's also just the atmosphere of that the game creates itself. And yeah, it's the difference between the violent surface of the planet and the beautiful and almost melancholic inside of it. It's also an excellent example of music helping facilitate certain feelings, right? Because you could have made the inside of this planet incredibly creepy and especially and very sort of dangerous in terms of how it feels. Yet they didn't really do that, right? They went for a more beautiful version of it, which I think works really well because Well, it's not really supposed to intimidate you or feel like it's a very dangerous place. Especially since you're supposed to utilize these squid things to enter the core. Which I feel like, had there been very ominous music down here, maybe it would have also inadvertently made players, you know, maybe not try as much. Like, detract them from what they're actually supposed to be doing. Okay, are you going down? That might be a bit fast for me. Wait, is another one coming up, or is that my ship? Soundtrack is very, very beautiful. I might have to check it out where it's available. You're already going down. I might just have to wait for this thing to go back down. They're actually quite a bit faster than I initially thought. First I thought they were very, very slow at going down and up again. Actually, now it makes me wonder what the entire purpose of this is. Since they're also electrical, right? We have this electric current running through them. I wonder if it's maybe... Oh boy. Come here. Is it gonna take me down with it, or do I need to do that myself? So I don't want to suddenly emerge from its head. I wonder if it's somehow trying to eat us as well. Okay, probably just want to make sure to stay somewhat close to its head. Wow. This is kind of crazy. Okay, I think I might already be in the core. Because it kind of look... Yes, we are. Oh boy. Now it's getting a little bit more creepy. There we go. Oh, hello. Wait, does the planet have... I guess it has a solid core then? Or is this a piece of the probe cannon that fell into it? Would this be the entrance? This looks very, very different to what I was expecting. Oopsie. Wait, so this is built up the exact same way that... Toon Wolf, hi. This is built up the exact same way as the other two cylindrical structures in the probe cannon, right? I don't remember what exactly their entrance looked like. What is this thing? Doesn't even... At first I thought it was like a very dense round core, but that's... Doesn't seem like that's the case. Is it a part of the structure of the probe cannon? Just overgrown with like seaweed or something? Oh, this should be... hopefully this should be the entrance. Come here. There we go. Whew. I don't know why, but the gravity feels still somewhat difficult to overcome in here. Oof. Okay. There we go. Bum. Alright. Ah, right. those were the plates that allow you to switch between the two sides. Yeah, might as well start with the projection plate. Another Ash Twin one. So this would be communications between the third probe module, that's where we're in, right? And the Ash Twin project, or whatever. I have exciting news, Privet. The Ash Twin project is almost prepared to receive the probe data from the orbital probe cannon, which, sort of to remind myself, so the probe cannon, they supposedly built this to find the Eye of the Universe, which at that point they must have already known that it might orbit in a either very, very strange or at least, very distant orbit around the sun, which is why they built the cannon. It doesn't really explain how they could even calibrate it to where the Eye of the Universe would be, and isn't a probe a literal observation of it? So how would it even be able to reach it? Unless they... Maybe it had something to do with what Selenium was trying to pull off? Rami is adding some finishing touches here, but she'll be finished soon. Are you and the orbital probe cannon well? We are. The statue here in the probe tracking module is ready to record each launch's flight trajectory and will automatically transmit all relevant data to you. Wait, the statue? Oh. I think I hadn't even really considered the option that might also be possible. Because so far I kind of thought of the statues as their memory backup system. So if they in fact wanted to create a time loop and they were aware, not only were they aware of the supernova, they were the ones responsible for it, seemingly. So I thought that all the statues that I found in various locations of their projects were there, I guess, in case of an emergency, that they would be able to back up their memories. It turns out they maybe were just essentially hard drive or utilized as hard drives for all the information that they gathered. Once the probe determines the location of the Eye of the Universe, I'll send an alert directly to you and Rami. On the other appendage, I'm now worried about this cannon's structural integrity and its crew's moral integrity. Yeah, I mean, we already kind of saw that in various places, and yeah, they seemingly had to forego the structural integrity to even make it possible to launch towards where the Eye of the Universe might be. Okay, once again, this just leads back to the thing. Your eyes are open. So, is that because this particular statue is connected to the probe? And whatever data it sends back? That's why its eyes are open? So the third glowing mask that we see whenever we look at the Ashton project would be... the one that records the probe's data? Memory? Launch module. Imagine, Privet, the probe tracking module will be the first to know the coordinates of the Eye of the Universe. You'll be the first to see them. How? Still fail to understand how that's even possible. I'm honored and terrified. Unless whatever weird information they found on the interloper would somehow connect back to this probe, but it didn't really seem like that would be the case. You won't ask the orbital probe cannon to use so much power that it breaks, will you? Surely not. Fret not, my nervous friend. We only need to fire the probe once anyway, so who minds if it compromises the orbital probe cannon's structural integrity slightly? I would mind, Mello. I would mind, because we won't be capable of receiving our probe's data if the probe tracking module is destroyed. This is one of the messages that I already found on the cannon itself, right? When I went to the launch module, right? Which is another one of those beautiful things the game pulls off, where it allows you to find the same information in multiple places, but instead of making it, feel like it's well, uninteresting or just, you know, the same thing again. It's just incredibly believable that you would... Well, because it makes so much sense. It's the same message, just from two... It's as if you were finding two different smartphones, right? In each location, and you saw the same messages that were sent and received by the two phones. Because that's what it is. And it's so, once again, so effortless in how they're pulling it off. And it's not just logical, but it allows you to get the same information from multiple places. So whatever you understand first, or whatever you're going for first, or discover first, it'll allow you to get that same information. And it makes complete sense within how the game world works, right? Okay, so I'm pretty sure that this is gonna be somewhat equal to what I already saw, right? Unless, is this the calculated trajectory for the probe? Receiving data from probe 9318114? What is that divided by 22? Wait a second. Where's my... I feel like that's very, very close to what I want to... Wait, so it's 9... Oh, oops. Well, let's just do it that way. 9318114 divided by 22. No, that's slightly off. It's 223,550. Huh. Because at first, I thought that this was... It kind of seems to be confirming what I was speculating about, in that the reason why they went for a time loop in the first place was so that they could just send the probe over and over and over again until they actually found the eye of the universe, right? That was their idea. Just, let's create a time loop and fire the probe as many times as it takes until we find the eye of the universe. And somehow they were able to build it in a way where once they found the eye of the universe, it would loop exactly that loop over and over again. Huh. Wait a second. So, yeah, now that I'm really thinking about it, let's say they were doing this, right? So they were just firing the probe over and over again, but they don't activate the statues, like their memory backup system, until they somehow know that they found the eye of the universe. So once they got the right trajectory for the probe, then the memory statues activate. So for the people that are at that point close to the statues, time would loop. But before that, time would only loop for the probe. Is that what is happening here? So the probe gets all the loops, goes through all the possible trajectories until it finds the eye, then activates the memory thingies so that the loop would start for the people close to the statues so that they could then travel to the eye. But for some reason, the Nomai perished before they found this? How does that work, though? I mean, that goes back to the question of how would everybody else perceive this if only the probe looped? If only the probe's data was captured every single time. If this is even correct, because I was thinking that the earlier information that we found about the year, right, which said like 280,000 years, something, I was kind of expecting to find a correlation here, but technically, I mean, in theory, it could have also been that well, did I make a mistake there? Would I still have to... Well, it kind of goes back to the question of... Is this in... Yeah, right, because I don't even know if this is in seconds or in minutes, or how often do they do that? What does the probe go through? Well, no, I was thinking that the probe had the same 22-minute time loop. So what did I just do? I divided by 22, which would give me the... Yeah, it doesn't really correlate, does it? Because if that would be 400,000 something minutes, then... Yeah, it still doesn't really come out the right way at the end, does it? Let me just... 18114 divided by 22, that would be... the number of times it has gone through a 22-minute loop. Which that divided by... Oh boy. Can you even divide that into days? Well, it would still be by our time calculations, right? So let's say roughly times 3, that would be the loops per hour then? Yeah, it doesn't really correspond, doesn't really correlate to the years that I found it earlier. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that seems really clear as well, that it is this particular loop. I just thought, I guess it doesn't really matter, right? But I thought it would somehow correspond to that weird year number, like 280,000 years that I heard about earlier. But again, that's assuming that they're calculating minutes and hours and years the same way we do, which I would find kind of peculiar if that was the case. But it doesn't really matter for the discovery in and of itself, right? What matters is that apparently the probe looped this many times. Visualizing current trajectory of probe 9,380,114. Right. So that's the current trajectory. And knowing that we are in this loop and the exact same loop is starting over and over, at least I hope that's what's happening, would mean that if I were to just follow the probe, I should be arriving at the eye of the universe eventually, which is funny if that's actually the case, because I was already on the probe at some point. So would I have just accidentally found the eye of the universe right at the start if I had done that? Ooh, this looks like all the possible probes that were already sent out, right? Yeah, and now one has actually found its target. Retrieving previous launch data from Ash Twin. Total number of probes launched. Oh, okay, literally just confirms it. 9,380,114. Deep space anomaly matching all known criteria for the eye of the universe found by probe 9,318,054. Oh, wait. Huh. Well, that's odd. Oh, or did they build it in a way where it would, once it had found a matching criteria, it would just send out the probe to that same location every single time to find out more and more data about it? I mean, if they had the capability to save all the data they received, it would make the most sense that they would do that, right? Retrieving stored coordinates from Ash Twin, displaying coordinates for the eye of the universe. Oh, okay. Sure. Nice coordinates. No idea what that's supposed to mean, though. Is that a That's not even know my writing, huh? Is that... I think I know what this is. Do I have to write this down, or does the ship know this? There's no way for me to check that right now. You know what? Might not be the worst idea to just write it down anyways, right? Let's be really, really old school about this, and... Now I'm kind of sad that I don't own... let me do this. That I don't own some sort of manual for this game, right? Like back in the day when you had actual physical copies and a manual within them, and most of them came with like a small note section where you could like write down passwords and some such. Okay, so I should probably explain what I'm thinking about, although I'm sure you already know, but this looks like the things that I can input into the vessel. The one that Nomai came here with, right? The weird password thingy that I wasn't really able to do anything with. So, I guess maybe what they're telling us here is that even though the probe is on the right trajectory, it would probably still take a very, very long time to get there. I wonder if the game would allow you to do that. If I did what I did, I don't know, somewhat close to the start of the game, if I just flew to the probe, got situated, put my starship down, and just waited, if it would get me to the same location as this. I also wonder how the vessel would even do that. So maybe I'm thinking about this in a slightly wrong way. Maybe the vessel is just going to give me... Maybe it can translate this. That might also be it. That it can just translate what coordinates these are. Because, well, the vessel is still stuck in Dark Bramble. And me inputting some coordinates shouldn't suddenly unstuck it, right? Unstick it? Unless it can immediately warp to a specific location once you know it. Huh. At the start of each loop. Does it fire randomly though? Because I was kind of convinced that it would just fire... I thought that it would fire the same way every single time. Maybe it doesn't. I never actually paid attention to it, now that you're saying that. I always just looked at it. I guess, yeah, that makes more sense then. So, huh. Right. Well, I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, it is really obvious. The added number of loops on what it just told me, right? Probe number 9 million something 54 found the eye of the universe, but the current probe is 114. So the difference there is probably the actual loops you as the player go through while playing the game. So, because I think that could be right roundabout. How many would that be? Like what, 60 loops? Which would amount to 20. Well, it doesn't entirely... it might be true, something like that. But considering that the game is also displaying all the other time information correctly, leads me to assume that it's the literal number of loops you as the player went through. Well, it doesn't really matter for the end result. Like, it doesn't really matter if the probe... Like, once it finds the eye of the universe, it doesn't matter if it just fires the same way every single time or if it fires into different directions still. What matters is it found it, right? Although I would have... Well, if they found the eye of the universe... I just assumed that they would have some sort of since obviously their computer or whatever detects these things can detect that that's the correct location. So at that point, I would assume that it just fires the same way every single time. But now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that doesn't even make that much sense, because just because it matches the criteria doesn't exactly mean that it is what you're looking for, right? So you probably still want to continue through the loops and everything. Oh, I don't have to write it down. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Let's just do it anyway. Now I got my paper out. Also, it honestly just looks kind of cool. So I might just... Why is it not writing? So it would be that from the top, yeah, and then we have cute little tie thing. The last symbol honestly looks the coolest. Somewhat reminds me, is it the Dutch Railway Company, I think, or is it the British one? One of them has a symbol that's, or logo that's somewhat equal. Well, it's still very different. I lifted 60 loops. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, it can. Well, that's pretty funny then. I wonder how the game calculates that. I guess that means it could also fire, but wouldn't the... Yeah, well, the cannon could look into every given direction. So it can technically fly into the sun, it can fly into any other planet, into the black hole of Brittle Hollow, if it's completely random. Honestly, that is a very cool thing, if that's how it works. Because, yeah, there's probably... What even is the probability of that happening? Well, it kind of depends on how many... The game has to have a limit there, right? Because it still has to, in terms of just game logic, somehow calculate what's going to happen. So it's probably limited by some sort of bit, like 32-bit or 64-bit number. Yeah. So that is very, very interesting, though, considering, or rather calculating the likelihood of that happening, and thinking about how many people actually played the game, right? So you could figure out how likely is it that anybody would have encountered any specific probe location, if that's how it works. Which is really, really cool. It adds another layer to the game even, because that's well, do I really want to call it the Dark Souls layer, Demon Souls layer? This idea of, as a community together, finding out some specific secret about a game. In this particular case, it's not really a secret, right? It's just some randomness that seemingly they added, but it's honestly way cooler than anything that FromSoft has ever done. Just going to put that out there. Oh, did they limit the randomness? But I guess they wanted to prevent that happened over and over again, right? I mean, that's probably... Well, it would somehow be connected, because the game cannot really create true randomness, right? It still has to utilize a seed and whatnot. So I guess you could get really, really unlucky, and for some reason, based on a bunch of different factors, the game would calculate very close locations every single time, and you would be hit by it. I don't know. Completely depends on what the code is written in and everything, but I can understand that they would maybe limit that. Also, it's not really, as cool as it is, it's not really necessary for the probe to truly be random in that sense, right? Because the idea of it is enough to... Because no one player would ever be able to discover more than, I don't know, 200, 300 different ways anyway. In the first loop, yeah. That would be pretty crazy. Although a very memorable, that's what I was looking for, experience nonetheless. But at that point, you probably wouldn't really know what had happened. Although, honestly, the idea of you randomly flying to the probe and after 2 hours or something randomly coming across the outer universe would have been equally cool, I feel like. But then again, that might... It might mean that you would well, there's too high of a chance to accidentally discover the end of the game right away or something. Although, that being said, so the first loop only ever starts when the statues activate, which is probably... Yeah, there's no way to get to the very first probe, is there? Because that's probably when the loop starts in the first place, right? So it would be the previous one. Probe finds the eye of the universe, activates the statues, and at that point you are trapped in the loop. So at the moment the loop starts over, it's the next one anyways, but even the very first one... Well, now I don't really remember. Where does it put... Because the statue activates after you retrieve the launch codes. Is there a possibility for you to get to that particular probe right away? Maybe. I don't know. Would be a cool Easter egg, but at the same time... Oh, whoopsie. Well, that's not really what I wanted to go... Wrong gravity field there. Right. Okay. So... Are these all the answers? I have a possible coordinate that I was looking for. Well, obviously it's not all the answers, because a bunch of questions, especially in terms of what the Nomai are, why they're dead, mostly, still isn't answered. Maybe it just took too long, but why would they die, right? Really doesn't answer that still. By the way, I really enjoy this device. So they have some sort of liquid, I don't know, I assume metal here? It almost looks like gold. And somehow this thing is able to create any given picture or 3D object that you want to display. That's pretty awesome. It's like a very fast 3D printer that can reuse the stuff it printed. Well, real printing companies would never invent such a thing, because then they couldn't charge you, you know, $80 for like this much of printer ink, right? I don't know if you know, I actually saw a video of somebody that worked at a printing company. And they calculated that apparently printer ink, at least if you go by the usual price you would have to pay when you're just buying it in a normal store, is apparently more valuable than blood. So you're paying more for printer ink than you pay for blood infusions. Per liter anyways. So I guess that's nice to know. Well, technically you're not only paying for the ink, but for all the electronic bullshit they're adding onto the like cartridges, right? Huh. Right. So this statue then is it has to be the memory of the probe, right? So I guess I don't need to be looking for a third person anymore. Although I didn't even really think about Solanum possibly being the third person that has a statue attached to them. But I think for them, it's probably entirely different, because they're caught up in whatever weird quantum moon thingy is happening next to the Eye of the Universe. So they might be in their own version of a time loop, but I think it's kind of disconnected from everything that's happening in the solar system. So I think that Solanum doesn't really need to store her memories anywhere, because for her, nothing ever really changes, right? She's just, from her perspective, on the quantum moon the entire time, and doesn't really... I don't know if she even experiences time as such anymore, right? So I don't think that she's actually connected to the statues. That is probably just the probe. I need to go to a place? Well... I don't know. Difficult to answer without knowing what it is, right? Because sometimes I feel like quality of life could be intrinsically linked to some sort of really cool discovery. Also, the one thing that is quite weird, whenever you discover something like this, I don't think I would even have the time to go to the vessel to look for these coordinates. How would I even get out of this place now that I'm thinking about it? Oh. That looks interesting. What is going on? What is this planet made out of? Maybe I should kind of take a look at that a little bit. Okay, this is really difficult to enter once you're in here. There we go. Let's look at the core of the planet a little bit more. That's a pretty cool effect as well. It's sort of pushing you back. Sadly a bit dark in here. So initially, yeah, I thought that these were overgrown parts of the gravity cannon, or the one particular piece of the probe cannon, but maybe this is the actual core of this planet? What is even happening? Yeah, so now I'm kind of getting close to the outside of the core again. I wonder why this planet... I mean, it's quite sizable. It has a lot of matter on it, right? So I guess in that sense, it makes sense that it would have increased gravity. But this is a very, very strange and peculiar core. Don't really think we're going to get much more information about it. So it's kind of a... It reminds me of... what are these things called? Like... Is it anemonia? Well, some sort of sea creature, right? That is just creating this current around it, and it just so happened to live at the core of this planet. I guess that would be it. Animals? Yeah. Something like that, right? So I think it's somewhat unrelated to the gravity. And maybe the current, or the electrical current might in turn just be creating the water current, right? Because the water would react maybe to the electricity and be almost spun up in a certain way. It looks very weird from the outside when it's underwater, though. I don't think there's much more to discover here, but it certainly looks very, very interesting. Another possible thing, or connection, or, well, whatever you want to call it. So Feldspar was here. I guess he didn't really... either didn't understand these connections, because I'm pretty sure Feldspar did not visit the Nomai vessel. At least as far as I know. Because he kind of crashed on Dark Bramble, right? And then stopped his journey there. Well, he also didn't have the benefit of a time loop to discover all these things, so yeah. Yeah, honestly, if it's not really related to the discoveries, unless it has something to do with ghost matter, because that I still haven't figured out, and I, well, obviously still need to if I want to enter the asteroid thingy. I almost wish there would at least be, I don't know, like a funny little creature thingy down here. It's a pretty giant core, isn't it? But then again, the planet's pretty huge. Right, one thing that I could still... Oh, hello. Oh, that's just a broken off tip, I think. Yeah, might be. Huh. Cool. Yeah, I don't think that I'll be able to just go outside, right? Because that would probably need another one of those creatures again. Oh, well, never mind. So it does hurt you, but you're able to go through. So I guess the other way around is just more difficult. Oh, was Gabbro? Right, that's the dude that also is in a time loop, right? On this planet? Where the hell is my ship anyways? I think I'm... Oh. Well, the ship might be below the current now. To be fair, yeah, I've definitely somewhat neglected a couple of the NPCs here and there. They're really, really interesting to talk to initially, but then don't really offer that much anymore in terms of, like, when you discover them for the first time, it's always cool and interesting, but at this point I had kind of forgotten that Gabbro is with me in this time loop, which now seems somewhat random. I mean, I guess it is, because he found the place where they created the statues to begin with, so it kind of just was an accident, right? That he would be finding the statue and therefore also enter the loop. Okay, now the sun's exploding. Well, that makes it easy though. I can very, very quickly go back to the to Gabbro's Island, which isn't this even the right one? I think it is, right? No. This might be the island with the statue. Don't fully remember where Gabbro was. It is still incredibly cool to me, though. I don't know how well this whole looping thing is also integrated into the game. Not only that there are literal data logs that display like how many minutes have passed since the loop started or how much time is still left. But once again, it so effortlessly integrates with everything that you know, because all of these things, well, obviously they would start at the time loop. It just makes sense that that's a way they would display time. And it all just works out. Now it makes me wonder, might not be the case, but it does make me wonder if... Also, by the way, yeah, now I think I noticed. It definitely shot off this way at one point, I think. Anyways, it's just... I wonder if the initial number, so the number of loops that happened before you started everything, I wonder if that's random? Oh, nice. It even has the image of it right here. Orbital probe cannon has launched millions of probes. The 9,318,054th probe located a deep space anomaly matching all known criteria for the Eye of the Universe. The statue in the probe tracking module automatically records each probe's trajectory and transmits the data to the Ash Twin project. I found all my coordinates marking the location of the Eye of the Universe. Cool. Although, another fairly important question I feel like still remains, and that is, it feels like the probe cannon is sort of their brute force attempt to find the Eye of the Universe, right? Which, alright, cool. With the way of... Well, with everything we know currently about quantum objects, I'm just wondering why that even works. But I guess at the point where the probe or rather, if the probe is already on the right trajectory, I guess you can kind of think of it in a way when I'm now approaching the quantum moon, right? I shoot my small little scout drone, take a picture of the moon, and that way I'm observing it and I'm able to land on it, right? It's not going to disappear again. So I guess the probe might be working in a very similar way, where it's, well, randomly just happened to be finding the eye of the universe, and since it's directly flying towards it, the quantum effects cannot like relocate it, and so the probe is actually flying towards it. And since the probe is still observing that very location, or rather, yeah, well, how does that work though? Because the probe now is just launching into other different directions, right? So how are the coordinates? I guess they count as a mirror image of said quantum object, sort of, maybe. Oh, visiting Gabbro for the first time was actually really, really cool. I mean, most of them are really cool in their own way, right? But Gabbro specifically, he's just so chill about everything, right? You get to him, he's lying on his cool little like bed that he made for himself, and he's just like playing on his flute. Doesn't even care that he somehow entered a time loop, right? He just, oh yeah, I entered a time loop. Did you notice that everything's starting over all the time? Yeah, I'm constantly like blown up into space by giant cyclones, right? Crashing back down to the planet like every couple minutes, but sure, everything's fine. Where was his location though? It definitely had his island somewhere, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure that I would be able to find it just by going to the planet, but shouldn't it also just... Oh, there it is. There we go. Gabbro's Island. Mark location. Let's pay him a visit. Gabbro really is the best. It is a bit sad that he's the only one that also is aware of the loop. Because that inherently, like, makes all the other people you can find a bit less interesting, right? Because as cool as the conversations are that you can have with them, and they all have really, really cool and nice personalities, I think, but they are inherently less memorable compared to Gabbro. Somewhat speedy approach, but it worked out. Boom. The only small thing that I would actually like to have, though, is an approach thruster. So once you're very, very, like, just a tiny bit above any surface, that it would let you put your ship down very elegantly. But then again, you could probably just do that yourself, right? Hey, Time Pal, nice weather we're having, huh? Sure. Wait, have I used that one before? Did he? He might have. Wait, now I'm wondering how many different, like, greetings they've given him. Probably a bunch, huh? Okay, so I guess the only new thing that I can do is this one, right? And then this one. I found what happened to the orbital probe cannon. Whoa! That's a cannon breaker pod at the start of each time loop, for real. Did you figure out why? Wait, no, never mind. I already talked to him about this. Over in Studio. I think I went with the other one. It's kind of scary how much that sounds like something Slate or Feldspar would do. It does. I'm pretty surprised to know I built something that actually broke. Come to think of it though, broke might be the wrong word, because it looks like the orbital probe cannon is still firing successfully at the beginning of each time loop. It very much is. Hello, again. Wait, is there another new option? This one? Because these two I definitely already did. I'm pretty sure I did this as well. Yeah, Katsina Numai. Yeah, definitely talked to him about this. How do you stay so calm? Somehow I thought that I had already asked him this, but I guess I didn't. Deep breaths? No, seriously. I meditate. Want me to teach you? It'll be the next loop before you know it. Oh! So that gives you the option to basically skip time without having to be at a campfire, I'd imagine, right? Sure, why not? Okay, close your eyes. Oh, that's neat. That's pretty cool. It's very hidden though, right? Or does it allow you to skip the loop? Or rather, end it prematurely, if you will. Huh. Okay, that's pretty cool. Still, I think, very hidden away for a feature like that. But then again, very, very awesome. Ah, meditate until next loop. Nice. So it's also another option. Yeah, for a second there, I was thinking that maybe it gives you the... But that would be kind of redundant, wouldn't it? Because it's not too difficult to just find a campfire. I mean, there's literally one right here where you can doze off and just skip some time if you wanted to. But yeah, being able to just skip to the next loop. Wait, when does that option appear, though? Now I'm wondering. Because there was definitely a second time that I talked to him. But then again... I, at that point, also might have just thought that I had already asked him that, and I didn't. Or is that a thing that you can just ask him right away, and I just, for some reason, forgot to do that? Yeah, resetting the loop, that's actually a really, really good quality of life change, because I feel like I could have already utilized that at some point. Then again, I do like to just kind of think about what I want to do next. Whenever I realize that there's not much left in one loop, right? Well. Right. That being said, not that much left to discover, except whatever this is gonna be. Okay, so now I'm wondering. I initially thought that all the other discoveries eventually would yield some new information about the Ash Twin project. But now that I'm thinking about it, it might also be that you have to discover this yourself. Okay. This is somewhat difficult decision. So the one thing that I know for sure, I have the coordinates, right? I could go back to the vessel, input the coordinates, and I'd imagine it'd immediately warp me to the eye of the universe. Now, what I don't know is whether or not that ends the loop, maybe? Well, would it though? I don't know. Or do I want to try and do these two things first? Because they... Well, they're probably unrelated in a way, right? I don't really... What is this about, then? Is that just something I should have looked at right away? Okay, so... I would like to go back to the asteroid first. The problem is, I really don't know how the hell I'm supposed to get past the ghost matter. That is still something that for some reason I don't fully understand. Although I might be overcomplicating it once again. Maybe ghost matter really is just supposed to be an obstacle that you need to avoid somehow. Because that seems to be the case for, well, I mean, I guess a good example of it would be the cactuses at the teleporter that leads to the sun station, right? Where you can find, like, if you enter that teleporter at the exact right time, you can just utilize the sand to simply walk through it without any problem. So maybe there's something similar happening here. I was wondering if I just waited for the asteroid to do its second orbit in the loop, because it flies into the sun eventually, at least as far as I know. If I waited for that second loop, maybe the sun would push the ghost matter away, or it might also be, because technically I've only been there once, right? I died to the ghost matter once and just went on to do other things, so just returning there and checking it out again might be a good call. The gravity cannon really shouldn't help me. I can recall the shuttle, but all that does is tell you about it. If I mark this location, it should technically lead me to the asteroid, right? So let's go back there. Oh yeah, I was already, yeah. I was thinking about it, that it might be, because it really isn't connected to anything, right? I mean, I guess that's not really a spoiler so much as it is also kind of quality of life. So I suspect that the DLC here, with everything that I now know, you're able to enter it without having to go back through the rest of the game, right? Because that was something that I was a little bit scared of, although now that I've like played through what seems like most of the game, it doesn't really feel like anything they would do. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of already discovered it accidentally, right? Because you can, like, the radio tower's there, you can just accidentally walk up to it, which I did. I just concluded that it wasn't really, well, not that it wasn't interesting at the time, but rather it seemed so far out there, right, that I didn't really think to do it right away, and then it never really seemed to reconnect to anything, so it didn't really seem like it was that important to do. Oh, did we just fly? Oh, nice. Just for past the planet. I think it opened up, must have been somewhere here, right? I think it opens up around this place, maybe? Well, the only fear that I had in terms of the DLC is that, because I guess you always get kind of scarred with the weird implementation. I was thinking of it a little bit in terms of how FromSoft does it, where they implement the DLC in a way where it can only be accessed like while you're actively playing through a particular new game or New Game Plus, but it never really lets you... It doesn't let you enter the DLC immediately after the main game. I don't think this is what they would do here, but yeah. That being said, actually makes me wonder, if I were to start the game over, how quickly can you... Because now I know everything, right? So... Wait a second. Wouldn't I immediately be able to get the coordinates for the correct location of the Eye of the Universe, then just immediately travel to the vessel and go there? Assuming that is the end of the game, which obviously I still don't know. I don't really want to know until I get there, but yeah. Once you know, you know. You wouldn't really have to do anything else. It's kind of funny to think about, right? Almost as if your character had some sort of clairvoyance to them. Both options have pros, cons. Well, I mean, honestly, probably at the end of the day, it's whatever feels more natural to the person playing it, I think. It's probably the right answer there, because you can only ever do it once for the first time anyways, right? So it's almost impossible to really compare such a particular thing. Which almost, well, I completely understand these kinds of debates, yet at the same time, yeah, there is I sometimes find it weird how, I guess, people can sometimes like really try to push somebody in a certain direction for some reason. I don't know if you know AI, what is it called? AI Somnium Files, I think, right? That game has like a branching path right at the start, and for whatever reason, a lot of people in chats of other people playing it always push for a particular route. And I never really understood why. After I've seen, I don't know, 4 or 5 playthroughs of the game. It's hard to choose, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's just there, right? So you're able to access it. Honestly, at the end of the day, particularly for this game, I feel like, well, without having played it, obviously, but I feel like it doesn't really matter all that much because, I don't know. I guess the context of it can change, right? Because I still, obviously, even though I know where the Eye of the Universe is now, I'm completely unaware of what it is yet, so... Shoot. I think I forgot which one I took last time. I definitely... Some of these are connected, right? Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, that was bad. I think that's the one I just went through last time. And of course, now it's already closed. So is the solution here really to just find the correct route that doesn't have ghost matter, or do you have to be very, very quick about it? So that was the left one, right? Right, so the second one doesn't have ghost matter on the same path. Cool. And then we're here again, but this thing contains a bunch of ghost matter, and this is where I kind of want to go, right? So do you just need to be incredibly quick in getting through this? Well, now, obviously I was already kind of dead, so... I guess that would be it, right? So if I take the second tunnel, I should be able to get to this particular one, like the pit, without being damaged at all. So if I go through very, very quickly, I should be able to reach the middle of it, unless the entire thing is filled with ghost matter. Now it's actually really fun to look at where the hell the probe is launching towards. Wait, did it just launch directly into the planet? I think it did, didn't it? Oh no, it's behind it. It might have just gone through the water or something. Right, let's just go back there. I'm just gonna take the second path and then hope that the other one, or rather hope that not having taken damage beforehand will allow me to get through the big pit at the end. Although, to be fair, I still wonder. I don't know. Ghost Matter is one of these things where it feels like the game wants you to find an actual answer in terms of how to deal with it. I mean, maybe it will still give me one. Might obviously still be a thing. But either way, whatever I'll discover at the end of this, it will probably still be quite different to how I imagined it would go. And of course, another thing that I absolutely love about this game is how well they seem to have really thought about all of these different routes. I mean, maybe it's also not that difficult to pull off when you're giving the player a very specific time loop. I'd imagine, because 22 minutes is also quite short when you first hear about it. I think if somebody had told me before I started the game that it contained a 22-minute loop, I would have thought that it would be quite a hassle to go through it, right? That sounds somewhat... Well, it sounds really constrained, doesn't it? Especially because I'm the type of person that likes to take their time with games, right? Really look at everything and, you know, very often tries to make up their own conclusions and ideas about the game world. Things like that. But it really... I don't know, it's a really, really fun loop. And that is largely due to them being very, very particular about the amount of things that you can discover in each location. And also the way all of these things are placed within the solar system, right? So for example, the asteroid here very quickly approaches the sun. So you're able to get into it quite early, while still having the cool effect of it breaking apart like a real asteroid would close to the sun, right? Also makes me wonder, because they must have put a pretty significant amount of time into making sure that all of the different locations would work with their current time loop set, right? So, making sure that all the locations are explorable in that time span. Then again, they don't fully... You don't need to fully explore every single location. And a couple of the locations, especially the bigger cities, also allow you to... Well, that's why they're built that way. They have the different parts to them that even have different names, and that way they can make sure that you can go there, you can explore one part of the city, and then next loop you can come back for the second one, and so on, right? And it works really, really well. Okay. This does look like it's continuing all the way down, though, doesn't it? Yeah, I just die. Huh. The Tower of Quantum Knowledge was a really, really fun puzzle to solve. I don't even really know when or how I realized that you'd have to wait until the parts go through to the other side of the white hole for you to freely just be able to float into it. It was a pretty incredible discovery once I got there. You technically have all the time. That's a really, really good way of putting it, yeah. You can just do it over and over again. Oh, wait a second. Why is it suddenly giving me new information? Ruptured core. I guess now, because I've technically been in it, I found the 2 missing members of the Nomai shuttle crew near a large ruptured stone that looks like it exploded from the inside. Well, I guess I did, but I also just died right away. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter which location I mark. Huh. I mean, there's still a bunch of different paths to go through. I find it quite curious that they would kill you so quickly, though. I don't really know. Yeah, I kind of spoiled myself. It is the first time that happened, though. And I also know that I mean, they already told me that the 2 crew members are in there, right? It's technically not really a spoiler, more so that I just... Or I guess I didn't really know that it's a ruptured core. Don't know of what, though. Still love the white hole in the background. Still one of the best parts, just seeing random objects fly by wherever you are. Okay. Yeah, shiplock kind of broke the backseating rule, didn't it? Ah, well. Considering how far, or how much I've already discovered, guess we can forgive this one small slip up here. Maybe I should read through the entry again. Pretty sure it didn't really... It was mostly about them getting here and wondering about the fate of their other 2 companions. Less so about the ghost matter itself. Right, I hope you'll have fun with whatever you find to eat. To be honest, ice cream's always great, so you would be forgiven for just wanting to eat ice cream just by yourself, but funnily enough, it does look like kind of a giant ice cone, doesn't it? Guess it looks a little bit dirty on the outside here. Although, maybe it could be like walnut flavored or something like that. Right. Maybe I'm just supposed to shoot my scout drone into the thing? So maybe I shouldn't even go in there myself. Instead of... Do I want to do that first? The problem is, it seems somewhat difficult to get back up. Once you're already down here, huh? Oh yeah, I should probably turn on my light. Okay, let's see. Okay, well... It does seem like the ghost meta stops eventually. Well, that took a long time. Did it, like... It almost looks like it flew through parts of the asteroid, maybe? What am I looking at? That's the core, right? The ruptured core. Yeah, I think I'm kind of looking through the... Maybe I shouldn't look at that for too long. Well, it was too weird to look at anyways. I think I'm able to look into the asteroid rather than just the cave. Huh. So I feel like there are multiple entrance points. First, somehow would be able to get into that cave. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Again. I think it slides off the eyes or something. Cookies and cream flavor. Ooh, that would be a good one too. Well, that was a very weird trajectory that it just took. Why did it come back? Okay. Right, so it looks like it's stuck on the underside of where I'm currently standing, right? So the ghost meta that I now see in front of me, that should be the one that's filling up this particular hole. It looks like there's one other entrance or exit point. That's also filled with ghost matter. So do I just need to be really, really quick? Oh wait, no, that's the same one, right? Yeah. Huh. Let's see if I can actually go back up. I can. Didn't even really feel like going up. Felt more like I was going down or sideways. Like a water slide in here. Okay, let's just double check this. I'm receiving much stronger energy readings now that we're beneath the crust. Whatever it is must lie somewhere below. Starting to think it's more dangerous. Can you hear us? Your voices are faint. Keep the shuttle warm for us. We'll return the moment we identify the source of the energy readings. It doesn't really tell you anything about the ghost meta. So... switch to photo mode again. I think there was one that just loops back around, if I remember correctly. It's not this one, though. Okay, this is just the two... Right, so these also connect to the same place. And there's definitely ghost matter down there. Where does the first one go, then? I wonder if I'd be able to go through here really, really quickly. Oh, I'm still in photo mode, I was gonna say. Okay. Looks like that's very, very small. It's so funny that it just slides about. Oh, well, there we go. So it's the exact same tunnel then? Ooh, that was a bit fast. Well, that was kind of bad. All right, so at least that confirms that. So these just loop around, meaning that the only way I can go further would be this one. Although... Where does the other one lead then, that I can see from the inside of the main chamber? I mean, now I'm gonna die regardless, right? whatever I do in here, I don't think there's really any way that I could go now that would allow me to... venture further? The problem is also the way the room is built. So... because I could become very fast if I were to slide down really, really quickly. But the problem is it ends in this weird chamber where it then goes down. So it would be quite difficult to keep the momentum, right? Although it does seem very much on purpose that you are... yeah, because you just keep sliding until you hit this particular place. Oh, well, hello there. Guess I hadn't really considered going up here. Huh, well that looks more like it. I love how the game does that sometimes, where it presents you with this particular situation, and it looks like you can't even really go anywhere, but then you just realize, hey, wait a second, what if I just go up, or down, or whatever? Okay. Never mind, come back. Okay, well, this just looks like a giant slide. Okay. Let's go this way. Huh. Alright, so it does very much seem to confirm my suspicion that the ghost matter is more or less purely an obstacle that you're meant to find a way around rather than an actual way to deal with it, I think. Oh, fuel level critical. Okay. Is this the other opening, though? Oh, I was gonna say, are we exploding again? I think the asteroid's gonna fly into the sun, huh? Wait, is it? Maybe it actually does 3 trajectories. Why are the crystals stuck in you? Right, at least I found the way. So is that what ghost matter is doing to you whenever you die? Is it like creating crystals inside of you? Because that's almost what it looks like happened to these people, right? The spherical stone casing here seems to be the source of the energy readings. No, rather the source is what's within the stone. I'm detecting some form of exotic matter. Wait, the spherical stone casing? So it wasn't ruptured when they entered this place then. The stone is muting our energy readings. They should be 10 times what we're seeing at least. As if it's conscious? Pi, I don't think we want this matter interacting with us. As far as I can tell, direct contact with it would almost certainly be fatal. I've never encountered anything like this casing, but it's all that's protecting us from what's inside. Worse still, this matter is disturbingly volatile. Pi, whatever the matter inside the stone casing is, it's more than just profoundly unstable. It's under tons of pressure. Look at this density scan. I've never seen anything this tightly compacted before. What is this? I guess I did solve it, yeah. Not really the thing that I thought it would be, but I guess, yeah, it does confirm everything that I found out about it so far. This is orders of magnitude worse than I'd imagined. If this stone were to rupture, the lethal matter within would rapidly expand, completely blanketing the star system almost instantaneously. The star system? Wait, what? And the pressure is still building as the comet approaches the star system. Return to the shuttle right now. The rest of our friends need to know they're in terrible danger. Leave your equipment and run. What are you doing, Pi? The more we know about this alien matter, the better our chances of survival. I will learn what I can here. Go warn the others. Maybe they can construct shelter somehow. Now, Poke. I have a feeling Poke didn't make it. Like, he wasn't even able to get out while this was still... or before this was rupturing. So this is where all the ghost matter comes from, but it doesn't... it hasn't actually... or has it? Is this why they're all dead? Is this kind of the answer to what I was asking myself the entire time? Is this why they all died? So... so the asteroid came close to the solar system. This thing ruptured. Maybe because it flew very close to the sun or something. It interacted with it. And the ghost matter just got blown across the entire solar system. I mean, we do find it everywhere. And now that I'm thinking about it, it's especially concentrated around where the Nomai used to live, right? I mean, there's a ton of it. Well, not a ton, but certainly, well, significant amounts of it close to most of the villages. Like, it's pretty sure there's some in the Hanging City at a couple of points. There's definitely a lot on Ember Twin. Not entirely sure what the meaning is behind the crystals growing on them, though. And now, since it has already ruptured, it doesn't really present a threat to us anymore? I mean, it still does. It's still very lethal. I guess that's definitely kind of a big question here, is why... Why would this have killed all the Nomai, if this is indeed why they died? Don't think there's really much else to discover here. So if it is the reason for why they died, then maybe the core here ruptured, they died, their systems detected that, which is why we get that weird message that, you know, nothing has happened for 10 minutes, everything's shutting down on the sun. I think it was on the sun station, right? So now all the systems are kind of in standby mode. Probe is obviously still doing its thing and looping and everything. And what we do know, or we have been told, that ghost matter does evaporate eventually. So maybe there really was just a giant blast of it throughout this entire solar system. Everything died immediately, but then it kind of dispersed after a while, right? Which, well, that would confirm that it's probably been quite a significant time since the Nomai lived, and now we exist. Yeah, I mean, I saw the corpse of the other person, right? He was just floating there. So I'd imagine he just... they found this thing. And... well, either he just didn't make it out of the cave system in time. It's a bit of an interesting coincidence that they would arrive there kind of right before it exploded. Although That might be due to the fact that the asteroid itself just so happened to be very accessible at that moment in time. It's very interesting that this seems to be so separate from everything else, though. Or was it because they... Would this not have happened had they not accessed the asteroid? The reason why they flew there in the first place is because they tried to blow up the sun. It didn't work. And then they realized that this asteroid was approaching the solar system, and they wanted to find out whether or not there was more on it. Because I think they also... Wait, did they see some sort of energy reading as well? And they thought that they might be able to utilize it for their blow up the sun project. Found the 2 missing members of the Nomai shuttle crew near a large ruptured stone that looks like it exploded from the inside. The Nomai traced the strange energy readings to a spherical stone casing filled with some form of exotic matter. They determined the exotic matter was both lethal and under extreme pressure. If the stone were to rupture, the exotic matter within should rapidly expand, completely blanketing the solar system almost instantaneously. One of the Nomai stayed behind to examine the alien matter, while the other rushed back to the surface to warn the rest of the Nomai, but seemingly didn't really make it. Although even if he had, I guess it would have depended on, well, if this thing wouldn't have exploded right away, but given them a couple of, I don't know, days or something time, they probably would have had to, or they would have had the ability to shelter themselves against it, maybe. But then again, we do find the ghost matter in various places, especially their structures. Huh. Why is this the only thing aside from the radio tower that is so separate from everything else? Unless maybe the DLC goes into more specifics as to how they died. That could be it. Well, it has kind of a connection. It is mentioned on the sun station. Yeah, after the failure of the sun station, the Nomai took a break to investigate the newly arrived comet. I guess in terms of what's happening, it's obviously not connected, right? It's just, oh, you know, we don't really know how to continue our project with the sun, so let's instead just go to the asteroid. So yes, it's obviously not really connected, but I still find it interesting, this mention of the comet. I do have the DLC, yeah. Well. I guess the big question mark in the middle remains, huh? Which once again, well, in this particular case, I'm really not sure what to do with it, though. I have maybe an idea of what I could try. Or just related to the teleporters, because I did find it weird. I don't think we've really found evidence about that, right? Don't think it was ever mentioned anywhere either. Well, no. It would depend. So what I found really, really weird is that there are 2 teleporters connected to the Hourglass Twins. One obviously being able to teleport you to Ember Twin from Ash Twin. For some reason, there's another one right next to it, which leads me to believe that that allows you to teleport maybe to the core of Ash Twin. Does it though? Because wouldn't that need an alignment with the planet? How does it work if you're already on the same planet? Ooh. Wait, never mind. That question might already have been answered. Because they definitely mentioned that... they mentioned that you need alignment to... well, they didn't specifically say the center of the planet's gravity, but sort of the center of the planet's system, if you will. And they specifically mentioned that the Hourglass twins are building like one planetary system. So their teleport point lies in the middle between the two, which you would be able to align to even if you're already on Ash Twin. The one thing that I don't know is the core of Ash Twin, we've only really seen projections of until now. But whenever you enter one of those projections, it does look like the core is spinning, or rather the planet is spinning around it or something like that. It looks like a starry sky, right? But you can faintly see a black outline, which I suspect is some sort of structure the masks are built upon, right? So maybe that structure on the other side or something like that has a teleporter that I'd be able to go to. I guess I can just try it out, huh? I think it's the last question mark. Although I do find it curious that seemingly the... maybe end of the game? Big question mark is not here, right? So the location of the Eye of the Universe isn't here? Unless they're somehow connecting it with this one? Well, it might not be the case. Either way, let me see. Is there a place that I can... Ash Twin Towers, this cannot be put onto the HUD. I mean, it's not really difficult to find the planet either way. Let's just remove this one and just fly to it directly. I don't always need a HUD marker to do this, right? Honestly, the really, really cool thing about that rumor map is also that, well, obviously besides keeping track of... I should probably just leave the planet first. Besides keeping track of everything, it does allow you to almost build your own, like, story path through the game, right? In the sense that you can kind of make sure, well, if you're inclined to do so, to not really make the biggest discoveries, I guess, right at the start. Even though I cannot really know, since I haven't made it yet, the discovery, I mean, it's still kind of, well, it allows you to say, okay, the Ash Twin seems to be some sort of really, really important place, right? So I'm gonna leave it be for now. It's the most organic to leave for last, yeah. You can definitely discover a lot of stuff on accident. And the cool thing is, I'm pretty sure they... well, I'm 100% sure that they accounted for that possibility, but not only did they account for it, but they also made sure that... or at least I would think that they made sure that it wasn't bad to do so, right? It's still equally as exciting to discover it that way as it is any other way. The one thing that I'm not too sure about right now is that I want to say the Hourglass Twin Teleport Towers take some time to appear. Since I've never really taken advantage of it, let's actually try to find... where was he? Wasn't he close to... no, it's not here. The guy that's sitting on Ember Twin. There we go. That might also be because... or not because. That might be why they make the campfires emit like a plume of smoke. I mean, obviously it's also to find all of the NPCs in the first place, but... also for you to rediscover them should you want to skip some time, right? Let's see. How much time would I have to skip? So I pretty much flew to Ashton right away. The sun station becomes uninhabitable after around 11 minutes. And I think the flow of sand completely stops at around, I don't know, 18, 20 minutes, something like that. Probably 18. Should be enough to skip like 5 minutes at this point. Pretty sure. I mean, I still need to fly back to it as well. So let's just go with 4 minutes 30 or something. I don't want to have too little time to actually discover anything once I'm there. There we go. Where are you? There you are. Okay, yeah, the towers already look quite accessible. Well, there we go. Might have even been too much. Definitely underestimated how quickly these get uncovered. What? There we go. Okay, so which one was which? Pretty sure that I already took this one to Ember Twin. This is the broken one, correct? But I mean, it looks like only the top glass is broken. So it should hopefully still be able to teleport me somewhere, wherever that somewhere is. The campfires have smoke because that's how they work. Touché. I mean, that's very true. Then again, oxygen is definitely the one part that is taken, or where they've taken a lot of liberties with it. Because I'm pretty sure that there wouldn't be enough oxygen to breathe if there was like a small tree or plant that you took with you to, I don't know, the moon and just put next to you. Definitely not enough. Okay, so in theory this should teleport me whenever Ember Twin comes back around, because that's when it aligns to the center between the two planets, right? I thought that it didn't actually take this long. I'm hearing the sand approach though. So let's see if this does work. There we go. Well. Okay. Didn't really expect that to happen, to be entirely honest. Okay. No! Ship! Come back here. Where the hell am I? Well, I think we can say this is definitely a failed attempt then. Where's my ship? Still getting blown around by the sand? Trees equals air. Yeah. Honestly, that would be really cool if it worked like that. Imagine if at some point we'll be able to, I don't know, grow a tree that also creates some sort of bubble around it where oxygen is naturally stored, and you could actually take that with you. Just stick your head in every time you need to breathe. Okay, so I need to align to the center between the hourglass twins. But the problem is that that particular teleporter is placed in a location where the sand appears at the very same time where you want to teleport. Yeah, I got transported, just not to the place where I wanted to go. Is there any way to prevent that, though? Oh, did the ship land on... Yeah, it did. Come back here. Ooh. That was a bit too far. That is another one of those quite unusual problems that you don't even really realize you had until it happens. Right. Okay, one possible solution is that eventually the sand stops, right? At the very end of the loop. So if I were to take that opportunity for teleporting, I guess that depends how much time there is still left between can I even park the ship in here? Yeah, that heavily depends on how much time is left between the sand stopping and the sun exploding. I think it should be enough for at least one loop. But then again, at that point, well, even if I were to teleport correctly... Okay, I definitely already read that one. Even if I were to teleport, it would still... It would still mean that I would be missing a lot of time, right? Yeah. The issue is I need to stand on the platform itself. So there is no way for me to... Like, let's say I was captured by this weird metal bar thingy. I still wouldn't teleport, because, like, I would stay in this room, but I wouldn't be on the plate, right? Why are you dead here, by the way? Did you really die when that ghost matter blast happened? Okay, let's double check. So the sand has already filled up quite a bit. So maybe with one more rotation it'll be completely on the other side. How was I able to teleport here though? I guess it doesn't really push you away as long as you're within an enclosed space. Yeah, it kind of happens a little bit, but not really. As long as you don't move and just stand still, it doesn't really push you away. The last 4 hours. Well, I guess all the discoveries with the quantum moon. So I'm completely done with the quantum moon. I was at its point where it's close to the eye of the universe. And I entered Giant's Deep Core and learned everything about the probe and the location it found, its relation to the time loop and the probe itself looping. And yeah, the location it found where the eye of the universe is. I think that's pretty much the last 4 hours. Right? Now I'm trying to teleport into the core of Ash Twin. Let me see. How much sand is left? Looks like it might all be gone. Let's make sure that I'm not missing it. Wrong one. Oops. I probably should have just stayed here, I guess. Well, let's see. It certainly is, yeah, pretty much a lot of progress. Feels like I'm approaching the end, honestly. Except for the DLC, obviously, that... I'm not sure when I want to do that. Heavily depends on what else I can still discover, though. Okay, it's actually not that easy to see the alignment here. Okay, sand is still there. So let's... Or does it stop right away? That would be funny if it stopped immediately in front of the teleporter, but no, it doesn't. Okay. I wonder if I should have just tried to stay on it one more time. Okay. At least I'm very, very sure that the next time it comes by, it should have pretty much filled up Ember Twin completely. That's very much what it looks like. So the only issue that remains now is it going to give me enough time to teleport and still do anything afterwards? These things are really, really pointy, right? Imagine a real-world cactus. I mean, sure, they're sharp. They can certainly puncture clothes if they, like, if you're really, really not careful. But... oh boy, the sun's already getting pretty close. But especially a spacesuit. I mean, look how close to the sun we just were. That's what our spacesuit can survive. And yet, obviously, it gets ruptured by a small, tiny cactus. Oh well. At least we're able to patch it up really, really quickly. Oh boy. I'm gonna run out of oxygen. Oh yeah, there's definitely a bunch that have hooks. I know what you're talking about. Those can be really, really nasty. Okay. I feel like I might be dying here before this happens. At least now I theoretically know how this is supposed to work. Huh. You know what? How much time do I still have? Wait, what? There's still sand? Are you kidding me? Yeah, okay. Okay, that seems quite a bit more difficult than I imagined it to be, honestly. So... I mean, considering that the space within Ash Twin, at least when we think about the projections that I've seen, it looked very, very tiny. So maybe you're not really supposed to have that much time within it. I love how also that was that the quantum moon, and then your character blinks and it disappears, because that happens sometimes at the start of the loop, right? It's another one of those cool little details. I don't think I've actually been through all the portals on Ash Twin, because some of them just lead to teleporters that are quite easily accessible otherwise, right? Obviously I had to take the one that leads you to the Sun Station, I had to take the one that leads you to the Black Hole Forge. I think that's it. Well, I did take the one to Ember Twin at one point, for fun. Not sure if I ever took the one to Timber Hearth, to be honest. I mean, I know where it leads, I know where the teleporter is. The one to Giant's Deep I also didn't take, I think. Why is it displaying a green thingy? Wait, what? Ocean's depth. I passed through the electric barrier and reached the coral forest at the planet's core. Cool. Yeah. I definitely did that. So I could go to that camp. That was very, very close to the end of the loop, it felt like. So it must be roughly around the 18-minute mark, maybe, that would be worth checking out again. And then I could potentially, if I get lucky, maybe you get like 2 minutes inside of Ash Twin? Something like that. So I fail to see how else you would do this. I mean, clearly the teleport is there for a reason. Unless there's like another way to make sure that you're not blasted off by the sand cone. But I don't really think there is. Because there isn't any sort of gravity elevator, gravity field that you can activate there. There's no way for you to get or to grab a gravity stone and place it there. There's nothing that I can turn on or off that would influence the gravity. Unless I could take one of the warp cores with me from the high energy lab, but what would that do? I mean, the warp core is already there. Just need gravity for a bit. Placing anything like the ship on top of the tower really doesn't do anything, because the problem is staying on the teleporter itself while the sand comes by. So is it really just waiting out the loop? I mean, honestly, that's just... Technically, that shouldn't take too much time. Well, now I already entered the ship. So, let's go back to Ember Twin. Oops. Why do I sometimes press the headlights switch? Let's just rest at the campfire for about 17 minutes, maybe? I mean, the important bit is to confirm whether or not the teleport works in the first place. Because if it doesn't, or if the, I don't know, rotation of the two planets doesn't really align, because it could be that it's just finishing up a rotation with the sand before you would be able to teleport or something. But again, the teleporter definitely is there for a reason. So... Do you have any idea about that? How do I know if I've spotted a super... I don't know if I've ever asked him that. Supernovae look like extra bright stars to the naked eye, but if you zoom in with your signal scope, you can tell that they're actually enormous explosions. Massive stars go supernova at the very end of their lifespans, which is why it's so unusual to see two in a single day. We still haven't really answered the question of why that's even happening. I wonder if these stars are older than we realize. Maybe the Eye of the Universe is going to answer that for us. On a scale of 1 to dead, I'd give it a 7 or 8. Awfully pretty, though. It's not that dangerous. Right now, sand is flowing from Ash Twin to Ember Twin, but did you know the process eventually reverses? We're not completely sure why the sand flows back and forth between the twins, but it seems to be a natural phenomenon. Still incredibly interesting to me that during the loop we're in, it only ever flows in one direction and doesn't actually reverse. If you'd like to see something, check out the other twin. Once a little more of its sand drains off, I promise you won't be disappointed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already talked to him about most of this. Notes about the crater. I don't know if I ever went through any of these. Your notes about the Atlarock's main crater. Did you? I hope they were useful. The planet I mentioned may have been frozen solid or just partially made of ice, like a much colder giant steep. It's hard to say. It used to be the 5th planet in our solar system. Oh, I think I did talk to him about this. You'll notice, of course, that there is no such planet now. In its place is Dark Bramble, which how to put this, grew into the space of the fifth planet used to occupy. That its dark bramble quite literally appeared at the center of the fifth planet and began destroying it from the inside out. Eventually, the planet shattered completely and its shards were flung across space. Some of these shards collided with the celestial bodies in our solar system, such as the Atlarok, which I believe is how its biggest crater was formed. About a hidden planet. How fascinating it might interest you to know the existence of an additional planet is entirely plausible. If you look at the physics of our solar system, it would just have to be incredibly far out there, farther than Harthian ships would be able to travel. That is one connection that I actually haven't made. So, honestly, we don't know all that much about what's out there. The farther you go, the less we know. As such, it's well within the realm of possibilities such a planet exists. Because that is one thing that's still being speculated about in terms of our own solar system, right? That apparently there still needs to be some sort of either bigger object very, very far out of the actual solar system, or like another sort of further out Kuiper belt or something. Because something about the gravitational forces in our solar system, I think, don't fully add up to what we know about it. As far as I can recall, at least. Oh, right, it's covering the text a little bit. Well, I'm reading it out. So hopefully that helps. I just noticed, yeah, the subtitles are pretty far up for the typical place of subtitles. Hornfels asked me to update our star charts, so I'm out here observing. This is one of the best places in the solar system to spot astronomical events. What's weird is I've actually seen a couple of supernova today, usually a bit of, yeah. Pretty sure that I've been through this already with him. Keep an eye of 4 on the stars. Maybe you'll spot one yourself. Everyone loves a good mystery, don't they? Who wouldn't wonder about a moon that's sometimes there and sometimes not? I've observed the quantum moon orbiting each of the 5 planets, but sometimes it quite simply disappears from the sky altogether. Maybe there's another place it travels to. Yes, we know about that. Sun station. This is definitely new for me. Is that what's in orbit around the sun, then, do you think? This sun station. Quite clever of the Nomad to devise a way to study the sun up close and personal. It must have been tremendously difficult to construct. And hot inside. I can only imagine. Yeah, it kind of gets very hot, especially when the sun gets close to exploding. I wonder how were they able to travel back and forth from the sun station and the Hourglass Twins when the slightest slip-up would have meant a fiery death. And the last one... A modern Nomad transmission saying the universe is dying. What? I don't, what? You mean to say there are modern Nomai out in other parts of space, and they believe the universe, all of it, the whole thing, is dying. Currently. Right now. If that's true, how could I have missed so many signs? The supernovae were there, but I've been studying the stars for, well, what does it matter if... Oh. I'm very sorry, but I have to look over my charts. I hope you don't mind. Guess that comes as a little bit of a shocking revelation to him, but, well, understandably so. Okay, I already skipped some time going through the dialogue, so... Let's maybe do 10 minutes first. See how far the sand has come. And then I can just sleep a little bit more if I need to. He has having a nervous breakdown. Do I see the game's ending? You mean in terms of what it could be, I suppose? It is honestly quite difficult to really imagine what it might be. Honestly, with the giant question mark around Ash Twin the entire time, I was somehow thinking that maybe we could break the time loop somehow at first. But with the current state of the solar system, that would kind of just mean that we would die, right? Because I'd imagine all the events would still be happening. But without the time loop, we would actually stay dead. I'm struggling to see. I don't know. I still think that I'm thinking of the what's it called? I'm thinking of the Eye of the Universe. Still a little bit too much like it's just another quantum moon, I think. Which, yeah, I don't really know how that would pertain to any sort of changes, really. Huh. It's quite difficult to think about. It also, well, does it depend on how we're getting there? We have the coordinates. We probably would be warping there. Unless something else gets in the way. But then what? So, since we know the Eye of the Universe's location, we would also be able to... Well, we're able to keep it where it is, right? So the whole... problem with it potentially disappearing on us shouldn't really be there anymore. It is honestly really, really difficult to think about the end of this game in those terms. Because it's so... It could be so much. I think that's what I'm struggling with the most. Oh, hey, wait a second. I don't think I've ever tried entering these towers. I just realized that it has an actual entry. Or did I already do this at some point? I might have just forgotten about. I'm pretty sure that yeah, I'm fairly certain that I already went to one of their endpoints at some point. I might have just forgotten about this. Let's get back to the ship. Oh boy. The rotation is already quite a bit stronger than I want it to be. Sand's still flowing though, even though the middle part now seems to be empty. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, to be fair, I didn't really answer it. I'm really, really unsure still. Okay, there we go. First of all, very quickly. I mean, I don't even know if this is right. I feel like the sun's already too close to exploding since the sand stopped. Well, all I can do is wait. So, yeah, in terms of the end of the game, I have difficulty imagining what, I guess, the interaction between the quantum effects and the time loop, what kind of implications would come out of such a thing. And then what strikes me as really, really curious still is the signal that the Nomai received from the Eye almost seems like it was maybe more than just the quantum fluctuations that we're able to pick up. So it's still quite strange. Even with all the information, it's very, very difficult to picture what it could be. And then we also know that it's supposedly older than the universe, which I speculated at some point that it might just be an odd time loop thing as well. That somehow, since it's constantly changing locations, it's maybe not experiencing time the same as everybody else. It's already exploding. What the heck? Huh. Wait, does the... No, I just died. I was gonna say, does the teleport coincide with the sun's explosion? I guess it doesn't. Or maybe it does? Now that makes me wonder if maybe we are actually able... Well, are we, though? Okay, for some reason that looked... That looked suspiciously close. Like it's purposefully done that way. I might be completely wrong on this. Because I just realized the connection that I didn't really make before, I guess. Which is that if I actually was able to teleport into Ash Twin during the time the supernova goes off, I would survive. For some reason, that wasn't even really clear to me. I just wanted to get there because I wanted to look at the masks and everything. Huh. Why did I not think about that? Right, if I were inside of Ash Twin during the supernova, I would survive it. Well, and then I would be kind of stuck there, I guess. Inside of the core, I mean. Because the rest of the solar system would be gone, right? So we would be just one lonely core of a planet floating through space. Huh. So, what? Am I still missing a piece of the puzzle? Because let's assume that the Eye of the Universe is somehow going to make it able for me to leave the time loop. If I then were to go back to the same place I was just at and able, well, not able to, but rather stand on the teleporter at the exact same point, even if the time loop stopped, wouldn't I still die from that supernova explosion? Unless I was somehow able to stall for a little bit. Maybe there is a way to push the supernova back somewhat. Huh. I'm struggling to think of another way to get into Ash Twin, though. Unless there's some super obvious thing that I missed in terms of how to utilize the teleporter. If it even is the correct one, but it kind of has to be, right? Maybe I should take another look at that. Was it in the high energy lab where they have the teleporters, like their blueprints on the wall? Or would you be able to somehow utilize the projection plates for this? Nah, that doesn't make sense. They're just projecting stuff. So they cannot actually transport you to what they're showing you, right? Huh. So I guess they do want me to go to the Eye of the Universe first before solving the Ash Twin thingy? I guess so. Well, it's a little bit of a dilemma, though, for me, because this has been going on a little bit further than a little bit longer, rather, than I intended to. I do still need to do some other stuff other than playing games, unfortunately. And considering that I still have the DLC to do as well, I wouldn't really be able to finish the game anyways today, right? So I think what I'm going to do is maybe ponder on this a little bit more. Maybe some, you know, interesting thought crosses my mind. I don't think so. I feel like I've pretty much exhausted all my possibilities here. So I think tomorrow, first thing that I'm going to do is just go to the Eye of the Universe and find out what the hell is up with it. What it is, what you can do with it, what it might tell us. Because at least I get the feeling that whatever we can find out about it might lead me to actually be able to enter Ash Twin. I thought that it was the other way around, maybe, but considering that we already have the coordinates, unless there's something else that we can discover. It might also be that once I enter the coordinates into the vessel, that it's going to send us on another, I don't know, small quest to make it even possible for the vessel to depart Dark Bramble. So I'm still not entirely sure if it can just warp out of that place. Because if it would be able to... Wait, no, its warp core is shattered as well. See, I feel like there's still more to do there. Unless maybe the vessel just tells us the coordinates of the Eye of the Universe and somehow it's going to make it able for us to just fly over there. Either way, though, I think I'm going to be looking at that. And once I have a better understanding of what the game's going to do with this piece of information, like once I know if we have to fly there ourselves or, you know, whatever happens to the Ash Twin project, maybe I'll have a look at the DLC stuff first then. Because I also think that you probably don't enter the DLC right away, right? It feels like I need to find whatever is shown on those images that were talked about in the radio tower. And only once I know what's even up with that, I'm probably able to fly there. And once I'm able to fly there, then I can sort of gauge what is even happening. Or what it's all about. Yeah. I feel like that's a good plan. Which unfortunately means that now I'll have to quit this particular loop. And look at that tomorrow. Man. I love how this it doesn't feel like 8 hours have passed since I started today. I mean, sure, it was a long time and I did a bunch of stuff, but the way this game handles discoveries just means that you're super engaged to everything the entire time, right? It's just not letting go. There's never a low moment. It's not even like it's dropping out or anything. It feels like the game is constantly even going up, right? Like it gets more interesting and more interesting the more you know, the further you venture into everything. Maybe the end. Yeah. Anyways, thanks a lot for hanging out. This has been incredibly fun. All of last week too. It's been incredibly fun to play through this. to experience it with you. It is a very, very special game, a very unique playthrough, and a very unique thing to experience, I think. Definitely something that you're gonna remember for a long time afterwards. So, well, I don't really think that I'm gonna get all the way through it tomorrow, because I suspect that the DLC is probably gonna take some time too, so yeah, still not entirely sure how I'm gonna do that. Might just try to finish the base game tomorrow and then go into the DLC, instead of just looking at the DLC first. I'm gonna figure it out though. Either way, this was a ton of fun. Thanks for being here, and I hope you're having a great rest of your day, morning, or evening, wherever you are. I'm gonna be starting at around the same time tomorrow as I did today, so that's 7 a.m. UTC. Try to convert that into your own time zones, I guess. What is that? That's like 9 a.m. Central Europe, 8 a.m. UK, I think. Wait, is the UK still? That's an hour between Central and thingy. And then 5 hours earlier would be for New York, 8 hours for Los Angeles, I think. Anyways, that's my starting time. Have a good one. See you next time, hopefully. Bye! Let me switch over my thingy. Bye.